Go. Fight.
Well, you have a 3-0.
I have a 3-0, and the thing that I will say is that I'm sorry to Team Secret Whales because I think that their win over Top Esports is historic, but I'm willing to concede credit, take away the credit from G2 for the reverse sweep, but also take it away from Team Secret Whales because I don't think that that was a top-level performance from TES. I actually think if they can beat LYON today, it means much more to me in terms of actual gameplay quality, but LYON, as you highlighted, good on the map, and the fact that against BLG, the games went so long and were so close in so many instances is just something that I haven't even seen from G2 yet this tournament.
Yeah, well,
so
I want to see the approach that LYON takes here.
Yeah.
Because when you see Isles Pike, they're trying to, or Isles Camille, they're trying to play the fast style that the top teams are playing. But I feel like if LYON's going to have the highest chance of winning this series, it's by slowing the game down. It's what they did to every team in the LCS. They slow it down, they take the right fights, they wait until the item power spikes, because LYON did have the best team fight setups and the best team fighting by far of any team in the LCS. And you see that from Berserker and Saint and Inspired and their mechanics within the team fight. So that's why I am predicting LYON. But I have to say, it is not a sure thing. I need to make that very clear.
Your opinion is definitely better built up with the examples from LCS. I just thought Team Secret Whales beat TES, and I got, I'm fine high.
Look, it's fair, and I think that if you look at how do they win this series, top lane is a big one. Dokla has been inconsistent, and while generally I have faith that he can bring it back, if Pun starts to take over the map, you don't get to play that slow game. You don't get to take that step back.
You don't. What an important day here at MSI. We're going to say goodbye to 2 more teams, but in the first one, where it'll be Team Secret Whales continuing the miracle run, or will LYON sweep them and get a W for the LCS?
캡스와 페이커, 서구권 최고의 미드라이너와 역대 최고의 선수의 맞대결. 탈락이 걸린 단두대 매치. 여기서 패배하는 순간 빈손으로 돌아가게 됩니다.
Now that we're in the lower bracket, it means the pressure is fully on. A single mistake can snowball in series like this, and if we don't find a way to reset, we'll be out of the tournament.
더 부족한 팀이 탈락하는 건 당연하다고 생각해서 앞으로 이제 경기에서 최선을 다하는 게 목표입니다.
올해 MSI에서 이 두 팀이 이렇게 이른 시점에 벼랑 끝에 서게 될 줄은 몰랐습니다.
캡스 선수의 장점은 예전이나 지금이나 게임을 전체적으로 보고 영향력을 많이 퍼뜨리려고 하는 플레이들을 많이 보여주는데, 특히 요즘 같은 경우에는 탑과 바텀에 그런 영향을 좀 뿌려주는 것도 굉장히 잘하는 것 같고.
G2 well and truly unleashed on the international stage.
I think in many ways Vega has kept the same kind of playstyle. When I think back to even 2019 we were playing against him, he was also the one looking for the hero plays, the big outplays, and he will always have some form for plan. It's just important that we manage to shut that one down.
Yeah, okay, Faker. Okay, you just every now and again Faker has to remind us.
결승전이라 해도 손색 없을 매치업이 패자조 2라운드에서 펼쳐집니다.
Faker, we meet again. I hope we will have an epic battle.
캡스 선수 2019년도의 경기는 점점 더 옛날 일이 되고 있습니다. 이번에 재밌는 경기 했으면 좋겠습니다.
7년 전 인스파이어드는 2019 LEC 서머 스플릿에서 데뷔했습니다.
The flash forward, the burst, blood for Inspired. He said, keep your eyes on that Rek'Sai.
그 후로 인스파이어드는 LEC와 LCS에서 7번의 우승과 3번의 MVP를 차지했습니다.
I don't really think about the trophies that I got. Before I won anything, I still thought that I'm really good and I'm better than the players I'm facing. I know my skill level, I know how good of a player I am.
그리고 그 당시 히스토는 11살이었습니다.
Bản thân em vào đội thì luôn luôn coi giải đấu LEC và LCS rất là nhiều, và đặc biệt là bản thân em luôn luôn coi những chơi đi rừng hàng đầu về thế giới, đặc biệt là Inspire.
같은 시간 동안 히즈토는 프로 선수로 데뷔해 꾸준히 성장해 왔습니다. 그리고 이제 그 노력이 결실을 맺었습니다.
For the first time in history, a Vietnamese team has beaten the LPL in a best of 5. It is the Secret Whales that do it.
Đối với bản thân em, việc giành chiến thắng với đội LPL trong cặp B5 lần này thì nó mang ý nghĩa rất lớn đối với bản thân em. Tại vì chưa ai như em giành được chiến thắng với LPL cả.
I think he's just aggressive. He plays the game. He's not scared, and if you give him an opening, he will take it. I just need to play smart and play well if I want to beat him.
두 선수 모두 커리어의 고점을 향해 나아갑니다. 자존심을 걸고 승부수를 던질 시간입니다.
Inspire sẽ được chứng kiến những gì tuyển thủ trẻ làm được.
pistol, I can show you what the experience can bring.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to MSI 2026. The first phase of the bracket stage is over, and now, today, we eliminate 2 more teams as phase 2 begins. Later on today, G2 and T1 will square off, but first, it's the number 1 seed from NA, LYON, going up against the number 1 seed from the LCP in Team Secret Wales, and only one gets to continue their MSI run after this best of 5. I'm Captain Flowers, joined by Kobe, and I am hoping for an exciting one here.
I love the lower bracket, Flowers. Elimination matches have more excitement, more tension, more nervousness, bigger plays, big stakes. Excited to see them put everything out on that line right now.
The pressure is on for both teams. Win and you make it into the top 4 here at MSI. Lose and you go home thinking nothing of what could have been, what should have been, what might have been. And now we get to see what it comes down to. Both of these teams, we heard in the opening, the junglers looking at the game, looking at each other, how they're going to have to play head to head and be able to respond to the moves, because both of them are so important for these teams.
Yeah, the junglers definitely are such big components. Obviously inspired, a lot has been talked about his shot calling, as well as his individual performance with this team. And throughout the year, we have gotten so many comms listen-ins of that in action, and the team really growing together and finding that synergy. Meanwhile, Histo is the youngest player at the tournament and a star for this team. He creates so much action, especially early on. We'll see what he can get done here for Team Secret Wales. I thought that, especially in their upset over TES, they did a much better job of executing some things that they did a lot better regionally. You know, the synergy between Histo and Dire was really on display, and so Dire was able to get a lot more kills and skirmishes, you know, move around the map, especially his Rise game. But of course, the big story and the one who stole the spotlight was Pun. Flowers. We're gonna look at top lane counter picks.
Pun in the top lane, going up against Big Dokes from LYON. Dokla, domestically in North America, has been a player who's been one of our more creative top laners as well. But Pun has just showcased his ability to not care what the meta says, not care what everybody else is picking, and lock in his own secret sauce here so far with MSI.
Oh, already respect from LYON.
E pa ljudi moji, dobro jutro. Ne, sudje, nisam ja rekao da može. Šta više, ja kad sam ih pitao, rekli su da ne može. Dobili smo informacije od drugog pouzdanog izvora sa Patreon servera. Ja sam ih zvao juče. Zvao sam ih juče, da vidim šta se događa, pošto pisao sam nekim ljudima koji su mi ranije dolazili, pa im imam brojeve, međutim se ne javlja niko. Sad ne znam da li zašto su godišnji odmori ili šta je, ali bilo kako bilo, nisam dobio odgovor.
The bans are already done here in the first half with Rise, Poppy, and Vi banned out by LYON. Team Secret Wales removing the Cassiopeia, the Rumble, and the Ziggs, as it is LYON with first pick here in this first draft.
MSI, Korea, Worlds i Amerika. Uglavnom, zvao sam ih, nisam dobio odgovor, pa sam onda samo zvao tehničku podršku, jer šta da radim, ono drugo, razumeš, nemam drugu, treću opciju. Zvao sam tehničku, oni su mi se javili, očigledno, jeli oni moraju da rade. Međutim, problem s tehničkom koji zna da se dogodi je nekad i pošao lika koji ne zna šta radi.
Pike nerfs were announced, by the way. Everybody's cheering for Solo Q. Solo Q, he's getting some nerfs already.
To je najviši problem. Što oni često pošalju lika koji dođe zameni modem i kaže ja sam problem rešio. Plot twist ne reši problem. Tako da sad u suštini držim palčeve da lik koji dođe, sutra, prekustra, kad god budu rešili da pošalju lika, da u stvari zna šta radi. Sad nezgodna situacija je činjenica da ja mogu streamujem ko čovek, pošto je fora što je paketlos u pitanju, to je šum na mreži u pitanju, to znači da će najviše se pojavljuje kada neko ko prouzrokuje šum koristi internet.
And he was not surviving. No, he was definitely on the fragile side in that one. So him having that tankiness from the unbreakable will going to help a lot. Meanwhile, in the jungle,
čitajte od 9 pa do 12.
Trundle's so strong as a duelist against champs like Lee Sin, but anytime you see Alistar locked in, Silas rises in priority so much. Most people consider Alistar Silas's best ultimate to steal in the game. So if they lock that one in on Secret Whales, I wouldn't be surprised. But we still have a little bit of time left on the clock before they make their final selection. They're going to run it all the way down to 0. And yes, sir, it's going to be Silas locked in for the Whales.
Što znači da baš u periodu kada ja hoću da streamujem, u tom periodu mi ne radi internet.
Is definitely going to have his work cut out for him in the mid lane. I will say though, Saint's lane phase has been really good. You know, even being able to solo kill Knight, just ignore the fact that his recall got interrupted and then, you know, they ended up making him stay for the wave and killed him after. But he's got a solo kill and has been, you know, his mechanics has definitely been on point. So see what they put him, the trust in him on. Akali is still available, so they banned the LeBlanc, but he could go for the Akali matchup into the Sylas.
And not just the Unbreakable Will on Alistar for the Sylas to steal away. Trundle's Subjugate, remember, has an AP ratio on it. You will be deceptively tanky and do a lot more damage than the target might think with that stolen away too. So a couple of really solid options here for D-Ray to steal away. LeBlanc banned out. What's going to be the response here from LYON, the Yorick? Okay, it's time to play the pun game.
Yeah, pun game. Okay. I mean, you could throw some bans at him, but the champion pool goes very, very deep.
Ja to kažem, ja u teoriji znam kako oni to mogu da reše, samo ne znam kako da rešim ja to ne mogu da rešim. Moraju da prate signal, moraju da nađu odakle dolazi smetnja i onda moraju odatle da da krenu. Da lociraju smetnju, nađu na banderi gde je problem, aktiviraju, to jest ono, izmere šta ne valja, zamene šta ne valja i onda bi trebao da krene da mi radi internet.
Will be able to save Pun's pick for the very last choice of the entire draft. I do not expect them to save Red 5 for an 80 carry. That doesn't seem like the best way to victory here.
Yeah. Usually you're like, oh, there's like, you know, 0.01% chance. Nah, that's actually 0.
Yeah, okay. We'll just turn it straight into a big old donut there as Gnar is the last ban here in the second half. So 3 out of 4 of those bans focused on the top lane with that LeBlanc being the one outlier. Let's see what Secret Whales wants to lock in. Beside their Nautilus, they know they're up against Ezreal and Alistar. They were hovering this Kai'Sa for a while earlier, and okay, they're going to lock that in for Eddie.
Yeah, they've got the dive comp set up here. Nautilus, Kai'Sa, the classic. And very good into Ezreal. I mean, we've seen it so many times.
Tako da ništa, odlučio sam samo da pomerim Patreon Game Night za juče i za danas. Jer moram nekako da napravim normalno nešto od loše situacije. Odlučio sam da pomerim Game Night za juče i za danas. I najverovatnije onda sutra da bacim Movie Night. I onda do 10. sve da završim, da bi od 10. mogu s Klarom da radim Palworld.
We do have the Trundle to try and like melt Nautilus thus far, and then maybe answer whatever
Gde si, Viktore?
go into the top lane, but I doubt that Pun is going to pick a tank.
Well, earlier on in North America this year, we actually posed the question and got the answer from the stats team. Nautilus is the dyingest champion in pro play. In terms of deaths per game, this champion has the most, and it's not really close. or total deaths, I believe it was. So we'll see how well they can respond to that. But Talia will be the final pick of this first draft here for LYON. Saint will pilot that.
All right, it's going to be a pun classic. My old one trick, the volley bear. Oh, and he locks it, baby. Okay, so
Dobio je pan svoj pik, konačno.
Volley bear gets a lot of value from shields and heals. So Trundle isn't as good against volley bear, even when volley bear goes full tank.
Yeah.
It's not like, you know, it completely devastates him or something. So we'll see, because a lot of the survivability can be through that, you know, effective health through the heals and shields instead. Especially going with the Fimble Winter build, which we have been seeing from Pun. But man, he just looked like an absolute juggernaut. Making me think maybe I should bring him back out, pick him back up in the jungle. So let's get into it. Team Secret Wales, honestly, Flowers, I gotta say, in the first game here, I feel like they have a lot of options. LYON, though, they do have some protection. You know, the Talia rocks as well as Ezreal being very mobile. Maybe they can keep their carries safe. Maybe.
But I think that Team Secret Wales, they want long, scrappy, messy fights.
Tako da eto, kažem, mislim, shit je, ali bar imam neki plan. E sad, imam i plan A i plan B, verovali ili ne. Kako drugačije nego da ja budem pun planova. Palo mi na pamet, ako mi internet i dalje ne bude radio, samo ću snimiti playthrough s Klarom pa ću da ga... pa ću ga postojem. To mi je bila ideja.
I'm ready for this, man. I'm so excited. Game number 1, we're out onto the rift. Let's see if we get anything exciting, anything out of the ordinary. Speaking of out of the ordinary, immediately one thing I'm noticing, Berserker taking exhaust on the Ezreal. Most often we see Ezreals go for the teleport, but this time around he wants to make sure that whoever's diving on him can't one-shot him.
Yeah, it's probably for those duels versus Kai'Sa later, and then as you mentioned, everybody else is going to be diving towards him too, so you could possibly throw that on a Sylas as well, or even Lee Sin as far as see how fed his toe gets, but yeah, definitely going to have multiple good options to be able to use that exhaust on with a lot of this dive from TSW, and D-Ray does get his first trade there with the chains going through.
Okay, D-Ray, also one of the players on Team Secret Wales that has come under...
Rizik uvek postoji. Ali da, eto, to mi je neka ideja. Najgori slučaj ne poprave mi internet i
did get swept in that series. It was a much better look than what we saw from them in their win against Furia, which were really...
I šta ću? Uzem i snimim playthrough offline i onda ga postojem kao klip od 2, 3, 4, 5 sati.
And you can see right now on the left side of your screen, this is NA versus Vietnam all-time head-to-head, significantly favoring North America, but some of the most critical matches. First ever match between regions, it was Dignitas losing that one in a best-of-1 at Worlds 2012. Then in MSI 2017, TSM had to come back in a full best-of-5 against GAM, and then last time at Worlds 23, GAM knocked Team Liquid out of the Swiss stage.
Sad, bilo bi super da bude to fun i za snimanje i za gledanje, pa da u stvari za razliku od većinu, mislim, od 50% drugih stvari koje radim, u stvari završim serijal. Ali to je već o tom potom, što bi se reklo.
Meanwhile, both junglers are going to end up down on this side, so we'll see how Inspired is able to use that. And Histo probably just, you know, cross over. Actually, they've got Sylas moving in, so Histo and Dira are going to be able to get that bottom side Scuttle Crab because of the mid lane priority as Saint now teleports back. So Inspired could just recall and go for the cross map up top side.
Exactly. You could see that's what Inspired is thinking. As soon as he finished the Krug, he didn't even bother moving towards that bottom side river. He immediately channels his recall, thinking they're going to be going for the bot side crab. Instead of contesting it, he finds the faster purchase. He makes his way into the top side, makes sure it's a 1-for-1 crab trade. And since both junglers started top, clearing towards bottom, he'll be right there when his Grand Prix spawn.
Meanwhile, BA's gotten a recall off. So BA there, BA with the Nautilus did, you know, get his recall off as they were getting harassed pretty heavily. And so he comes back with a Ruby Crystal, but the lane control and the build up there for Berserker and Isles is going to afford them some extra safety as they push in and they wait for Inspired's second re-clear back down to that bottom side.
Ajde, sudija lako noć, brate moj, srećno. O! Ode Eddie. Ode Eddie, lepo.
Let's see the beginning of that. I want to see the beginning of it because we're going to have another one, Flowers.
Yep, hold on. Saints now in some danger, trying to flash away nice and early, but the abduct has already found the target. Saints still trying to escape, but there's no way home. His toe ties the game up 1-1.
And there's that synergy between his toe and Dire we were talking about. The setup from a Silas, it's so easy, Flowers. They jump on him in lane. Saint tries to flash early, but his toe saves everything and they can easily follow. Here's the beginning of the 2v2 on bottom side though. So BA comes back, BA comes back, he does have the extra Ruby Crystal, but they see the perfect angle onto Eddie there. AORUS just goes in with the full combo and they drop the exhaust, it's enough. Berserker stacks up his lethal tempo and they have enough damage to finish him through the barrier. Nice slow from the exhaust, kept him in range for Alistar to be able to get off the auto for the stun too, by the way. And there you go, even with Saint being able to get the flip back. The extra mobility with Lee Sin and Silas, nicely done.
So, it didn't cost Dire his flash in the mid lane, because it did cost Saint, but it also was his toe using his flash to follow. Pun low HP up here in the top side. Doka looking for a little bit more damage, but Pun critically hitting level 6 right when he needed it. Make sure that he's not under any lethal threat. The last thing I want to point out about that previous 2v2, Isles didn't use flash. He was able to catch up to Eddie for the trample stun with just the heal move speed increase, so there's still playmaking potential in the bottom lane.
Yeah, definitely options there. Meanwhile, Dokes is going to have ultimate advantage. Yes, Pun pushing is going to be able to hit his ult and be able to not die up there, but now Dokla will have the ult advantage for the all-in for Renekton versus Volibear, and he definitely could be in a position to try and punish. We'll see, though, after the next recall, what he's going to be able to go back to lane with, and it is going to be junglers back to that top side of the map for their next re-clears as well, so they could get into the mix, and those junglers are very close to level 6. His toe just needs the crab, but Inspired's bottom lane is here, so they can secure it for him. And it should look at a play towards Dragon too. His toe still sticking around, but Inspired's got that crab guaranteed, so he gets his ult.
Yep, level 6 available on the Trundle. Meanwhile, down here in the bottom lane, the same story so far continues being told as Berserker and Isles have control over the push. It's Eddie and BA having to respect them as more waves crash into the turret. First plate already taken now by Berserker, who's up to about a 900 individual gold lead.
Yeah, Berserker, let's see what they can do with that. The first blood, so nice for them with the extra bonus. Getting really good recalls, has his Sheen, has his tier stacking up. And they've got a lot of control. I mean, if you can keep pushing on bottom side, Berserker will be very safe by himself until, buy some time for Alistar to get some roams off. Maybe they can protect Saint a little bit in the mid lane while he's waiting for his flash to come back up. Because while you don't have flash and the enemy Lee Sin has ultimate, and like you said, Dire still has his flash on side. There's a lot of playmaking for Team Secret Wells.
Držimo se. Evo sad sam ustao tek, dolazim sebi, kažem, prvi game je placeholder, chillamo, nakon toga gledamo Diablo. Gledamo Tivan i igra mi se Diablo, sad kad malo bolje razmislim što mi to palo na pamet, ali dobro. Gledamo Tivan i G2. Što će u stvari biti giga fan serija. I jednako u stvari mislim da možemo svašta da vidimo.
Fully commit to the roam up to the top side, and Dragon is still on the map, so with them showing their Lee Sin for a little bit.
Ooh, flash out from Isles there. I like what Team Secret Wales is doing, looking for these opportunities to maybe find a pick and they get a free flash out of the enemy support.
Okay, so Inspire's going to cross map. He's going for grubs up here. Does not want to far. Oh.
Ooh, okay, now hold on. Dokla's already popped the Dominus. Trying to trade aggressively into Pun, who hits him right back with a storm.
Ma kaki čovječe, ne radi, ali nema veze. Da li Tivan dobija? Što je najveće, mislim, nezgodno je... bravo, Pan. A Pan i Doktor, iskreno, brate. Mislim, ovaj game navijem za TSW samo zbog Pana.
He should fall here, about to get another heal, but no, Saint takes him down. Dokla thought he was baiting for his team, but he underestimated Pun on the volley bear.
You gotta have a little bit more respect for the bear. The timing difference there. Even though Pun goes down, still got his kill before doing so, and the trade is...
Pan mi je mnogo fan, znači lik me iznenadio toliko prijatno i dao mi još jednog zabavnog top lanera da gledam, a ne ono još jedno koji će igrati sve isto kao i svi ostali, samo malo lošije. Ali da što sam krenuo pričati za T1, mislim, G2 je iz Evrope i kao trebali bi za njih da navijamo, ali istovremeno je navijam za T1 od kad znam za sebe, tako da meni je ipak T1 na prvom mestu pa G2 na drugom što se tiče navijanja. Šta ću?
50% for your team, and moving up, they did put the money into Saint's pockets here, the Talia. So we'll see if that is going to be meaningful for him. Fortunately, he didn't have his Dark Seal at the time, so didn't have the stack.
I mislim da T1 dobija, da. Sad samo pitanje koliko jako. Jer prethodni poraz G2 baš nije bio toliko lep za gledanje ako volite G2, tako da...
Catch up as Dokla once again could get punished here. Down to 100 HP. Killer instinct coming in from Eddie. And Team Secret Wales punish Dokla, who's once again off to a rough start.
Yeah, Dokla trying to slice early, and BA just predicts it. Nicely done from the Nautilus there. To lock up a kill for your Kaisa Flowers is critical for this comp. We were just about to touch on, Berserker being able to nurse his lead, but that cuts it down a decent amount, getting Kaisa into a very good spot and critically denying a lot of extra minions to Dokla. So he's going to drop a lot of minions into the dirt at that tower, and the Kaisa going to be funded here a little bit extra.
And, looking back at the previous two series that LYON has played, Dokla has had a bit of a struggle, and it's because of some plays like this, just not fully respecting his opponents.
Yeah, I mean, it is in a bit bad spot for him, but still, it was eventually going to push towards him anyway, and not respecting the Nautilus roam. Really nice hook here from BA, expecting it, and they know that he has no flash because they just traded their flashes in that top lane skirmish that we saw. So nicely done there from TSW.
Ooh, and now they're looking to run it back again. Eddie on Kaisa in 2026, undefeated with a 10 KDA. As
no help is coming for Dokla.
Numbers might go a little bit higher here. Dokla's trying to clear out the wave so that at least he can try to seek the protection of the turret, but no, sir, there's no way home. Meanwhile, up here in the top lane, they're looking to do the same thing to Pun on the LYON side. Berserker grabs the kill, so both top laners going to be the punching bags for the other team.
Yeah, and both AD carries being able to get these kills as well. Ezreal is at the train force spike here for Berserker, so is quite nice, and they are going to be able to use the extra damage. They'll get first tower bonus in addition to trading the kills here for LYON. So again, trading up still for LYON, even though Dokla has just been in a world of pain. Berserker is going to benefit again, and they're going to increase that lead further.
And this is something that we saw a lot in the series versus BLG. The Tristana game, it was Berserker who was very far ahead individually, right? The third game, it's also Berserker very far ahead individually. He's able to build these leads for himself, but he's got to be able to step up and carry once he's got the resources.
Yeah, and he's going to have to, find Kaisa with the exhaust, I think. The on-hit Kaisa here, getting a lot of money on the other side too, is going to be a question mark. So we'll see about the next move as the tower, unanswered on bottom side.
Pan, brat moj rašuje Winter za Proč, što je dosta interesantno.
And they can push out. LYON definitely are going to be in a decent spot here for this Drake because they have their Trinity forces for both him and Inspired. And they should be able to set up. Let's see about...
Ma da u stvari je pametno, mislim, kad pogledamo šta countera Trundla, counteraju ga shieldovi, jer to je jedina stvar koja ne može ti soka. Tako da realno gledano ima smisla. Trundle ti krade health, armor, magic resist i AD. Jedini način da ga tankuješ jeste da imaš puno shieldova i da budeš, da kažeš, kao varljivo tanki. Ili damage reduction ako imaš opciju. Kao što je recimo Death's Dance. Taj stat ne može ti ukrade. Može ti ukrade armor od DD, ali ne može ti ukrade tankiness. Zašto je uopšte Trundle pikovan u Lee Sin-a, to je čudno.
It's fairly short left on the cooldown. Ooh, his toe trying to go in and maybe find an angle here onto Isles, but Isles immediately responds with the pulverize and the headbutt back away. Yeah, I think they just keep Dokla top lane. I mean, he's not moving at all.
Mislim, komentator je napomenuo zašto se kao lako dueluje u Lee Sin-a, ali... Lee Sin je fajn, on možda disengage-a, nije... On te ulta, ti ga sam ultaš away, to je to. Nema tu šta.
Just allows Dokla to push out one more lane topside, and we can see if any of those minions on topside.
Znači, upside današnjeg dana je što je danas finalni dan gdje je ustajanje u 5 ujutru. Sve nakon toga ustajemo kasnije, to jest u 10. Jer se radi samo od 10 serija. Što će biti dobro, to znači da bolji gameovi ne počinju u 8 ujutru, recimo, nego počinju u 10, što je, kažemo, odlično.
Looking for the extra gold and giving up the first 2 dragons. Number 3 is the turning point. Yep, and LYON, you already said it, domestically, this is a team that is fine playing very slowly. They do not want to take a fight if they feel like they don't really have a shot until they kind of have that pressure on them where they have to. Dokla still working towards that quest. Isles still working towards the quest while Team Secret Whales already has all 5 locked in. The Rift Herald's going to be started now by the Whales, and they have everybody up here. Dokla's on the bottom side of the map just trying to catch up further in terms of gold. And it looks like once more, Kobe, the call from LYON is going to be, okay, surrender the objective, play for gold, take waves, play in side lanes instead. And that's the call, as Berserker also going to continue using the extra pushing power of the Grubs to take some plates here in mid. Yeah, I mean, the value there is actually good for LYON. They got a lot of turret plate money. They got some off of mid as well as bottom. I think that was 3 at least. And so that's kind of the value of when Rift Herald does hit a turret as well. So fairly close there. Of course, the extra value of Rift Herald is also with combat Rift Herald, the favorite Rift Herald. So we'll see if the Rift Herald does get used in Dragon fight number 3, because the value of a combat Rift Herald can just have so many crazy plays with being able to save somebody or being able to use it as an initiation tool. The battle Uber. You're driving straight into the thick of it. You call the Uber and you get a tank. D-Ray though. D-Ray's trying to get away. Stopped by the pillar. Has to flash away to survive. And that means that LYON can now continue overloading this topside tier 2 turret. Using the Void Grubs to force this one down. True Shot Barrage fired into the mid lane to clear out the wave. Try to prevent Team Secret Whales from getting anything in return. But here's that Herald summoned up.
Kako ćeš u 5? Ne ovako, brate. BLG ili Hanva. Biće teško. Mislim da Hanva ide iskreno. Iskreno, mislim da je Hanva pokazala trunku više, ali opet... Možda sam ja samo bias, ko će ga znati.
They're not going to stick around. Most of the value of taking turrets now, I still see so many people yet to adapt to the fact that a lot of the gold is in the turret plates already. Yeah. You don't have to stick around for the very end of a turret as much as you used to do before this season. And so they don't allow themselves to get caught in a bad position there, any sort of greed, because everything is for this next dragon. And that's why I like the play from LYON. Even though they gave up 2 lanes to be able to make that overload play on top side, send everybody up to 1 lane, they got a flash out of the Silas flowers, and this Silas could be terrifying as BA. Yeah, BA exhausted now. Isles trying to catch up, gets the stun, but BA has already buffered through it. Saint coming in here with the Weaver's Wall. His toe with a beautiful Dragon's Rage, hits 3, but it's not enough just yet. Saint's about to die, and BA's already been killed. Pun into the middle of everybody, but it's 4 from LYON, looking to burn him down. Pun will fall, his toe's gonna follow. LYON just murdered 3 for 1, and Isles might be looking for a little bit more. D-Ray gets away with the abscond abduct, but LYON won the fight. LYON, no hesitation. They see this Nautilus flowers, as you said, the most dying champion of all time in Professional League of Legends. They see him and they don't hesitate. They even use an exhaust on him. They don't want to save it for the fight. They need the pick, the value of starting that fight.
Pa da, mislim, veoma realno gledano, final će verovatno biti BLG.
TSW trying to react.
Ako ćemo iskreno.
His toe jumps out as Pun jumps in, and LYON are rewarded for not hesitating, jumping on this opportunity, because in comes Saint. He gets the flip back. They force it, and then his toe, he jumps out. Look at Pun. He's going to jump in, so now his toe's kind of watching from the other side as his bottom lane there just gets absolutely wrecked. Eddie got knocked up with a double knock-up there for Miles as well, and Dokla is there in time, so the preparation, Flowers, a lot of the time, it's the best laid plan, the preparation going into it, looking for the play before the actual objective is even on the map, well before it's even on the map, and LYON heavily rewarded for that. You will say, okay, now there's no, exhaust for this team fight, but look at the flashes all on the side of TSW. They're all down.
But it is now a 3,500 gold lead for LYON. Although this could be a big problem if IOS gets caught and killed here. Trying to turn something around with enough time. The Unbreakable Will keeps him alive. LYON's coming in. Sane has already arrived. His toe looking to go into the back line. Finds some pressure on a Berserker. Wants to take him out. His toe goes over the wall. But Inspired's ready to follow him. Joker looking to hold everybody off. He dies. BA barely survives. Now Sane's got a flashback over the wall. Trying to stay alive himself. They're ready to follow with a killer instinct. It's a double kill back over to Eddie. Team Secret Wales.
Dobro, Eddie. Ne može da ubije Tranta. Holy shit damage.
Team Secret Wales, 3 for 1.
And they fight their way out of it, Flowers. No flashes, don't care. They just see Isles and they do the same thing. They jump on the LYON support. Full send from TSW is going to get them to Dragon Soul point. Oh my goodness. So Isles there is trying to do the vision setup. Look at the rest of the team from LYON. This time they were the ones that were too far away. TSW pumping all 4 members into Isles, even with the Alistar ultimate. His though is like, you know what, I'm full sending. Look at the other side of the fight though. As they're trying to kite back and kill his toe, Dokla gets murdered, and then Saint was still there, positioning against the wall, and here comes the full send. Even with Eddie dive bombing in and getting shoved after his ulti, they're not able to take him down. Inspired by himself, not enough damage there, as the rest of LYON had already been pushed out. Every time on Dragon, it's just not even a full second. It's like half of a second lead time on starting these fights out, with 4 members pumping damage while the rest of the enemy team is still coming over to the objective or to the ward. It's just a story of 2 supports a little bit ahead of their teams, and the second time around the rewards are much bigger because TSW got the Drake.
Yep, that's the big difference. Both times it's a 3 for 1. Both times it starts with the support, but the prize goes to Team Secret Wales. And now with Soul Point, that is a demand of LYON. Every single Dragon going forward, they have to be able to answer.
Yeah, because, gold is one thing, but Dragon Soul is much, much more than 2,000 gold. And TSW set up very nicely. I mean, they've got the Rage Blade already had on Kaisa. Lots of, 2-item power spikes coming through on the table. And so now we're all just going to be looking for this Dragon Soul fight, Flowers.
Oh, yeah, it is so close. Yeah, you've got your 2,000 gold lead for LYON, but the 3 Drakes on Team Secret Wales are going to give you enough stats to make that feel, even if not slightly favored, towards Team Secret Wales. So this is just going to come down to execution. It's going to come down to coordination. It's going to come down to who plans it better, to who can get the drop on the other side, because these last 2 fights have showed me both teams are capable of doing just that. You can see here in your Coinbase gold grind, yeah, it's a 200 gold lead for Dokla, but pun on that volley bear, you've got to keep track of him. You've got to manage him, because if you let him have those long extended fights, especially with Fimbulwinter and Unending Despair, that's not what you want to have to deal with. It's more shields and more heals.
Yeah, and if we go back to Champion Select, and we were talking about how worried we are about this Silas with a possible Alistar ultimate to steal, which he did steal in the previous one. Now they're actually just going to start up Baron. Dokla's recalling right now. He does have teleport, but they're so late. It's at 6K and dropping very quickly.
Saint rides the Weaver's wall in. BA and Pun here on the front line. What? It's stolen away by Saint. He steals Baron, and Pun has to try to get away defensively. BA's going to be killed at the very start. LYON looking for more now. BA down, Pun low, his toe low. How in the hell did Saint take that away? Rocks.
Saint is able to steal it. Are you kidding me? This game is madness. How does he actually thread the volley and get this Baron? I gotta see that again, Flowers. Maybe it was a seismic shove or something, but he rides the wall. He gets in there. I was like, well, there's no way Inspired gets there in time, but it didn't matter because Saint did. He rides it in. What's he gonna be able? Even Nautilus they're all keeping him out. Yeah, and he puts down the E combo there from Saint. It's enough to get it. This game is actual madness, Flowers.
Yeah, this is craziness. And Pun even barely surviving there. And you can see Saint's got to be happy with that one.
Holy.
Okay, so now we've got less than 90 seconds until the Drake spawns, and we've got about 2 minutes here on the Red Bull Baron power play that's already over plus 2,000 gold. So LYON have the tools in their kit, have the buffs on their champions to run the rift all the way until that dragon spawns. For Team Secret Whales, I feel like what you're looking for, try to find a pick on somebody, make it a 5v4 game. That's
Kakva fiesta od gema, brate mili.
Otherwise, LYON just have so much control right now.
Yeah, and it's only 54 seconds ahead of the Drake. So the key thing here is pushing bottom as well as mid lane, full vision coverage leading up to the Dragon Soul fight so that you can have a better chance of responding to the dive from TSW. This very dive heavy composition that they've drafted for themselves, they're going to have to be face chanking, and it's so much better for LYON when you're running Trundle, Alistar, Talia. These champions are so much better at kind of receiving fights than they are at starting out the fights themselves. So the change of approach in this battlefield is going to be critical. And TSW, they look like they're not even going to take that risky approach. We'll just go cross map, we'll just play up here. And LYON actually doing a similar thing and defending it.
Yep, LYON trying to protect that top side turret. And you say LYON's comp is better at playing when someone has to engage into them. I fully agree. And even more so when Saint now has his Seeker's arm guard. If they try to make a move on this hero Talia in this game, tied with Inspired there for the highest individual gold lead right now. Nearly a 4,000 team gold lead for LYON, and they will take that Drake. Like you said, no contest. It's no Infernal Soul at 25 minutes here for Team Secret Whales. Pun should be able to get this tier 1 turret on the top side finally, but D-Ray forced to run again from the pillar. His toe wants to finish his wolves, but it may have been a fatal mistake. He has to flash over the wall to stay alive.
Ooh, Doklo wanted the flash combo here with Saint, so he flashes for the stun, but they didn't quite have the full distance there necessary for the seismic shove immediately after the stun. And so he does have time to flash out. His toe will live this one.
Flash for flash, top laner for the jungler. Honestly, both of those flashes pretty critical for these two champions to perform in the team fights, right? Lee Sin and Renekton both need those flashes later on as the game approaches the late game state to make big impacts in the team fights. So with both those down on the same timer, we'll see how much the teams want to fight. Baron not on the map for another 2.5 minutes. Dragon still 4 minutes away, so there's nothing demanding attention from either side just yet.
Yeah, and Dokla, I mean, you kind of have backup as Renekton. You can try and play Peel since the enemy team is so heavy dive. But his though, flash with a Lee Sin, that is the biggest playmaking tool available to you as well. So still think, even though it is a close trade, and we're gonna see an attempt on the side lane.
Yep. Inspired Isles and Saint coming in. His toe's your target yet again. Tries to get away to the unraveled earth. His toe finally falls. Saint throws another rock as Plun tries to make his way into the fight now with the Sky Splitter jumps onto Saint. But there's that Seeker's arm guard I was talking about.
Edi ne radi dovoljno damage-a. Ovo mora mnogo više damage-a ovdje. Tuci, Edi, tu. Mislim, gubite game svejedno, sad si mrtav. Edi, znači, brat mu igra ko Prime Reckless. Znači, brat mu je legitimno igra ko Reckless. Ja ne mogu verujem. Čovjek igra za KDA. Da li sam fikso? Ne. Mislim, sad radi, zašto je 5 ujutro, niko živo u mom kraju ne koristi internet, pa je malo bolje, ali...
will still continue trying to force down these Nexus turrets. His toe is respawned, but he is the only one. BA now back alive. LYON very low in the...
Test, radimo, čujemo se, veoma dobro.
LYON take game 1. Woo!
Does his best to stop this from happening, but because the Unraveled Earth is already down, the counterpunch for Team Secret Whales just really isn't effective. Losing a member right off the bat just means that as strong as their team is, as good as it could have been, if Silas was here earlier, he was not. So that small window of opportunity very well capitalized on, punished, and it really set up LYON for success.
And I think moments like that are also why LYON's so okay giving away Drakes. Because if there's a fight that they think they could lose, they generally don't want to take it. And pretty much all you need to do to know if LYON wants to have the fight is count the champions that are in the frame. If they have a numbers advantage, they want it. If they don't have a numbers advantage, they usually do not want that fight.
Yeah, as someone who isn't as familiar with LYON, of course, I knew that they sometimes like to take it slow and make sure they get the gold up before fighting for those objectives before they're ready. But I was a little scared. I was like, what if they get wiped? But the thing is, they kind of did, and they still were up in gold. They still had control. So I think that's a very, very good sign. And then, of course, there was a Baron.
Yeah.
I mean, let's not beat around the bush. This was why they won the game. Like, it was really fluky. So this is why they won the game in 29 minutes. I think it would have gone to 40 minutes if this didn't happen. I mean, the jungler isn't even there. Saint just flies in on Talia. I thought for a second maybe he put the rocks down, which interrupted his toes Q. But no, his toe, like his toe just doesn't smite it properly. He leaves it at 400 health, and Saint's able to get the free combo. He had the biggest grin on his face after this steal, because this to me was actually the game-turning play. That would have been Baron 2 TSW plus 3 Drakes to 0.
Yeah, that sets up for the 4th Drake, and while the gold difference, they probably could have survived. Baron, we've said it a million times, not as strong as it used to be. That soul would have made this game so much more difficult. That Silas Alistair that so many people were probably tunneling on in the draft would have been a lot bigger problem if the game had gone longer. But instead, we get to look at this beautiful graph where you can see Berserker just free fires in every team fight. They get the Baron, and they close it out looking like nothing was ever wrong.
Yeah, and it started really well early for Berserker, right? Like, Isles looked so much more comfortable on this. Alistar had a much better performance than we've seen from him recently. And Berserker is just playing so well right now. I loved their 2v2 kills down on bot side, and it was actually really huge for a lot of these map trades where Berserker or Jokla would just be getting plates by pressuring turrets while they were seeding objectives like Herald or Drake.
I do want to harken back to something that was said in the pre-show about Saint, how he was going to show up.
Absolutely. So we knew that Inspired and Berserker are the reliable members of LYON, and you never really know what you're going to get from the rest of them. And Saint, I think, has the biggest variance, because on any day, I said during the pre-show, he's either Faker or Palafox. I think that's disrespectful to Palafox. He did, after all, sweep G2, kind of kicked him out of Worlds a couple years ago. So we picked a more appropriate representative. It's like a Faker to K-Droll. And I feel like he was slightly more Faker than K-Droll this game. He's not Faker at the moment, but I'm still going to take this level in this series against Team Secret.
Yeah,
like a game-winning steal.
He had the little clutch factor in
pushing
there.
Him forward?
So it's definitely pushing him a little bit forward, too.
All right.
And I will say the best green flag for LYON, concerning for future series, good for this series, is they died in the early game. Doak looked a little messy in the early game, but it just didn't matter. They were clutching the fights to count. The end is all that matters. We can ignore all of the little messy bits in the early game because it really all came together in the end.
Didn't happen.
Also, since it's Fearless, Eddie's Kaisa is gone. This is his first defeat on it in this entire year, I believe. And then also Pun's Volibear is gone.
Yeah.
So,
don't worry, Pun has a lot more. Don't you worry about Pun. Don't you worry. We'll be right back with game 2.
Like this are where star players shine and new legends step up, where legacies are built and dreams are either realized or ripped apart. He still doesn't die! You cannot step the Vega and expect to live to talk about tomorrow! He dropped it well as the Arcane Storm doing so much work in Gen 2! They are just going to ace them!
When I was a player, if I was to make a misplay, maybe it's my mouse, maybe it's my armrest, something feels wrong. If you were at home, you wouldn't do that.
The Infinite Precision Armrest is part of the larger Superlight on Stage standard initiative, aimed to bring your home or training room settings to the tournament stage.
저뿐만 아니라 다른 선수들도 세팅을 더 원활하게 할 것 같고
가장 편안할 때 더 강력한 플레이가 자연스럽게 나옵니다.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to MSI 2026 here on the first day of Stage 2 of the brackets. It's a double elimination day, and in our first best of 5, it's LYON who took the first game after some spicy plays.
Yeah, some spicy plays, all right. The objective, you know, steals, smites are a huge topic. I mean, because on this stage, one of the biggest factors is the amplified pressure on teams, you know, and especially young teams. We said it at the beginning of game number 1, but Histo is the youngest player at this tournament. He's still only 18 years old. And so, you know, I've been there too. I do a lot of early smites, you know, panic smiting, all the jugglers.
I've had a couple of those myself.
It's the most, okay, he's not the youngest person at the tournament though, because we just saw a baby in the audience.
Okay, the baby is younger than Histo.
So
Histo's in the top 3 for sure.
Yeah, for sure. Shout out to the baby in the audience. I'm sure a big fan. Regardless, though, I mean, the pressure is the biggest thing, and so, and that's the biggest pressure moment for junglers, is always like smiting Barons and smiting Elders or smiting Dragon Souls. Exactly. It's one of the both exciting and nerve-wracking things about the role is that so much pressure is on you in one of these small moments. It's just like one click and a piece of timing there. You have to stay calm in these situations. Saint wasn't even really like, oh yeah, you know, I'm gonna steal this or whatever. You just throw out your ability.
Evo nas nazad.
If you get it, you get it. Yep. So we'll look at game
Ko zna,
number 2,
palili,
though,
gasili,
how
mislim,
you
možda
can
rade.
reset on
Možda
this
rade,
big
nikad se
stage
ne
with
zna.
all of this
Nikad se ne
pressure.
zna.
As the bans are coming very quickly, and I do like following up this one now with the Akali ban as well to take this away from Team Secret Worlds, from D-Ray. It is one of the most banned champions against him.
Okay, we've got the Rise, the Akali, and the Vi banned out by LYON. We've got the Casio, the Rumble, and the Nocturne banned out by Team Secret Wales. Once again, here in this game, Team Secret Wales has opted for last pick. They want that final counter pick. I'm guessing it's going to be for Pun. I would probably say that that's their best shot. Obviously, the Volley Bear had some scary moments in game number 1, but it was not enough to secure Team Secret Wales the win. So with first pick, let's see what LYON wants to go for. Again, you know, it's only game 2 of Fearless. Yeah, there's some of the stuff off the table, but there's still so many power picks left, and Varus is going to be the choice here for LYON. Remember, this is a flex pick. Even though top lane Varus has been nerfed, it is still something that Dokla has played many times.
Yeah, definitely very much a flex pick, alive and well, despite the many attempts at killing it from the balance team.
The rumors of Varus' demise have been greatly exaggerated.
Yes, all right. So some hovers there. Pun was like, oh yeah? Well, guess what? I have last pick. So let me look at this, York here that I could possibly pick into or something. We'll see as they get later, and they are going to save it for him. But the Xin super early on, I like this because Trundle is already out and Lee Sin is already out due to Fearless. So definitely a very good pick. I mean, Inspired is, the type of guy, he could go with the Kha'Zix or something like that, but I don't think they need to get that spicy this early on, especially since they did win the first game. So we'll take a look, and they just go for it. Focus on the wave strategy. Sivir into Varus is a classic here. Your spell shield, always easily very effective, as well as the wave pushing and farming.
Exactly. If Varus wants to do a snap-piercing arrow, sure, but if he wants to charge it for the good damage, it's very easy to block with the spell shield. So now, LYON, how do they want to respond here? Do they want to prioritize that jungler, seeing it already locked in for Team Secret Wales? There's 2 out of those 6 first bans used in the jungle pool already. They want to go ahead and secure the victor for Saint, first and foremost.
So I will say, they're like, all right, we already, see that you're not going to steal Jarvan or anything because you have Xin. So I'm happy to pick more low mobility carries.
Yeah.
But what about Pun? What about top lane? Top lane definitely, Pun plays a lot of champs that can punish low mobility carries later on into the game. Yeah, unintended, but he does play a lot of things that in team fights will be looking directly, whether it's a top lane, Varus, or bot lane at the back line there. So we'll see if they can punish it, because they do have On the Hunt from Sivir to allow some more dive from themselves. So TSW very well could go for more of that, but they expected the Orianna because they left it up here. Yeah, they actually weren't even keeping track. We weren't even keeping track of the Orianna still being up, but they wanted the Victor anyways, and they took it first, and then preemptively took the Jarvan, assuming that TSW are going to go with the Orianna, which has been such a highly prized champion.
And generally when Orianna gets picked, if you don't already have your mid laner, you see things like Akali picked into it, things that can provide that side lane pressure, since Orianna is typically vulnerable there later on in the game. But up against Victor, it's just control mage versus control mage. But I will say, this is 2 utterly immobile carries on the side of Team Secret Wales up against Cataclysm. Definitely some playmaking potential there for Inspire.
Yeah, definitely agree. And he has been quite good on the Jarvan previously. Inspired's Jarvan is not just about punishing low mobility carries. He has done a lot of invading and gets very creative. When he has this champion, he changes the way he plays pretty significantly. And the team puts a lot of effort, especially into level 1s, getting information on the enemy jungle so they can, steal away camps or go for invades and punish, especially towards bottom lane.
Ne znam baš da li imaju... Moraju se paze, šta god radi LYON ne sme da builda, da pikaju čistog tenka, jer će Pan uzeti seta i prelomit će ih sam.
they were already kind
To je
of trying
fora.
to get in their heads, and Dare may be like, yeah, I could do this counter pick.
Yep, we've got that Jace banned away too. Just like in game number 1, as soon as the Whales see Lion ban out Yorick, they ban out the Jace in response. One more ban to go here for Lion before we get into the second half of the draft. I'm still very curious where this Varus is going to end up. Obviously, we're going to learn.
Svaki game je sve tugao za TSW.
So again, it's a double ban towards Pun.
Yeah, and Olaf is very, very scary for a lot of those matchups. So definitely well worth the respect. Let's see what they do decide to round it out with. So I'm gonna go for some engage for BA. We've talked a lot about his support Skarner, but we have yet to see it here at MSI, even though he did use it very heavily in playoffs. Here you go, something that can punish those low mobility carries, Flowers. The Bard still up and available. Good pairing, and it's always good into the Victor and the Varus to try and get their flashes.
And you saw right there when it was locked in, 8-3 so far at the event has been a very powerful pick throughout MSI thus far. And now, what is the response here for the Lion side? The Camille being hovered, this one I think is going to cause a little bit of a scare for NA fans. Isles' Camille performance has not been impressive so far in the tournament, but Lion is going to lock it in, say, all right, we've got faith that Isles can make the plays on this.
You know what? I'm going to default to trust again, all right?
Okay.
His Pike game was also really, really scary. Like, I feel like just the fact that Carrier exists, Carrier is just like making all the supports play these things that have very high skill ceilings and can be difficult to pull off. But you know what? They're confident in him, so they're going to put the trust back in him to go on the Camille. And Camille, Jarvan, and Gnar, that is plenty of stuff to try and pressure Orianna and Sivir. So, it does make sense as long as they can actually execute on the champions. And of course, remember why Camille, one of the biggest times that it, came out was always into the Bard. It's very good into the Bard.
Yep.
You can ult him, you can trap, cannot get away with those magical journeys. And we'll see if he is able to execute with it. Topside, you mentioned the Jax earlier on previously, but Pun is going to bring out that Jax into the Gnar here. So top lane carry alive and well. We'll see about these roaming supports and which one will, in the end, have the bigger impact.
I feel like Isles had a good game 1 on his Alistar. The 2v2 kill in the bottom lane early on. The big 3-man knock-up at the end of the game to guarantee they were able to push for the win right then and there. But Isles' Camille, again, this is one that has not proven itself yet. This is Isles being given the trust by his team to show that he's got what it takes. And despite the fact that it's pretty easy to hit hook shots, Hextech Ultimatum is obviously a targeted ultimate. It's more about your timing. It's about your decision making. This champion is not tanky. You're not Alistar. You don't get a I can't die button. If you go in at even slightly the wrong time, it's very easy for the enemy team to punish. So Isles has to make his decisions very wisely.
Certainly does. The team, though, as I said, they've got a lot of engage at their disposal. So at the very least, he won't be going in alone,
No, sir.
He's got big dokes and inspired as well as other forms of engage to either lead or follow. So we'll see. Can the Bard also use some good Bard defensive ultimates?
Yes.
Another possible answer here from BA. And Team Secret Wells looking to bounce back after the previous one. Of course, big turning point, of course, was Saint just being able to grab the Baron right out from under his toe with the early smite. And so sometimes that does stick in your head, especially if it happens multiple times at a tournament. As a jungler, you always just gotta, clear your thoughts, try and take some deep breaths before smites, and hold steady.
We also, again, both the carries on the side of Team Secret Whales being immobile except for the flashes means that you have a chance to make the, all right, what's a good term? We'll call it the fuse box, the Cataclysm, plus the Arcane Storm from the Victor to lock them up and find a ton of damage there. If Lion can get that combo synced up correctly. Down here in the bottom lane,
BA and Eddie trying to use the fact that they got double range to zone Berserker and Isles away early. Berserker will sidestep away from the Cosmic Binding there. Fires back with a piercing arrow. Both junglers, remember in game number 1, they started top side, pathed their way towards bot. This time around, we're going to have them both starting on the respective red side jungles, so they'll end up on opposite sides of the rift.
Yeah, and it's a good point too, because in Champs Like we talked about how Inspired does, do some interesting things sometimes with Jarvan, going for those early invades or splitting the map, but the double defensive wards there really early on from TSW. I think that's good read here, just to make sure that you can try and keep track of the points of entry for a Jarvan, as the trading does get very heavy down here, and he is coming. So it's going to be kind of a classic, the 3 camp, and then look for the setup. Jarvan can go over this wall, and if the observers are giving us any indication, he might be wrapping around here. I love this game. Yeah, so he wraps all the way around that ward that is in the river, so he's doing it again.
Berserker and Isles stepping forward. There it is, the flash with a hook shot. Eddie trying to get himself away as Inspired has made his way into the bottom lane. He gets the assist thanks to the attack speed from the flag, but he didn't even have to touch him.
And that's why we call it out, especially with the Jarvan flower. So creative, so mobile, over the back of the pit, around through.
Dobro, LYON radi posao.
And Evo TSW trying to cut off the vision from both areas of entry into the river. The oldest and most classic, they don't have one that can see you going through the Dragon Pit. And Inspired does still make it happen. Converts with the Jarvan early gank. Okay, so after the recall too, it didn't take him very much time, so very quick recall from him too. Is it going to lose much time? Isles on his reset with the Camille going to come out, make sure they guarantee protection on the top side Scuttle Crab in case there was any alteration of the jungle path from his toe to go over there, but there was not, so that one will also be secured for them. Currently though, his toe with his full clear finished.
Yep, Saint trying to get away from the gank here in the mid lane. His toe with a third talent strike does collide with Saint. Over the wall goes Isles, but it's too little, it's too late. Saint trying to save his flash a little bit too long, still gets knocked up and he falls.
Also, I gotta be honest, I don't like the placement of his gravity field here, as Inspired's gonna fight his toe for a while.
Yeah, his toe down to 300 HP. Isles has showed up to the fight, but since BA and D-Ray are both here, LYON is not gonna chase this any further.
Yeah, it's a little rough on the placement of the gravity field, because it's kind of easy versus Xin, and you can usually like, try and force the Xin to at least flash or something, but his toe ends up not even having to invest his flash to follow Saint there, and Saint does go down, does burn his flash. So we mentioned can be some inconsistencies sometime from him, and not able to outplay as the big gank comes through. And in the end, his toe, he just got to do normal clear on his jungle path before, as Pun getting a little low, but he got to do a very normal clear and then still get a very efficient gank. So while Inspired did get off the early 3 camp and alternate path down to bottom side, Inspired's going to be dealing with some awkward respawns on his jungle camps because of that. The top side ones are going to be desynced a little bit with the extra time spent for the gank.
A mislim, iskreno jedina stvar što sa pikovima baš ništa spec nisu radili, nadam se da će biti malkice.
Into gank through mid, and they got the kill on the gank through mid very efficiently, so he can just do another smooth one, and he's actually passing through mid.
Nešto malo ono drugačije, ali eto, pikali su i Volibera, pa im se baš ne isplatio, tako da ko će ga znati iskreno.
But he's down to 200 HP. He's already used his teleport. There's a massive wave about to crash into the turret, and you can see Inspired already heading towards that mid lane, trying to make sure that his mid laner does not end up having to lose the entire wave here, as BA is going to be taken very low, but he gets away with a magical journey through the wall. His toe showing up here in the bottom lane, and it means that LYON loses out again. Team Secret Wales 2-1.
And BA, he lives. Only one more auto would have taken him down, but he draws them in for the gank. And his toes there. Another successful gank from Team Secret Wales.
D-Ray has the shockwave available now, but not going to try to do anything cheeky or sneaky here against Saint. Just going to go ahead, back up away from that one. As Team Secret Wales finding a couple of good moves here early on. Saint stepping very far forward. I'm not really sure what this was, but Team Secret Wales is happy to receive the gift. Isles comes in with a hook shot, at least gets the flash back out of D-Ray, but it's still a 1-0 favor in the Secret Wales, as Inspired's now looking from an angle here onto his toe. Berserker's coming up behind him, but his toe is already safe and in the clear.
Yeah, man, they are just running this Victor down.
Flash coming out from Pun there with the counter-strike, gets the stun on Adokla, forces the flash out of the Gnar.
Okay, flash is traded. Steel Cap's rush from Pun is good for the matchup, but the Victor, I mean, Saint, yeah, they're going to keep on sending at him. D-Ray did use his ultimate for that one, so the Shockwave also used, so ultimate's traded for the mid lane, but you have to worry about roam timers as well. Topside, Isles is up there at the moment on the Camille, but I wonder if he'll actually be able to punish this Jax who does not have flash, and Pun goes for an offensive trade at the perfect time for Isles.
Yup, the counter-strike was already used, and now Pun is in serious danger. Berserker in the same position down here on the bottom side, tries to sidestep the boomerang blade, but Eddie coming in with the flash to get the return on that Q for the kill. It's a 1-for-1 across the map.
The bloodbath continues, Flowers. Bottom side, Berserker not able to stay safe while his support is on a roam timer. Nice punish there from Eddie, uses both summoner spells, and they're able to get it. Look at all those minions dying as, yeah, Inspired's gonna kind of chase through, and he'll be here to kind of pick up these minions, but his camps are topside. Remember, they're desynced, and now, you know, picking up the minion wave, he's gonna have to walk all the way back over to the other side for the camps, and Berserker goes down. He loses out on those ones, so that means the Sivir's gonna be right back, even on farm, and with the extra money from the kill, pulls ahead.
Berserker also playing the lethality Varus. This style has fallen more out of favor after the more recent nerfs to the champion. You have seen more of the lethal tempo, like traditional on-hit attack speed style of Varus lately, but Berserker going to go for those heavy lethality hits, considering the enemy team is pretty squishy overall.
Yeah, and they've got a Jackson is in with a really hard to get value out of on attacks against.
Yeah, pretty tough.
Counter-strike and Zin ult, and as you also say, you know, definitely all pretty good targets for burst.
Još Berserker League Lethality, a mislim da je TSV fajn ovde. Mislim da TSV u stvari skela relativno bolje. Imaš Sivir, imaš Jaxa, imaš Orianu. Oni imaju Varusa koji opada, Camille koja baš opada, Jarvana koji donekle opada. Mislim da nije užasno.
As Dokla has showed up, but he's already lost the Mega Gnar. They get the nice tempered fate there onto Inspired, who has to try to escape, and no, the Cosmic Binding has already locked him here into the wall. Inspired drops the Cataclysm to try to make it a 1-for-1. Meanwhile, Isles and Saint going after D-Ray. He tries to survive there with the Shockwave, but still gets caught with the last ticket. Wow, Arcane Storm! Dokla stealing away the last grub to make it a 2-for-1 favoring Lion.
So, it's two fights here, and they want to continue.
We're not done yet. Dokla, half a Narbar charge, trying to kite away from his toe. BA still here, Isles still here, goes in for the hook shot, point blank onto the bar, but he gets away through the magical journey. Dokla, 80% of the way charged towards Mega Gnar. His toe fires off the wind, becomes lightning. Just trying to provide an escape route for his teammates.
And that was a valuable delay there from Lion. The minion wave was pushed up on top side, and so they're trying to keep them there in the little skirmish, even though they didn't have Saint with them. So they were committing. They're trying to delay them with just 2 players while Saint gets the push out on mid lane. Much better for their timing as Dokla
goes in, he hits the Mega Gnar wallop boulder toss combo, brings Pun down to 100 HP, forces the ulti out of the Jax.
Even though the start of that turns out with them catching Inspired, look at what happens on the other side of this fight. D-Ray does not have flash, and so Isles goes in here while Inspired is basically dead on that side with 3 people around him from the Bard ultimate catching and breaking up his EQ combo. But Inspired with his dying breath, he Cataclysm, and he keeps them all there and delays them so they can't join the other side of the fight, and then Dokla steals the other grub anyway.
Dokla making the grubs a 2 out of 3 for Lion. This game very close, very bloody. 8 kills in 10 minutes here as we just tick over to that mark on the clock. Dokla, 2 out of 3 components now purchased for the Trinity Force, slightly ahead of Pun, but it is the only individual gold lead here for Lion. I'm not going to count those bottom leads as really anything because they're not even 10 gold apiece, so bottom lane is pretty much dead even, but it is an advantage for his toe in the jungle. Isles coming up here into the top side, but Pun is full HP. There's not really a whole lot you can make happen here, kind of just guarding to see if Team Secret Whales tries anything. Isles is going to see Pun phase check him here into the brush. Does a little bit of damage onto the Jax as Isles fires a max range hook shot, looking to get away. His toe shows up now. Got BA right behind him. Dokla still staying very far forward here in the lane. Pun jumps in. Dokla hits the wall of boulder toss. There it is. 1-2 through the wall they go. Now Isles going to be under some pressure here. Tries to flash away and escape, but no. Pun jumps in. Nice leap strike for the kill, but it's a 2-man Mega Gnar into the wall. As Dokla wants to get one back, and Pun is already down. Berserker showed up looking to put the damage into his toe. Double kill over to Berserker, and the Varus is fed.
Malo je laki što je Varus oko rano dobio killove, to je baš loše za njih.
Up to the top side is going to leave the bottom tower open to turret plates, but it doesn't matter because he's going to also hit turret plates on the top side after getting the kills. You can see on the mini-map, They had the early roam call from Saint heading up there, and they're able to make the big difference. Doesn't want to miss the cannon as he goes for the harassment and pushes the Sivir away from it, but Dragon is on the table, so they try and get back to the other side of the map very quickly. That call, you have to believe it was very early in the comms from LYON, because you could see them sending the 4 members up quite early on with the call, trying to bait in a little bit, and then they have the teleport as well from Berserker, the extra person across the map. Now they're resetting for the Dragon back down to this side. Inspired coming out of base, but Berserker sticking mid for a little bit, wanted to get that in for poke.
All right, Team Secret Whales have started up the first Drake of the game, 12 minutes in, very late for this first objective. LYON trying to challenge still. Dragon down to 2,500 HP, Chains of Corruption, big whiff there. BA getting through the magical journey in time. Now Berserker down a very powerful team fight tool. Inspired and Berserker trying to see if they can steal this away, but his toe is still right there. Berserker trying to time his arrow alongside Inspired, who jumps in with a combo. It's gonna be slain by his toe. Beautifully done.
Okay, Histo gets one back, Flowers. You know, everyone flaming him for the early smites before, but he actually combos better off of Berserker's arrow than Inspired does. It doesn't matter which team you're on. Everybody's just looking at the arrow.
Yeah, just watch that guy.
Even if you're telling your friend, all right, I'm going to shoot my arrow at this HP or whatever, Histo is able to steal this one away. So the stare down goes their favor this time around.
Nicely played there from the jungler on the side of Team Secret Whales. And you can see here in your Coinbase gold grind, it is a close battle so far between the junglers, even in their score lines. 0-1-3 versus 1-1-3. Histo coming out slightly ahead, but in their inventories, they even have the same amount of pet snackies left. They're both about to get the final evolution of the smite. As now Dokla again with the Meganar plus wall-up combo into the turret. He wasn't able to follow it up with Boulder Toss because the counter-strike threatened to potentially stun him. That could have been a nightmare scenario, so he backs away. Dokla still commanding about a 600 gold lead here in the top lane 1v1.
Yeah, Dokla and Berserker with their gold leads here, especially in the mid-game. They need to try and get some value here with some poke. Meanwhile, Saints side lane here, pretty easy move up. So all the side lanes push for LYON. They're going to have some extra luxury on their resets as minions dying on both sides, turret plate money for both sides. Big Doke's been doing a lot better this time around. Big Doke's had a pretty good spike too with Trinity Force here with his defensive early items in the steel caps and his Doran's helm too. So feeling very good. Dokla going to have a nice power spike advantage over the Jax, who does not have a fully completed Trinity Force. Should allow them some good setup on the sides. Rift Herald, of course, also should be their priority since they do have a really good mismatch up there at the moment.
Yep. That's what I'm thinking about. Rift Herald is always something teams want to fight over. And with Dokla jumping in, Meganar, there's your wallop. He goes for the crunch. He needs one more hit. Dokla flashes in to get
Dobro,
it.
Dokla.
That's a solo kill on Pun.
Trinity Force diff right there, Flowers. Look at the inventory, and then you just fight, man, on his spike. Dokla forces it, and Pun, huge deficit now with the extra kill. That one is going to be painful because another round of minions dying into the turret. Let's see, too.
Jump over the wall from Histo there where the wind becomes lightning. Tries to engage onto Saint. Chunks him for about 1/3. Tempered Fate to buy a little bit of time through the Arcane Storm. Histo still staying alive for now. The Crescent Sweep doing a lot, but no. Inspired executes him. TP coming in now. Dokla's already arrived to the fight, and Pun's ready to join now, too. Eddie under pressure. Exhaust goes down onto Dokla, but now it's Pun who's under pressure. LYON managed to find themselves the single kill, and now they're trying to get out of town, and it looks like they will get everyone away safely. Dokla transforms into Meganar, but not a whole lot of targets left to use that power on.
Yeah, really good from LYON. Look at that. They get mid power off this. They steal away Grump and blue buff off this. And it was chaining off of Dokla's solo kill because Pun still had a few seconds left on his death timer. Dokla got to join first. They had the full confidence online. They finish up with the skirmish through the river. It's these timing windows. LYON are doing a very good job methodically making the choices off of these little advantages, and they use them to increase really nice gold rewards after those plays. And Dokla's now level 13, Flowers, to the currently 10 of Pun. And this is another look at him just forcing it. Again, it's a tale as old as time. You get your Trinity Force item spike, you try and force it on the enemy top laner, and Dokla flashes back in to finish the kill. Let's take a look at live, though. Okay, so Pun has now ticked up to 11, so it's a straight-up full 2-level lead for Big Dokes.
And in game number 1, remember, Saint had the biggest individual lead on the team. In this game, it's been more of a struggle for him. We saw a couple of early laning mistakes that ended up costing him a lot. He's the only one without a lead right now on the team. But even if Saint's having a less impressive game, now Dokla's stepping up, where in game number 1, he was the one who underestimated Pun's volley bear a little bit, but now he's got over a 1,000 gold lead for himself. So LYON doing a good job carry the slack, as LYON wants to challenge here for the Rift Herald. Team Secret Wales already has it down to about 5,000 HP. A teleport's coming in now. They immediately want to challenge here for the Rift Herald. Team Secret Wales already has it down to about 5,000 HP. A teleport's coming in now. They immediately want D-Ray ready to join up for this. And LYON's not going to take the fight. Instead, they're going to leave Dokla bottom lane.
Razmišljam samo o tome koliko može da bude loše ako ovi stompaju 3-0, koliko može da bude loše samo da Tivan i G2 odigraju mnogo ranije nego planirano. I onda pola ljudi neće vidi game jer će ovi da završe pre nego što krene, bukvalno.
And LYON now, they're actually attacking top with the Camille trying to punish Orianna, but good respect paid from D-Ray as he backs up.
And Dokla is 2 full levels ahead. He's about to tick level 14, about to tick level 12. Isles about to tick over into the spirit world as he's too far forward, and Team Secret Wales get themselves a nice punish on the enemy support.
Isles got lost on the timings there. The timing window for LYON was, 10 seconds before that, they were trying to press just Orianna, but then everybody else backs off. Inspired's back into the jungle, Dokla there, back to the base, and so that's just not a strong timer for LYON to move up on, and Isles gets punished.
Oh, yep, they're going in after Berserker now. They hit the Tempered Fate, but there's no follow-up from anybody else. The Rift Herald's already going to be summoned mid. Charge towards this tier 1 turret here. Does knock the crust off of it, gets a ton of damage, but it will not be able to fully secure the 4th plate. The Dragon is still alive, but it is still also a 4,000 gold lead for LYON as a team, and Dokla is back in pushing position here in the bottom lane.
Yeah, let's see here, because they're still pinging deep into jungle. It's just all over jungle camps. They don't care about the Dragon right now.
Inspired stepping up. Wants to steal the red buff away from his toe. Isles and BA also hanging around the junglers here, and his toe will secure the red. He does have backup nearby. Eddie and D-Ray both capable of closing in, but Saint wants to try to clear out this top lane tier 1 turret. It's Arcane Storm and Gravity Field, both used by Saint. Trying to outplay it, but no! D-Ray with the 1v1 punishes Saint again.
Nice flash from D-Ray. He knows I can finish this. Saint's cooldown is not back up yet. He can't flash away. And that's going to change the map right now. 3 members from TSW want to go for the tower in exchange for Dragon. Helpful for defense here. This is going to be very dangerous. 4 members of TSW here to welcome Dokes.
Dokla teleports in right as he's about to revert into Mininar, so he gets the ultimate off, but now he's back in his vulnerable form. He looks for a little bit more damage. He gets 1 kill. Dokla stays alive. Pun's trying to hunt him down, but he can't quite do it, and Isles arrives to guarantee that Big Dokes will not fall. The defense is successful. Pun is down to 300 HP. He's still trying to run, but Berserker and Inspired are both on the way. Inspired coming up behind him. He wants to get the gank. He goes in for the ulti, but the Cataclysm only finds BA, who has to flash away from the piercing arrow. Eddie already popped on the hunt, just trying to haul his way up here. Team Secret Wales might have got the Dragon in the meantime. Or no, it was LYON who got the Dragon in the meantime. Excuse me, Team Secret Wales got the first one as the Baron finally spawns, and the game remains action-packed.
Yeah, LYON got the Dragon, and the Dokla bought so much time there. Mega Dokes! He sees the angle to defend, and even with the extra teleport from Pun on TSW to try and further strengthen their dive, he still gets the outplay. Big and bigger and biggest Dokes is coming through, Flowers. He looks at this Orion, gets a combo, and even with
Brat mu je otišao gigahem.
D-Ray trying to go out to the other side. Dokla says, hey, you walking right past me? I'm going to finish you off and then still survive. And then Isles is able to keep the chase going. You look at the minimap, they're on the way up through the river already. The Varus and the Jarvan were making their way.
And if the replay is honest right there, it potentially could have been an extra kill there too, but not the way it ended up going. Still a 4,000 gold lead here for LYON, and 3,000 of it is on Dokla. Any fight Dokla is in, LYON has the advantage. But if Team Secret Wales can find a way to fight where he is not, they still have a really good shot at making something happen.
Meanwhile, Saint has not been it this game, and so they're keeping him in the split push on side lane where everybody is hovering through the jungle and they have full vision.
Just get fed, buddy.
LYON have full vision through this jungle. Everybody watching, defending here, and they allow the Victor to get up to the turret plate, hit it a little bit, get another minion wave, and they've got the vision over the Baron as well. So they're still trying to keep Saint's income at a very stable rate here, despite the deaths and despite TSW, punishing him a lot when his flash is not available.
Yep.
And meanwhile, the bottom split push has gotten up to the tower, so now it's safe for Saint to go collect that wave as well, as Pun gets it there. And he does have his teleport for Saint here, so he arrives in time for the cannon, no problem.
Yep, Pun still trying to get away. Isles has shown up to see if there's an additional move to be made. The Arcane Storm is used. Isles going in, slows him down with a Hex Tech sweep. There's the ultimatum, and Pun gets blasted by the power siphon.
Talk about more money into Saint. Now BA wants to set up on Isles?
Yep,
nobody's there.
Used only on the Camille. Now BA is going to be interrupted as he tries to escape. Okay, that was not what BA wanted.
That was like crazy support ego or something. What the hell? Hey, Sivir was in
Ne, oni to taman posla.
What the heck?
Generalno, NA i EU kasteri imaju tu foru da hard navijaju za svoje regije. Što gledajte, meni je malo upitno. Zato što LCK i LPL nemaju svoje kastere, to jest rijetko imaju svoje kastere.
As once again, it's the bottom lane being pressured by LYON solo laners. Saint has that push now, and you can see Saint getting that kill there on Depun. He now also is at parity with D-Ray. Even though it hasn't been Saint's best game, he's still staying relevant in the overall game state. He's got his Blackfire Torch, he's got his Chovy belt, he's now got his Seeker's Arm Guard. He's feeling good for the next team fight.
Okay. Well, LYON overall, I think, as well, sharing that feeling with this gold lead actually manifesting in some meaningful spikes. With the spell shield here being picked up by Berserker as well, the poke damage should be very easy for him to move up aggressively and land at these objectives. So,
Da, ali znaš šta je fora? Mislim da je malo drugačije EMEA i MSI Worlds, iskreno. Zato što ja kad radim EMEU na srpskom, jeli za balkanski. I onda je smislenije da balkanski stream navija za Balkance. Ali ova braća rade engleski cast za ceo svet, ne rade engleski cast za NA. Jeli?
Inspired has shown his face though, so Pun cannot quite get that angle he was looking for on Berserker instead.
Tako da ja se kinda slažem sa Kanarenstvom, da mislim da, ne znam da pričam, ali ne veze. Mislim da bi morali da budu više, misije bi morali da budu više objektivni, jer ovo je prenos za ceo svijet, ovo nije prenos za NA. Drugo je kad ja radim balkanski za Balkan, naravno ćemo navijamo za Balkanci, idemo Balkanci, ali...
Cataclysm immediately comes in from Inspired, and as the chains of corruption fly out, Eddie has to flash away just to stay alive. Pun escaping down here in the bottom lane as well. BA is nearby. Might try to wait until a damage dealer is nearby to get a potential punish onto Dokla.
Ne gledaju Vijetnamci, ali gleda Evropljanin, koji možda ne voli LYON.
Oh, Inspired. Isles and Saint going in here after D-Ray. Arcane Storm forces the flash out. Tempered Fate. Oh,
na primjer.
no, he's locked up his own mid lane with a gravity field there. D-Ray staying alive though. Mikhail's Crucible gets...
Znaš, ne znači nužno da svako ko razume engleski jezik automatski navija za LYON. Šta više, ja prvi navijam za TSW. Iako će vratno dobiti batine.
Dokla Inspired trying to steal away the Gromp. His toe with the smite to just clutch onto any resources that Team Secret Whales still can as we take another look at this almost kill here from the top side.
Yeah, D-Ray, I mean, it's a good play from both supports. Isles,
Uvijek jedan voli mene uvo, ali pričam kao...
They go for the play, and then as the Ignite, last tick was going to kill him. Holy moly, that could not have been closer. But it lands, and then he gets here with the Magical Journey into Mikhail's combination. So B-Ray saves the day, and D-Ray will thank his teammate there. Meanwhile, I still feel like LYON hold all the cards because they've got side lane dominance. They have poke advantage, range advantage for team fight standoffs around the objectives. They have vision coverage to make those approaches even more difficult for TSW. So TSW, I feel like you got a full send on one side. You know, pick an area, just overload that side with multiple members. Maybe if you have to drop waves to do it, okay, whatever. You're going to have to drop waves to do it. But you're going to have to create something special here. Even without the pressure of the Dragon Soul being very early on in this game, which maybe gives TSW more time to work with. Isles caught though.
Nice tempered fade. Isles could be in a little bit of danger here, but instead he gets himself away. Now teleport coming in. Everybody on TSW is here. LYON still looking to maybe find something. Chains of Corruption finds a target onto Pun. His toe wants to dive towards Saint, but he stays alive here with the Seeker's arm guard. Pun wants to get away over the wall, has to flash to do it. His toe trapped inside the Cataclysm, but no damage from LYON to follow it up. BA gets away with 200 HP. Everybody alive on both sides, but it's LYON with much better health bars.
Yeah, and they're gonna make the call to do it. They're gonna pull Baron here, so start leashing with Saint having his teleport back. Let's see about the contest. Is this where TSW pull out the miracle?
D-Ray trying to get out. Isles goes in here with the Hex Tech ultimatum. Yet again, D-Ray very low. Dokla grabs the kill. Now Pun's the next target. Again, looking for a way out. Leap strike back to his own teammate. Nice Cosmic Binding to buy a little bit of time. Pun goes on a magical journey, and LYON does not want to continue the chase. So just a one-kill play for LYON. But again, Pun so gravely injured he cannot participate in another fight. There's no Sivir ulti. There's no Xin ulti. There's no Bard ulti. But there is Baron on the map, and LYON has it in their sights.
Yeah, and LYON have plenty of very threatening CC to turn off of the Baron, so Isles is going to stand watch here, as is Dokla, and the Baron should be secured quite easily for them. Let's see about, okay, so they actually send Saint all the way down to take care of the minion wave. Since they have absolutely zero pressure on their Baron, they can push out mid, rotate down.
Ja mislim da ide 3-0 da.
Look at Isles is coming too. They have Hex Gates, so he's delaying on the Scuttle Crab. Saint trying to keep them here while the rest of them.
Okay, Tempered Fate has locked up both his toe and Saint. Isles coming in here with a hook shot, does stun up his toe. There's the laser to find the first kill. Now Inspire chasing after Pun.
Ja mislim da ide 3-0 iskreno.
Up the Jax with a piercing arrow over the wall. Berserker is on a rampage. D-Ray's gonna die next. Double kill for Berserker, and LYON will grab the Baron and transition to the other side of the rift to take out 3.
Very good stuff. Baron Empowered Recall. Isles got back, used both Hex Gates to be able to join, and LYON are already inside the base. Flowers, this one, under 30 minutes here. They're already taking down the inhibitor. They have the Baron buff. Saint is going topside to push the topside as well, but the rest of LYON are going to keep up the siege.
Yeah, BA and Eddie are the only two alive for another 10 seconds, and BA is already down. Inspired gets out of the turret aggro in time before he dies. Dokla just keeping Eddie away. You're going to have his toe respawn now as Inspired takes his recall. Dokla with a two-man Mega Nard back into the Nexus. Isles ready to follow. Piercing arrow gets the kill. Berserker going godlike. LYON going all the way, and LYON are on match point.
And this one was in dominating fashion. Dokla on the top side.
Dobro, mislim, nema šta, lepo su odigrali. Lepo su odigrali clean game, 10 minuta pauzica. I onda, verovatno, treći finalni game ove serije, onda idemo na T1G2, tako da ostanite s nama, tu smo za 10-ak i vraćamo se sa možda i finalnim game ove serije.
As we see a little victory dance already.
Yeah, just
this
dancing.
Is the least stressed I've been for a while.
Yeah.
I don't understand what's happening with this team. Like, they're so just normal. Like, I'm so used to seeing a team come to an international event and lose all their strengths as soon as there's like a stressful game. It's the opposite. They look exactly as comfortable as they would be when they're winning LCS playoffs.
Yeah, and I think the big thing is they're doing it in the way we saw them do it in the LCS, right? Like, the big thing for me here was that Rift Herald where they just seed Rift Herald, soft contest, give up 2 tier 2s. Like, LYON gets 2 tier 2s off that. They're just so good. They've been so good in these first 2 games of funneling gold into their carries through just playing the map better.
And let's talk about Big Dogs.
Big
Dogs.
Let's
go. What a Gnar performance, Dracos. Wow. Reminds me of Armut. No, just kidding.
Stop. Don't. What? Armut, Palafox, where are we pulling from today? This is crazy. Dokla was so fantastic on this Gnar, and I want to say, made so many of these plays where he's just trading for something here or there, finally amounts to this solo kill. But across the board, this is the level of dominance I want to see.
So good.
It's fantastic. It feels like Castle got re-signed for 30 minutes, and like, boom, here we are. Just absolute domination. Right back on schedule. Absolute Dokla dominance. We were talking about it. I have no idea how Oriana got tower aggro, but who cares? It was good for Dokla and added to the montage.
I was watching Xin stepped out, and then the old burn from the Blackfire Torch reacquired the Oriana to get the kill. He would have had the defense anyway, and they would have still been up in tempo the entire time. So to Emily's point, like even if they're not winning fights in a big way, they always know what to do with the tempo that they create from their place.
And I did predict TSW to win here, but I do have to say, sometimes their decision-making has been puzzling, to say the least, right? I think Bia on this Bard, feeling pressure to make the moves and making them continuously, but by that, inviting suboptimal fights for their team over and over and over, which all made, I think, that LYON had a really, really comfortable time.
Yeah, and we've talked about how strong TSW can be in the early to mid game, especially mid game with their setups. I want to go over a mid game fight from LYON that I thought was really, really good in terms of how they're playing around Dokla's Gnar. So as we pick it up here, I want people to pay attention to the actual Gnar bar. It's a little bit difficult to see. However, as we play through, because basically they think TSW think they're going to have an angle with a magical journey after Isles got caught out in this brush. However, I love the way that they play around Dokla's Gnar bar rage usage, right? So he's going to, as we play through the clip, he is going to end up hitting Mega Gnar here and just stalling so much time. Like, Pun goes in, they take Magical Journey in, pause here. We have 2 TPs coming in, but look at how far away the Oriana TP is compared to Berserker. And then again, keep your eyes on, it ticks literally 5 seconds, the last usage as we play through. Dokla creates so much time in this fight for everyone to get here. Berserker TPs in, picks up the double kill here. Absolutely huge, especially after they were already just funneling turret gold into him.
Yeah, and it's just the slimmest of margins, because it was already a good situation. You highlighted the team play of LYON means that was always going to be a good play. The TP from Berserker means it was always a good play. But that like 10 amount of rage left on the bar, the 5-second cooldown, it's picture perfect. And credit to Team Secret Wales, they calculated that ulti cooldown. They thought, we have 5 seconds, we're killing this guy before he ults. But that just tiny bit that they were off made all the difference.
Practically constantly ahead in gold.
Dokla leading the game in damage as top lane Gnar. So for all those people being like, if only Inspired had a top laner, he has Dokla! He has a top laner!
And it's with a lethality Varus on the team.
There we go.
That's a cheat code for printing damage numbers. It's like fake DPM, and he still outmatched Berserker, who got all the kills in that fight.
Yeah, Berserker, I mean, that's the one you called out at the beginning of the day, right? Now.
Yeah, Berserker's been steady, continues to be steady. The thing that makes me more comfortable than I usually would be with the LCS at international events is when little things have been going wrong in all these early games. I mean, Saint died to the first gank, both games. Berserker died to a gank this game after Inspired had already messed up his early jungle pathing to get him ahead, but they just continue to play through whatever they can. This was the game where Dokla was actually only organically winning lane, and lo and behold, all their plays centered around the top lane. So they're just playing really without stress and intelligently.
Yeah, let's take the 2 sides of the coin here. Let's start with the reverse sweep. How does that happen in game?
Tell me, Dracos.
I think if we look at the setup around mid lane, Emily, you were talking about this in the game, and I think it's so valid. Dire had a good game. The rest of the team around him really struggled, but they initially set him up for success, and I think this is a guy who, if he keeps getting these powerful tools, like the Oriana, which it was surprising that it got let through from draft, clearly has elevated that performance that we were kind of missing internationally in the last few events, and can, especially against a Saint who's sometimes a little over-aggressive, be the one to make the difference in these fights and in this next game.
I think they need to get it. They need to be a little more careful in which fights they start, and I think they need to stop the bleeding, right? You cannot be getting certain objectives but letting LYON get all the other gold on the map consistently. It's a recipe for disaster. But who's going to take the LYON side? How do they bring this home in a 3-0?
They continue to play what got them here. I mean, I was actually worried that they were going to continue to, like, game 1, we got to play Pike Mel, guys. Like, that's what T1 is doing, and we're going to be playing T1 next. So no, that's not what they're doing. They're saying, okay, Inspired's going to play his scaling pick. Saint's going to be on a control mage. Let's make sure Berserker doesn't fall behind in the game. Dokla's going to be hit or miss, but he's going to do his own thing, and we're just going to play our game. So they just need to continue to play exactly what they've been
You
doing
say
all
we
year.
got miss, hit, so we're up for a miss now for game 3?
I mean, nope.
No, no,
So Saint, to me, Saint, whatever he gives you in game 1 is what he gives you for the series.
Okay.
So he's been good enough.
All right. I was talking about Dokla, but it's all good. Let's see if Lion, let's see if Lion can bring this home in a 3-0 fashion, or if another reverse sweep is on the horizon.
Tired of the off-season blues once Worlds is over? Fear not, because League of Legends is coming to the very first Esports Nations Cup, where players split from their clubs and compete for national pride. Will China test every limit imaginable? Will South Korea turn every game into a macro masterclass? Will EU and NA actually play in the correct lanes? The final event of the year is not to be missed. Esports Nations Cup 2026. See you in Riyadh.
In esports, legendary moments demand speed, scale, and soul. Players and fans bring the heart. Technology brings it to life. Every frame, every stat, every decisive play. In partnership with League of Legends Esports, we're driving digital innovation that empowers the esports ecosystem to keep expanding. So players can focus on the game, and fans can focus on the moment.
Okay, guys, it is 2-0 right now. LYON is leading, one game away from qualifying. And I found some LYON Korean fans. 안녕하세요. 이름은 뭐예요? What is your name?
My name is Brian.
Alright, 이름은 뭐예요?
제 이름은 임소예입니다.
Okay. LYON has been playing really well so far. LYON 너무 잘했어요.
네, 오늘 완전 잘했어요.
They're doing really good. I mean, I'm actually here for T1, but I'm also cheering for LYON right now.
Who are you cheering for? Who is the best player?
저는 버서커 선수 응원합니다. 버서커 선수 너무 잘하는 원딜이에요.
I guess I'll cheer for Saint right now. Yep.
Can you show me your sign? Yeah, Berserker fans here. Do you think they can 3-0?
Possibly, yes.
All right. 1, 2, 3, LYON fighting. 1, 하나, 둘, 셋. LYON fighting. Let's go. 감사합니다.
Thank you, Lord. Great to see some LYON fans here in the house, and they are fighting indeed. A dominant performance in Game 2 brings them to match point here, 2-0 versus Team Secret Wales. The #1 seed of the LCP now has to reverse sweep, or they are out of MSI.
And I have to say, the strategy of counter pick for Pun has lost its magic flowers.
Yes,
that
sir.
Jax was invisible. Dokla ran the matchup, ran the side lane, and LYON now already at match point. I mean, TSW just getting ran, in danger of getting run straight out of MSI now.
Yep, Bollywood Ben made a movie out of top lane in that last one. Dokla was popping off.
Evo nas nazad, ja sam izvrištao na ovaj intervju, neću lagati. Uletela likuša u publiku, nije ni proverila ko je odakle. Videla je lika iz Azije, bila je u fazonu. Vreme je da pričam na korejskom jeziku. Brat je u fazonu, ali ja se zovem Brian, ja sam iz Amerike i nemam pojem pričam korejski. Što je bilo poprilično komično, neću vas lagati, ali dobro, bože moj, mislim, šta da se radi. Tako da nije moglo se izbjegne jednostavnom proverom pre samog intervjua, ali bože moj. Svakako ulazimo u game, verovatno finalni game ove serije. Kažem opet, LYON izgleda samo dosta bolje.
Yeah, Pun still can do, like, you know, if Dokla tries to pick a tank, though, blind, then Pun will, like, go Gwen or something, which has been very scary from him. So, let's see. He could still have, you know, some more danger in the tank. Interesting, too, that they banned the Mel and leave both Nocturne and the Jace up.
Pun dobija Siona, što je fine.
In second phase, the Yorick, then the Jace was also always the response, but they're leaving the Jace up here without the Yorick answer possibilities. Nocturne, though, I definitely agree with first picking that Nocturne. Not only is it key for a lot of LYON wins in their comps, but also denying it to his toe.
Okay, so the Nocturne locked in. This has been banned throughout the series up until now. Over on the Team Secret Wales side,
Vole bi vidimo Nidal, ili bar Viega od Inspireda ako ništa.
Here in their first 2 picks. Elise support tells me you are looking to get ahead early, you are looking to snowball, because if you fall behind, bro, this champ is useless.
Uh-oh. I hope we don't see another
Elise support, mislim.
But, you know, Ziggs Pike could be it again, like that. We'll see. That would make us very squishy and very risky. And it requires hitting all of your spells all of the time. But there's the Jace that we were talking about. Does get locked in without the cover band being laid out. And with the protection of the Auric already gone and the Olaf already gone, they're going to go with it. And Pun says, fine, I will take the tank matchup side into it, even with the nerfed Scion.
That nerfed Scion, though, for anybody who might have turned away when he got locked in, the numbers are 0 and 8 so far here at MSI. This champ, formerly the greatest meatball in League of Legends, has been squished into an itty-bitty little smash burger now. He is not doing anything, and Pun is now going to have to change that trajectory to keep TSW in the tournament.
Okay. I think the leverage TSW have right now is bottom lane, though. So let's see what they can build around Caitlyn Elise. Caitlyn Elise, you would love to be able to, especially like split the map with your jungle and be able to invade a level 1 invading, you know, type of split map, go for dives on it. Caitlyn Elise is so good at diving champions because of the obvious repel from the Elise, and since they have Sion on top side, you know they don't want to play up towards there, so just send everything towards the bottom half of the map. Interesting that for mid lane, the Akali gets banned again here on the side of Lion. I do think it's also one of Saint's very strong champions, so we'll see. I think that puts more focus towards Aurora, Akali, Annie, these types of mid lane champions. A lot of these playmaker mid lane champions are up and available.
Well, no longer Akali. Lion decide they do not want to deal with that one specifically, ban that one away, and Team Secret Whales are going to take Syndra off the board alongside that Shen. So one more ban here before we get into our second half of the picks. Does Lion want to continue targeting that mid lane pool? There's not really any flex potential on the Team Secret Whales side. Elise has not been a jungler for many moons. Sion, I mean, I guess you could say you might flex Sion to mid, but most people don't want to do that. TF going to be the ban.
Twisted Fate, okay. That plays into our strat that we were talking about with send everything bot lane. So they do take out one of those things, but D-Ray can play a lot of roaming stuff to bottom lane. Like I was saying, all the Aurora, the Ahri, and the Annie, all definitely D-Ray champions where he can be a playmaker and roam to the bottom side, to the Caitlyn Elise, and he can make plays with a Nefiri. All those ones also match up really well as a mid-jungle combo with Nefiri. So Saint gets his first pick though, and his Ahri is a very comfortable champion for him, so he might take that side and then like the Aurora answer or something from D-Ray. But let's see about it. Gonna have to be the blind.
Okay. That's the blind Ahri for Saint. Had some impressive moves in game number 1. Game number 2, he had a couple of blunders early, but like I said, in the middle of that game, he stayed relevant. He kept his farm high. The team played around just having him just keep farming those minions in the side lane, and he did contribute the damage that he needed to as the game went on. Ahri obviously more
Jutro, Mateo.
Victor is. Okay.
Moram proveravam malo da li imam paket losa opet ili ne.
He was a little worried there, thinking about what they're going to lock in, but Isles will lock the Rel as the final pick.
Yo, Isles is my boy, and he has been playing really well, you know, all through playoffs and all through this whole split. Has been so good for him this year, the ascendance of Isles in North America, but he had been having a bit of a rough tournament, and Pike is really
Vex. Vex je možda okej što je najjače. Vex je mislim da čak možda i okej.
And it's also very good combo with the Ziggs for kill combo on bottom side, but you mentioned it, the answer of the Vex coming here for D-Ray. You know, he has shown this as well, both regionally as well as, I believe, I remember him playing it internationally. I can't remember if it was last year or if it was this year at First Stand, but I think he had a game internationally as well as regionally for his Vex, and so into the Ahri, of course. You know, you do have the possibilities of the Fear and your dashes counter here for the Vex. It could follow up on some deep plays, and we'll see about the combination with the Nefiri here, if they are able to get some of those bursty plays onto a single target, because lots of squishy members on the side of Lion.
Deske, kako ide Jim? Fenomenalno, Jim. Lomi kao i uvek.
Vex, when it rarely does come out and comes out into champions with dashes, it still seems to have a problem operating itself with its lack of safety, as Vex, she doesn't have any dashes of her own. Even though you
Net je puko 2 put već danas, ali puko skroz. Mimo toga, malo bolji bitrate ima, tako da ne znam ni ja iskreno.
And so you do have some pretty good offensive synergies that you can use. I feel like it does often, you know, get picked on a bit.
So the big thing that I'm looking at here for Team Secret Whales is a lack of reliable engage. You have Sion that can try to get the big ulti in there, but that gives you a huge warning sign, right? And then everybody else, yes, you have dive from Vex and Nefiri, but there's not the equivalent of a Rel. So I feel like for Team Secret Whales, you really want to play from ahead with this assassin mid, with this assassin jungler, with this lack of the engage potential, because if the game is even or if you're behind, I feel like it's going to be harder to try to work your way back into the game. I also already mentioned how Elise support can fall off really hard if this champion starts to fall behind the pace of the game. So the pressure is on Team Secret Whales to have a solid early game.
Nice W start from Saint, pops his W, moves up into the skill shot, ahead of the skill shot, so he can get his trade there, get his electrocute to proc, and avoid the early Vex attempt at a trade. Meanwhile, bottom side, Flowers. The Caitlyn and Elise doing what Caitlyn and Elise gonna do.
Yes, sir.
With their brush control, getting their poke in there, pressure early, and of course, that is, to me, a really big part of this comp here for TSW, throwing that down early on. I do like it, gives them a really
Moguće, Kevin, ne vidi.
And see if they can use it, leverage this to get themselves back into the series. The combinations are very powerful from this setup, and especially since they have full vision of Inspired pathing away from them on a Nocturne. They know that they are now free to push in and harass under tower.
All right, Saints got the mid lane pushed up here as well, and you can see with our junglers, once again, it's like game 2, starting off on their own respective red quadrants, so they will be pathing towards opposite sides of the rift here early on, and with the Nefiri pathing towards the bottom side, wait, is Inspired just going to run it back? Is he going to do the same thing that he did in game number 2? Keep your eyes on Isles. He wants to look for the opportunity to go in after BA. That's not exactly the way they wanted it to work. Fear Tether is there. Satchel forces the repel out of
Vidjet ćemo, ja se nadam da će me danas zvati tokom dana.
This went a lot better for the Whales than game number 2.
Yeah, that's what I say. Really good respect from
Da možda probamo popravimo nešto, ali mislim pitanje opet.
They're kind of hovering there in no man's land, about in the middle. And in the end, yes, you do have to burn your flash of the Caitlyn for the flash of Isles on the Rel, but I still think, wasting some of this Nocturne time, and the Nocturne is going to be, again, desynced bot side camps from top side camps, and we'll see how smoothly Inspired can recover his experience on this Nocturne.
Mislim, svako sam napravio plan i za svaku opciju, tako da, pošto kažem, 10. izlazi Palworld, 10. 11. 12. igram s Klarom Palworld, radim playthrough, i onda juče i danas ćemo da pecemo Patreon Game Night, znači faktički samo pomeram Game Night unazad. Patreon i Game Night ću da uradim pre 10. da bi od 10. mogu da igram Palworld, to mi je plan.
Turns Isles into kibbles and bits. The dog is on the board.
Yep, I have to say, this whole game really well played from the draft with the Caitlyn Elise and then playing it very nicely in the opener here and just waiting for his toe. Super easy, full clear for him down to the tower dive. When you have both Nefiri and Elise Flowers, you have very easy ways of avoiding all tower damage.
Ništa Kevine nije sigurno. Možda me ne bude uopšte večeras, ko će ga znati, ali vidjet ćemo.
Thank you very much for my time spent walking down here. I can do an auto and finish this off. And now it's going to be Nefiri with the extra kill, with the gold lead, and very easy re-clear again. So let's see what happens mid.
Okay.
Palworld nije free, nije.
Also here, D-Ray gets a nice little chunk of damage onto Saint, but since both supports are nearby, they can't try to make anything further out of it. Also, you always like getting fed when you're the jungler, but especially when you're an assassin jungler, getting that first blood really feels so nice for his toe, who's already got the brutalizer, compared to just a ruby crystal for Inspired.
Yeah.
Mislim, Palworld košta kao i uvek. To se ništa ne menja. S tim da koga je kupio ranije, ima ga i dalje. To je...
The wave that's crashing into tower, his though heads down. He doesn't finish his clear, drops his Gromp to make it happen.
Yup, there's the flash cocoon coming in from BA. It's buffered by Isles as he and Berserker have to try to continue their escape. The flash still available here. BA gonna take some damage. Berserker staying alive for now, uses the the satchel, tries to flash away. His toe underneath the turn, but he's stunned up. Isles with the deny as LYON turn the play around and they're looking for a little bit more. Eddie and BA on the run. The Spider is out of mana. Isles still, but he has no flash. He won't chase this any further.
Za Đokovića nisam.
Isles the hero protecting his carry.
All of that early momentum.
Gledali smo fudbal na Discordu, malo smo gledali penale.
Is all gone, Flowers, instantly. Histo dropped his grump, so guess what? Inspired's going to be able to yoink that. Perfect for Inspired. Good counter gank. Read from the LYON jungler. Inspired walks his way down. And, I mean, that completely turns everything. Berserker held on to his satchel charge for a while. He stuck there doing the return damage as they were
Mislim, ne verujem, šansa danas popravi internet je jako, jako mala. Vidjet ćemo, ali ne verujem.
Second peel, and the Fury wanted to finish off the kill, and then W back out of the tower aggro, but couldn't get the last little bit of damage. Goes down.
Nicely done, nicely done. And this is one of the things that you always look out for teams that are so dominant in their region. Team Secret Wales really just ran the LCP in Spring Split. They were qualified before they even hit the playoffs here for MSI, and that's what always is the question for fans of these regions is, can you hang with other top competitors from around the world? Maybe in the LCP, the enemy jungler won't read you like that, but here at MSI, Inspired knew what to do.
Yeah, and maybe TES and TN won't. Something like that.
Maybe they didn't know.
Because they already made history here, right? So I think that they should, remain proud, even if they end up getting 3-0 here by LYON.
Vidi, imali smo nastakovanu ekipu, šta ti kažem. Šta ti kažem, bili smo stacked. Ne, danas ja ću biti srećan ako me uopšte budu zvali, da budu u fazonu, aj doći će neko ovih dana da proveri. To je sve čemu se ja nadam danas. Svako mi je plan onda da uzem, da završimo Game Night, Movie Night pre 10. i onda od 10. igram s Klarom. E sad fora je što ako mi ne bude internet radio ni posle 10. onda ću verovatno da snimam Palvel s Klarom, pošto ne znam što drugo radim.
Exactly. It's still a very close game. We're only a couple hundred gold apart. A big part of that lead is, of course, the top lane. Dokla up a couple of waves over Pun, which, again, is what you want to see from the Jace. Sion's job is survival. He's supposed to try to keep things as close as possible. So the bigger the lead Dokla can build, the better off LYON is going to feel about the way the top lane worked out. As you can see now, we've flip-flopped things. It's Eddie and BA up here on the top side answering Dokla.
Tako da eto, imam plan i čak u slučaju da mi ne popravi internet za 10 dana, što ne bi trebao da je slučaj, ali ajde.
Inspired and Berserker turning back into the pit now. His toe also around as the first grub is smited down by the Secret Wales jungler. The second one should be controlled here by Inspired and Dokla. And now with Inspired should still have the smite. D-Ray goes over the wall. They're looking to make some sort of a play, but no, the charm into the crash down. Out of the wall goes the enemy mid laner, but LYON hunt him down. D-Ray's first to die. Inspired with a flashback over the wall to safety. Pun makes his way into the fight and Inspired has died. Isles with the flash, trying to stay alive. LYON falling back as Pun marches forward. Dokla separated from the rest of the team, but Decimating Smash will not tag him. It's a 1-for-1, but Team Secret Wales has control over the river. BA nearly completely out of mana. Isles at 100 HP. Dokla jumps in. His toe's already down. They're going to find a second. And he dies next. And BA falls too. Dokla's traded in return as Pun wants to kill into Isles, and he'll get that one. It is a bloodbath. The river is littered with corpses, and one grub still stands.
And humongous Doke swings his hammer and gets the Scuttle Crab and the re-engage to pop all these low health members of TSW around the Scuttle Crab. Okay.
Humongous dogs. Nice.
Rewind time as D-Ray goes in, tries to get his combo, but then the Vex is going to
Jesu, nego na šta je fora? Fora je što ja, mislim, i znam dobru količinu ljudi koji tu radi i kao generalno, znam ih dosta odatle, ali ono što je veliki problem s tim je što sad je vreme odmora i pola njih nisu tu. I onda, razumeš, džabe što oni i pomognu mi i sve to, kada
Isles also goes down, so Dokla and Isles also both going down there in that re-engage, and then the teleport also being used to get back out from D-Ray since he had respawns. The fight just goes so long in these ones flowers. Even the
Kad ono, mislim, ljudi su na odmoru. I onda pola njih mi se ni ne javi, onda moram preko normalne tehničke podrške, a preko normalne tehničke podrške samo treba malo više vremena. Znaš, oni nisu... Mislim... Znaš, ako ih zovem ovako, znaju da je hitno, pa dođu brže. Ako je preko tehničke podrške, onda... se to tretira kao bilo koji drugi slučaj, što zavisi od dostupnih ljudi, a pošto je leto i odmori su, dostupnih ljudi nema, jer niko nije dostupan. I onda je baš pitanje vremena kad će mi to popraviti, jer... ono... Znaš, sad je jako RNG kad će neko doći da mi to fiksa.
But there's a couple more seconds on Pun's ultimate. I think they're trying to see if there's any sort of bigger commitment here. Isles trying, but now he goes over, reveals himself.
Yep, he steps on top of the ward, wants the shattering strike, crash down though, and there's that ultimate that you were talking about. Critical, the Pun has that one as his toe, and Inspired gonna find one another here in the brush. Inspired dropping the ulti, he gets the fear through the call of the pack, and Inspired just solos down his toe. Now Pun's...
Tako da kažem, najgori slučaj ako ne fiksaju do 10. samo ću offline snimati s Klarom, pa ću postovati kao klipove od po 2-3-4 sata i to je to.
Because he is expecting this. He is expecting every single thing. He does not hesitate. These are not reactions from him. These are predictions, and so he immediately goes for the full commitment in onto his toe, pops the ultimate early, and then uses to follow there as his toe tries to escape. Just really nicely done there from Inspired. Gets the kill. And bottom side got to get a full push for himself as well for Berserker, so Berserker just continues to add on the money, and again it's going very, very well very early on in this game for LYON, Captain Flowers.
Yes, sir, nearly a 2,000 gold lead. We still haven't fought for the first Drake. Last time I said this is a slow first objective down here in the bottom half of the map at 12 minutes. Now we're 30 seconds past that, and still it has not begun. But you can see a lot of vision being placed in this bottom side river. You can see a lot of players from both sides heading towards the area as BA will go ahead and pull the Drake out of the pit, but doesn't want to stick around any longer. Isles critically has level 6 on this rel. Even if BA had level 6, remember it's just not as impactful on Elise as it is on champions with standard ultimates. So very much Team Secret Wales is going to have to show respect towards LYON and their engage potential. It's what I was talking about back at the end of the draft, how the engage is a bit lacking for Team Secret Wales unless Pun can find a massive unstoppable onslaught. But right now, Pun is trapped in the top lane against Dokla. He has no teleport.
Da. A to kažem, znaš, mislim, MSI ne mogu da ne, Luka nisi. Sorry, stanovalo me ovaj predlog. Da, MSI je veći problem jer to ne mogu da fiksam nikako. To ako ne radi, ne radi. Moj stream mogu da se snađem i bez njega, pogotovo sad. Nije decembar, nije Signaton, tako da nije smak sveta. Više kontenta za Patreone, ako ništa. I to je to.
From Team Secret Wales players, LYON up over 3,000 gold now, and remember, whoever wins this game...
Mislim da u mojih 10 godina streamovanja ne postoji ni jedna forica koju ja nisam probao što se tiče...
North America made top 4 at an international event was MSI 2022, 4 years ago, and LYON are now 3,000 gold ahead on match point of doing just that.
Što se tiče neta, ubije zbe, pa mislim... klasika, vidi. S vremena na vreme neki šum na mreži mora se pojavi, tako da... Šta da se radi, realno?
And they do get the compensation on the other side of the map, but Dokla continuing to push.
Yeah, he gets hit by the ulti plus the full charge decimating smash, Pun slams him with the entire combo as Dokla has his teleport interrupted. Pun with a nice move, now putting the pressure onto Big Dokes. Flashes over the wall to chase him. Dokla forced to flash in response. Eddie chases in. He wants the kill onto Dokla. He doesn't have the vision here just yet for the ace in the hole.
A vole Ameri malo da ga zabibere tako. Preferiraju oni to.
Nocturne, you can see, was so close, and just as his Nocturne ultimate expired,
Pogledajte nas kako dobijemo Brazilce I taj rad.
because they did have a ward in that tri-brush as well for vision, but just not able to pull off the timing for the answer. Dokla, yeah, with a little bit of a oopsie up there, stumbles and gives some money back to TSW. Let's see if TSW can cook with that.
Exactly, critically recovering that gold lead, down from what was like 3,500 back to just a little bit over 2K. Big move there from Team Secret Wales, but Inspired in the meantime has taken the Rift Herald. We'll see what value LYON can get out of that one as our supports just continue trading back and forth here. It's Isles, the only one on the map without his support quest completed. He's been doing a lot of roaming, which of course slows that down a little bit.
Gle, samo čekam drugu seriju danas.
Again, BA.
Bukvalno, meni je ovo G2 T1 waiting room, da se razumemo.
Alright, I mean the money also did go into Eddie, so yeah, very actually, you know, good concentrated kill that he's able to get there.
Collector first, too.
In the chase down.
Not normally what I feel like you see. Generally, Hex Optics going to be the go-to play for AD carries, but this will make Eddie very deadly towards squishy targets.
Yeah, and basically everybody, except for Isles, is squishy on the enemy team. We've got a big overload on top side. Full 5 members of TSW up on the top side of the map, and they're just losing the tower on the bottom half. So if they are unsuccessful in, I mean, that's a big commitment. They're sticking around here, but information over Owl's whereabouts, and looks like it is just going to be a sacrifice from them.
Yeah.
It's a swing and a miss, Flowers. You know, they're feeling the pressure, and they're hoping they're able to get something, but in the end, it's very costly.
Yeah, not quite there, and it just means that instead it's their tier 1 turret falling in the bottom lane as Saint was just pushing up without being answered. And remember, when Ziggs is on the team, turrets are not what they normally are. The Satchel makes it so easy to just knock these structures over. So Berserker's going to secure the tier 1 over in mid, and LYON is back up to a 3,000 gold lead.
And it's the map control is also so big with a comp that's this style for LYON. I mean, it's always nice to get all the gold and, you know, first tower bonus and get your lead here. But also, when you have this much damage and a Nocturne and Ahri that are all looking to make, you know, these vision plays, it is a big advantage for LYON to have this open of a map in order to make plays if they get poke damage to land. Now, you have to be a little bit careful in getting your vision through the TSW jungle here because your gold lead is not that big that you have too much control yet.
Interrupted recall, nicely done there from Team Secret Wales as Isles has to defensively crash down, gets himself back away, forced to use the summoner heal there, but again, Team Secret Wales doesn't actually get the kill.
Yeah, and you do have to worry, you know, if you're trying to attack a side lane as Team Secret Wales, Nocturne ultimate is always there, and as we saw last time, when Inspired pops the ultimate, even if he's not in range, you know, the vision denial makes you second guess a little bit. It can make it hard to follow up on the kills, and when he is in range.
Yep, here's that vision denial that you're talking about. The whole map goes dark, and all you see coming after you is a Nocturne and a Mega Inferno bomb. D-Ray just blasted off the rift.
And he can just cruise on through, yoink the Krug as well as he walks up and smites it away from his toe. They can take out some of this vision as well. TSW trying to get back to their towers, trying to defend what little territory they have left as after that Nocturne ultimate, LYON just take over their jungle.
And you can see it's 1,000 gold lead in both solo lanes for LYON. It's a 2,000 gold lead in the jungle. Really, the one who might have a chance to carry here for Team Secret Wales is Eddie on the Caitlyn. He's trying to farm what he can in mid lane, but they've already knocked down the tier 2 turret.
Da, UFC-u, to... Mene su prvo zvali, prvo je Dena mene zvao na fiksni, pa onda sve ostale. To se zna.
Flank from Sion here. Okay, Pun trying to cut off the escape route. Inspired's going to get locked up here for the very start. Decimating smash, flash away, coming out from the Nocturne as D-Ray jumps into the back line, and Inspired's going to be shut down. His toe going in for a second. Berserker goes over the wall with a flash in from Pun. Team Secret Wales are going to find 2. Shut down for the Sion.
A, vidi, Doom smo mi svejedno, ali kažem, sa pozitivne strane, bar više nema ustajanja u 5. To je good stuff. Znači, nakon ovoga samo od 10. Tako da to je iskreno giga cool stvar.
Think they're going to be able to like rush the dragon, but they will have a decent opportunity to set up. Thank you for the picture-in-picture. As take another look at it. It's a flank from Pun. He wraps around. He used the ultimate on Inspired. He actually walks out the Fear Tether too, and so Inspired has to flash and use his spell shield so early that the follow-up there, the dive from the Nefiri and Vex combination that we've been looking for does find its kill. They get not only the kill on the enemy jungler, but also the shutdown on the Berserker. And that is some much-needed money for TSW, and they did end up getting that dragon. So they continued the dragon stacking here and getting some money back in some much-needed places.
And even though this gold lead is 4,000, we should really evaluate things based on the items instead. And you're seeing equal fully completed items in lots of positions, right? 2 in the jungle, 2 in the mid lane, 2 in the carry role, 2 in the top side. Team Secret Whales are matching LYON in terms of the actual power that they have in their inventories, and that means that there's still chances for the Whales to continue to find those comeback plays.
And while the side lanes may be a little bit dangerous for them, they also are not afraid of just full sending 5 people to a side lane, you know? They have been overloading, and they have good combinations to chase people down. With the Vex Nefiri combo playing off of an Elise Cocoon that could be deadly, but they turn it!
Yep, immediately Inspired goes in, he attaches the Fear Tether to his toe, and the Mega Inferno Bomb goes nuclear. His toe is out of there. 35 seconds on the death timer. Meanwhile, Berserker doing what Ziggs does, plants a satchel on the turret, takes that one out there in the top side. Dokla jumping back in after Pun here in the mid lane, has that Serpent.
Može malo da odspava. Malo, ali...
Not effective as it should be, but a nice counter punch coming in from Team Secret Whales. They punish Isles as he tries to move into a cover position and make it a 1-for-1 trade overall.
Yeah, I mean, they try and pick this on while the Caitlyn is rotating over from mid lane, and now TSW, they're the ones on the push. Bit of a miss up there, and communication. Maybe Isles could not keep track of the rotation over. From the Caitlyn as they were kind of hovering right behind that fairly tanky Scion, gets locked up. And trap combination does take him down, so TSW, they do answer a kill in the rotation, even though the full combo was there to punish his toe and kill off the Nefiri from LYON. They get another little kill back. Of course, you also lost the top tower. Ziggs is able to delete those very quickly in the push afterwards, so LYON still progressed the game for themselves. Just... if there is a comeback from TSW, you will be kicking yourselves for every little bit of money that is given back.
Exactly. You look back at the tape, you look back and say, that's where we gave him a free one, that's where we shouldn't have slipped. But it is still a 5,000
Pan u stvari igra giga dobro, iskreno, baš dobro igra lik. Mislim da je pokazao da zaslužuje mesto u bilo kojoj ekipi, iskreno, baš lepo igra.
Look, Kobe, I'm not a pro player. I've never been a pro player.
Inspired je žrtva što G2 nije teo da ga kupi. Ja sam rekao, znači trebali su samo da uzmu nekog boljeg topa od Bibija, uzmu Inspired Busija i ostave Kapsa i Han samo. I ti imaš roster Worlds da osvojiš, a ne da se biješ u Evropi. Legitimno im je samo trebalo, još je Inspired rekao da hoće da igra sa Kapsom. Čilik je bukvalno izjavio, hoću da igram sa Kapsom. Ne znam, Kevine, da li su gore tvoje fore ili činjenica da Bon ima toliko sna da smatra tvoje fore smešnim?
Trying to suss out one another's position and see if there's an angle for a play. Isles tries the defensive crash down, but Pun interrupts it with the decimating smash. It is pretty funny to see a level 7 support here for Isles versus the level 15 Scion. Isles certainly not worried about his own experience in this one.
I mean, even if you're looking at his counterpart, the Elise, the enemy support is not a full 2 levels, but will still be, yeah. And of course, when you are that low level in the game, Isles is going to get some good catch-up experience.
Kevinove loše fore i nispavani Bora. Nema mora iconic duo.
But yeah, once he's going in, if it's a full 5v5, it's probably going to be a one-way trip. When you're that squishy, he does at least have the locket that he'll be able to pop. You can see the 360 stacks on the tier in Berserker's inventory. Also the double needlessly large rod, just going straight for the hat instead of a Seraph's Embrace. Wants to make sure he's getting that maximum damage here on the Ziggs, as you do have Voltaic Cyclosword completed now for Dokla as well. That full item advantage there.
Samo ti govorim, Kevine, da nagajiš lažne nade, fore su ti dalje užasne.
15 seconds on the timer. Shattering Strike to immediately pop Pun's shield. The satchel doesn't knock him directly back into LYON, but Pun still loses about 80% of his HP.
Yeah, that's a lot of extra damage. That can allow LYON to push mid. They're actually face checking. Ooh, very dangerous here by the Tri-Brush. Yep. Nobody punished at all, though. They do have popped their Scryers and teleport back down here from Sion, full HP.
Full HP and full teleport shield. Pun is at maximum power here. Remember, if Team Secret Whales gets this, they are going to go to Soul Point here with the Drake stacking. Nice trap line being established by Eddie. It makes it very difficult for LYON to try to fight this objective. But the Whales know they're still 5,000 gold behind, so they've got to be careful, even if they have a good battlefield drawn up for themselves. Pun here, just trying to zone everybody else away. The DPS or the Drake is very slow. Team Secret Whales don't want to get ahead of themselves with this. Decimating Smash hits only Isles. LYON stepping up now, seeing the Drake down below half HP. Inspired gonna go ahead, pop the Paranoia. Pun trying to charge into the back line, but the Infernal Drake is already secured by Inspired. Team Secret Whales, their battle lines completely shatter. They lose the objective, and Pun is left to pay the price.
And look, even pro teams go.
I tipo ono, više me ništa ne bi čudilo, pa čak i skemer kolege.
Rest of the team out. Hizzo poking around to see if they can do anything. But they lock up the Scion. They get the extra kill on top of the Dragon from LYON. It's so hard because LYON, they have so much poke damage and they have the Nocturne ultimate. And they're able to utilize these tools very effectively.
Ne znam zašto bi iko to uradio, ali...
continues to get more and more money. And guess what?
Ali ko, na realno gledano, at this point ništa me više ne čudi. TSW je izbacio test na MSI-u, tako da...
That's an over 2,000 gold lead for the Nocturne over the Nefiri. 4-2-4 versus 1-5-3. Inspired has had his toes number in this third game.
Ako je to moglo da se dogodi, zašto tvoje kolege ne bi mogli da skemuju? Budi, brat, objasni razliku između MSI i Worldsa. Da bi LoL bio zanimljiv cijele godine i Riotu treba više od jednog turnira godišnje. Da postoji samo Worlds, realno bi se smaro cijele godine i čekao Worlds. Umjesto toga Riot je napravio više turnira, pošto imaju 3 splita, napravili su da bi svaki split bio bitan, za svaki split po jedan turnir. Za Winter, Spring i Summer imaš First and MSI Worlds. Tako da, u teoriji Worlds i MSI je isto, s tim da je MSI trunku manji turnir, manji u smislu ima manje ekipa, ali isto je turnir kao i Worlds u smislu.
Unstoppable onslaught looking for Inspired, but it's immediately blocked by the spell shield. Shattering Strike interrupts the decimating smash. BA repelling away from the Mega Inferno Bomb. Pun still trying to stay alive, absorbing some shots from both of the mages here. Meanwhile, Dokla takes the turret down to the bottom lane at the same time. With the tier 2 gone, the pressure stays on. Saint jumps in, fires off the Orbit Deception. BA chunk below half HP. Dokla coming around from the side. This Jace has his last Whisper now too. He does so much damage. Eddie eats a Shock Blast. LYON continue moving forward. They aren't going to find any kills, but they force Team Secret Whales all the way back. Isles with the Shattering Strike onto his toe, but Isles is the one who comes out worse for wear in the trade, and LYON back away.
Yeah, Eddie also ghosted there. Dokla is kind of walking up like, hey, I'm going to hammer form you after I just Shock Blasted you.
Teško je, mislim, pogotovo bez open circuita, ono što radi Kanter je baš teško da se... da se tek tako duplira.
But still a little bit of something, and they split push, pull you across the map. Flowers, Dokla finished up with the tower and was able to head over too. So LYON playing that split push game quite well, continuing to draw TSW back and forth.
Yep, Dokla just eliminates most of the wave right there with the Shock Blast. And like I say, that last Whisper is going to make life so much more frustrating for Pun. The Serpent's Fang already cutting his shields down. Now he's got to deal with his armor also being less relevant. Dokla is making sure that this Jace remains a problem. Sorelda's grudge now completed for the additional utility with the slows for the team fights. It is a scary situation. What do you
Mislim, ne znam, meni je cijel ovaj koncept, ok, jedina stvar koja mi se ne sviđa je samo franšiza. To je bukvalno što kažeš. To je jedina stvar koja je meni shit.
Oh, he fires off the cocoon and finds no value there as Inspired does not get caught out. So then Dokla just grabs the red buff for himself. Team Secret Whales setting up around this bottom side river. The Dragon's still not alive for another 60 seconds, and the Whales are forced to back away as LYON moves in.
And TSW, they cannot wait around and get poked. You can't wait around against this team and get poked and lose health bars before you fully commit. Yes, it's hard because you're so far
Samo da ubace relegacije, promocije i LOL spašen. 50 puta zanimljivije za gledanje.
You have to just split second, make the decision, go for it.
And you can see Inspired just hit level 16, max range paranoia.
I will say it's also, you don't need to lose games over Dragons. When the Dragons are 2 in your favor, LYON are nowhere near.
Ma da, mislim, najveće problem što se vrtelo u effort timovi. Organizacije kad skapiraju da ne moraju se cimuju da bi ostalo u lecu, šta ih bole uvo, vrati. Drže Larsena 7 godina u lecu jer realno i da budu zadnji bole ih uvo kad ne gube ništa. To je problem s lecom, ako mene pitaš.
Yeah, at least some are not quick enough, right? And then as you say, is it
Ono, niko se ne improva više nego što mora. I onda kad su sve loše ekipe toliko loše, onda ni G2-1 ne mora da...
IELTS could be in some danger here. Defensive crash down gets him away from the fury of the dog.
But yeah, they're looking for those full send opportunities. You know, they're trying swing and a miss, but they look for a side lane. They send multiple people.
A, G2 ne mora bude bolji. Jer igra u smeća.
Meaningful to get away from it. Let's pick up the next dragon too.
I onda to tako ide u krug.
Losing the entire match, the entire series over another dragon when you already got the first 2 on the side of TSW. So
tako da
you hope for a better look at it.
Vidjet ćemo, možda jednog dana. Onda su Valorant vratili u Open Circuit.
Maybe you full send it more towards a Baron.
Ali za LoL mislim da je malo teže to izvesti.
You can see this one's really close to like the exact same trajectory as game number 1, which already ended multiple minutes ago. Game number 2, of course, having that bigger spike, as now immediately they try to go in with D-Ray, but he dies as he tries, and the rest of the team from Secret Whales at least gets inspired in trade. The Orbit Deception will not find BA on the return, but LYON is still looking for more. Pun is chunk low. Snake goes in with a beautiful German.
Dobar.
Mega Inferno Bomb will burn the remains of Team Secret Whales.
Dobijamo ekipu iz Tajvana. Chill, bros, chill.
That was beautiful follow-up. They are not letting Team Secret Whales out of that fight. LYON are going to go straight through the front door.
And they will kick that thing in. LYON making their way through the inhibitor. It's still 15 seconds before D-Ray is back alive. BA in his toe, trying to defend here in a 2v4. But the Nexus turrets are already falling. BA with the
Iako ništa kasterima je lepo, za ne?
already below half HP. LYON have made their way on the Nexus. LYON will clean sweep and for the first time in 4 years,
North America je ušla u top 4. Brate, mili, pobedili su TSW. Chill, bros, imali ste Brazil i imali ste Pacifik. Znači, calm down, bro. Jesu oni videli bracket slučajno? Ne, a?
I like it, you know, with the high damage comp, with Nocturne, pushing on the side lanes, pulling them back and forth. Take a bow, top
Mislim da nisu.
Beautifully done from LYON.
And let's talk about it. This LYON team, this year, Flowers, made big moves in the LCS. Their aims were to win. They signed Inspired, picking him up, previous MVP, as a captain for the team.
Ali oni su pobedili bukvalno Furiju i TSW. I BLG ih je išutirao u 3 gejma.
Looking for this type of success. And now being able to make top 4 is huge. Speaking of success though, Team Secret Whales making history already against the LPL, winning the best of 5. Historic for the region. Taking out TES.
It may be a sweep today, but the Whales definitely had their moment earlier in this tournament, defeating top esports like you're talking about. They can go back.
Da, ovo je baš neverovatno, iskreno, ovo je baš neverovatno, brate.
They can have those new goals to strive for as they hope to return again later on in the year at Worlds. But for them, their run here at MSI is over. LYON moving on. You can see here 33 minutes of game time. It was all
Ne, znači verujem, vidi, naš ranked 5 da se vrati, tu smo negde. Naš ranked 5 da se vrati, tu smo negde. Pakao, brate. Bukvalno pakao, brate. U stvari je Vijetnam, ako ćemo da budemo specifični, ali Pacifik je. Da. To ti je lig Pacifik. Ništa, uglavnom s tim rečeno im iskulira malkice i onda se vraćamo, ljudi moji. Sa lepotom od serije gledamo G2 protiv T1 i to će bude apsolutni banger. Tako da tu sam ja za 10-ak, idem nešto pojedem. Nisam ni gladan, ali hoću energije da budem spreman da ispratim ovo kako treba, kako valja. Tako da, BRB sam ja. I ide banger.
Welcome to Arcane, now live in Shanghai. It's your time to step into the rare Arcane world. This is absolutely the wildest Arcane carnival you will ever experience. Follow at Immersive Arcane on X for the latest show update.
Go there. Oh,
it's mid, it's mid.
No. I hit. Nice.
I'm should be okay.
Play slow.
We have angle with Rel soon.
Looks good. Play slow.
Go, Jonah. Go. It's it.
It's in front of it. Play slow. Look slow.
Lamborghini has ulti and W up, but keep chasing slowly.
Look. Hit it again.
Good.
Wow.
Kill the Sion, we can end if you kill Sion.
We can end, I think, guys.
Yeah, if you kill Sion, you can end.
LYON will clean sweep Team Secret Wales, and for the first time in 4 years, North America makes top 4 internationally.
It would be mixed.
Okay, that's fine.
For the second series of the day, we're gonna have G2 versus T1 hitting the stage in just a couple of minutes. But first things first, you know him. Some celebrations in order. Big Dokes, congrats!
So big, as promised, dude. We got to see it. The NAR game was incredible. And the best part is we came up here. You didn't even remember you played that NAR game. You're so lost in the moment, you didn't even think back to game 2.
Yeah, I mean, I actually forgot. I mean, typically that's kind of how it happens. I have to, like, remember the emotional state I was in to recount which game was which, yeah.
You guys didn't seem very stressed that series. It seemed like you guys were kind of playing your game.
Game 1 was a little stressful since the way we wanted to team fight, I didn't actually join up on that. I was like in the front when we should have just focused lead. So that was a stressful moment of the game for me. But after that, it was kind of chill. I feel like we had the advantage going forward into most of these games.
Isn't it crazy that you're guaranteed top 4 at MSI right now? Flowers said that during the ending call, and I was like, wait a minute.
Yeah.
We are top 4.
Yeah, and then I talked to my owner. I'm like, hey, can we get business if we get, like, do well? So then I'm gonna go talk to him now and see, if he holds up his end of the bargain.
You're trying to get some public pressure, a little hashtag business for Dokla.
They don't.
That's how you do it.
Yeah.
They don't reduce the top 4 prize money just because you didn't beat like BLG to get
Exactly.
Right?
We're in a great spot. Yeah.
It doesn't matter how you made it. What matters is the fact that you're here and the progression for me on the side of LYON from the first series you played into how you dominated Team Secret Wales today. Scrims going better, or is it just nerves coming down?
I think a bit of both. Scrims are still hard against the top teams, but nerves for sure. I think we settled in on stage. I think the first series against Furia, we were just warming up, I guess.
All right.
But definitely settling in for sure. And then I think we look a lot more comfortable in this game. But
damn, dude. Look at those stats. 16.7, CSD at 14.
Yeah, not bad.
Those are like
not bad.
Really good stats.
Yeah, I mean, I had some good matchups, so thank you, coaches. Yeah.
There you go.
Anything about the preparation coming in today?
No, I mean, this guy does play. He played Olaf Volibear. We were prepared for that, and I kind of got bodied on the Volibear matchup. I thought I could win it. I think I just went a little bit too deep, but I think we were prepared in terms of what they were going to pick. I mean, the Vex kind of threw us off, but didn't really do too much. So, but other than that, I think we were prepared for everything that we're going to play.
Yeah, made it look easy overall.
Yeah, I mean, every series we played has been a 3-0, one way or the other.
One way or the other.
Let's try not to have that happen. Maybe a 3-1.
I think it's every LCS series too, because TL swept KC and DCG.
Yeah. Oh yeah,
and then got double swept by T1.
This MSI will remember it as the 3-0 MSI. Yeah.
We'll see if the next series is going to be a 3-0 as well. I hope not. Or maybe our way. I don't know. You're waiting for the opponents now, Dokla.
Yeah.
What do you think about T1 versus G2?
Well, scrimming T1 and scrimming G2, I think T1 is much harder. And one thing I will say, they play like really chaotic. And they are willing to be chaotic and just fight all the time. And I feel like they actually train for that because the scrims look like that. They're just like pure chaos. Yeah. And they thrive in that. So hopefully something similar happens on stage. It's very entertaining to watch.
This is something I want to ask you. I mean, you're saying that you scrimmed this G2 and this T1 and that they're very different. How was that in 2023? Because I kept hearing in 23 that G2 was like actually on the level of these teams. Do you feel like that's not the case for this MSI compared to the 2023 G2 that you also managed to beat?
Yeah, memory-wise, I mean, I felt like they were just as strong. Or, I mean, I was just thinking in terms of top lane, but I thought BB was really good at the time, and it was really hard for me to...
That's my strongest argument for top. strongest argument for top lane. It's like, it could be Binzeus or Keen.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. When you think about G2 versus T1, it has become one of the iconic matchup in LoL esports. Everybody expects this one. The thing is, we haven't actually won against them since 2019. It's been that long. We came close at MSI in Chengdu, but every time, it's not a rivalry, man. They beat our ass every time.
That's really true. And if there's one thing that I've gotten comfortable doing as an EU representative, it's just bringing up 2019 over and over again. But to buck the trend, it's a little bit dire.
Well,
it's a little bit
There's
concerning.
that one game, MSI Rumble Stage Day 1, 2022. I remember it fondly.
That is
We count best of ones, really?
That's what I think
The
to
graphic
myself.
did.
Yes, World Semifinals, not memorable.
Damn,
but
that's
the
crazy.
MSI Rumble Stage, yes, that's where we really stake our claim.
Everything I bring up every time I talk about G2 is the number of, just the raw number of series that they've been able to win against either LCK or LPL. It's 10 in their organization's history. I mean, the rest of NA and EU have only ever had 2 each. So it's really insane what they've been able to accomplish, even if they haven't been able to do it for a while.
Yeah, and if we look back to 2024, the most recent time they had that really, really close series, it was on the back of a lot of creative picks from BB. I think he was the best Zac in the meta at the time, if you remember. Lane swap's crazy. It was the Rek'Sai, it was the Poppy support for Mickey at the time. And what did T1 do when they had the rematch? They banned those 3 champions and G2 fell to pieces. So I do think that some of that creativity that you mentioned, even if it is a double-edged sword, it's going to be really big today.
And you know, it hurts even more when even Faker, who's always the humble king, comments on this saying, Cavs, your 2019 matches are starting to feel like ancient history.
Is this a real quote?
That's a quote from the trailer this morning, guys.
Did he actually say this, or was it Riot telling him, hey man, can you say something really spicy?
Well, he accepted, so
It did come
stands
out.
by those
What,
words.
did someone else write the words is a good question. Was it a North American producer, and did they want to twist the knife on us in the fact that we always just bring up this one single year?
I don't believe the GOAT said that willingly.
One thing that we want to look at, though, is that in this iteration of G2 that I still don't know what to make of. They have been struggling when it comes to bot lane champions and pick. We know that T1's drafts have been a bit iffy, but when it comes to those mages on the bot lane, I'm not too sure that Hansama versus Space is going to be a good story for G2, especially because Space now also picked up the Jace bot lane, the Echo bot lane. It's wild out there.
I think the big thing for me that I want your perspective on, Dokla, is how important is it to be playing mages right now? Because I know Hans isn't comfortable on it. You saw the Seraphine was a little messy. I don't believe he should have the Ziggs and the Mel at the minimum, but I don't really believe it. How important is it for your AD carry actually to be able to play these champions?
I mean, I think it's very important because given the support champs that can also impact other lanes, if you have a mage, you can just 1v2 the bot lane and you're not going to die. So your support can impact other lanes and really impact the map, and Carrier likes to play like that. So being able to play mages and play them well, like PaZe can, is very important. I think draft will be a very big deal in terms of is G2 going to ban the mages out to try to get a normal bot lane matchup, or are they going to try to match? We don't know. But I will say T1, they are cooking a lot more than they're showing right now. I can't say it, obviously, but if it goes all the way, I'd like to see it.
More. The Michelin star meal they had was enough, bro. I don't need to know that it's a 7-courser.
I know. There's been a bit of overcooking on the side of the C1 kitchen, but still. I want to know if we can find some hope on the side of the fans, maybe MasterCard fan prediction. What do they think?
Come on,
Are
fans.
European fans up yet?
If we get 20%, I will be impressed.
I'll take it. I'll take the 20%, honestly. You know
Whoa,
what?
that's pretty good.
That's pretty good.
All right,
They came out to play.
I do like those odds. What do you guys have, though? Dokla, what do you think?
I mean, I'm a T1 fan, so I'm going to go T1, but I rest my case.
You don't want the NA, you rest your, that's
Come
it,
on.
that's all it takes. All right.
From scrims.
If we beat T1, that would be really
right.
legendary.
Who would you rather beat, G2 or T1?
Yeah,
I mean,
that's my mindset, yeah.
Look,
you'd rather beat T1 than
Of course.
G2?
I want to beat the GOATs.
All right.
Yeah.
I probably have to explain myself, and what I will say is 2024 MSI lower bracket, we were in a similar place after G2 beat TES, so very, very similar place. I believe in a 3-0. I'm running it back because, look, the top side of T1 is good, but it's not HLE. It is survivable. Is PaZe Carrier the best bot lane on the face of the planet? Do they have a big edge in pick ban? Yes, absolutely. But there's a chance for G2 to do this. Pretty close to what the fans predicted. I'd say 30, 40% that they can do this. But I will say, if they don't win the first game, I think it's full mental collapse. It's going to be the shortest. We're going to be setting records for shortest history.
But you're still going with 3-0, though.
Yeah, because if it's going to happen, if it's going to happen, this 35% chance, it is going to be some crazy counter pick blowout. It's going to be unprecedented.
You can't win 3 without winning 1.
It's true. And it's
first.
just a normal series. No. We're toast. A series with crazy picks where someone on T1 underperforms, we can win that.
Okay, I know we don't have that much time left, but I'm with Dokla for the T1 3-1. And honestly, this is being very generous. T1 has 6-0 TL. They've 3-0'd Furia. They've basically swept literally everyone who's not BLG. So this is saying that G2's actually like the best team in the West.
Thanks, guys. I appreciate it.
Yeah, congratulations.
I'd like to make a 3-0. I'd like to amend my choices here. 3-0, 2-1.
As long as there's delusion, there's hope, and that's what we need on the side of Europe right now as G2 is facing off against T1 in an elimination series. Let's see what they have.
And here we go, ready for what is hopefully another historic matchup between these two teams. A rivalry going back over 10 years at this point as G2 make their way onto the stage. I expect the cheers, though, as they'll for T1 may be slightly grander than for their European compatriots.
Debatable, hard to know, you know. G2, we're in Daejeon, that could be their home city, you know.
I don't think it is.
I don't think it is either.
Yeah, the crowd's slightly more excited for T1 as they make their way to the stage. It's been a long run for T1. If they are to make it to the finals, they'll have played on, I believe, 9 of the 13 days that MSI has been running.
And I think one of the scary things is T1 has a reputation of getting better and better and better throughout the tournament. They are famous for their in-tournament, in-series adaptation, for being able to recognize what is going wrong, what is going right, to be able to make those pivots mid-tournament. That is some of the hallmarks of T1's success. It's one of the reasons that they have won so many times internationally. They don't always come in and look like the best team from day one. But most of the time, by the end of the tournament, they're looking like the best team.
Yeah, the evolution across the tournament is always something to be admired. For G2, it has been a difficult road, turbulent to get here. A reverse sweep versus Top Esports, I think, buoyed a lot of EU fans with quite a bit of hope, and then Top Esports kind of did not do well after that point. And then HLE were an unstoppable wall against a very movable object of G2.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's one of those things where everyone is trying to understand, you know, what do we take away from this series, right? So you beat Top, you're like, okay, great, we beat the LPL, we're really good. This is perfect. This is kind of where people thought we should be. But then Top loses to Secret Whales, and Secret Whales get blown out by LYON, and you start thinking, okay, well, what do the transitive properties mean here, right? But what I will say is, while I've seen so many Europeans in the pits of despair after that HLE series, and admittedly, the HLE series was a stomp. It was not nearly as close as I was expecting. I have seen you here before, and I have seen G2 come back and change the hearts and minds the very next day, right? True. This is also a team, yes, it is not the team with the same pedigree as T1, because guess what? Literally no one else in the world has that. But G2 has made people believe in them so many times.
Pa ljudi moji,
can come out and have these incredible performances. Like
vreme je za show.
Back 3-0s over the LCK. They're able to really
Ajmo da slikamo ovo iz Insta da ljudi vide.
To showcase these incredible moments, especially Caps, who, you know, is the guy in the West who way more than anyone else has been able to make that magic happen.
I very much agree, and that adaptation for both these teams starts in the draft in this Champion Select powered by HyperX. We'll see if those majors come to the fore for Paze. Yep. He's been playing a little bit of Echo in solo queue as well. I think we are only at the very superficial level, only above the ice of that iceberg, as to how many majors can actually be played in bot.
I mean, we were talking about this, and it is interesting because when you see so many mid laners getting played in another lane, it's very similar to how when 80 carries have moved around the map, you start just taking tips from those lanes. And you're saying,
Sredimo, namestimo I idemo.
What's good against Syndra mid? Well, Echo. If this is going to go bot, well, what's good down there? Okay, if people are playing Cassio, can I not just play a Nivea into Cassio bot too? And there is that evolution, and that is.
Da li može u 5? Ja mislim da je iskreno sve moguće u ovoj seriji.
And I do think, while T1's top side, their solo laners in particular, they're not known for their dominance in laning phase.
Jace, Vajo, Rihanna, s druge strane Akali, Nautilus. Ostavili su i Camille i Barda, to je dosta interesantno. Sad će Labrov da pika Barda i bacat će najrandom ulti u životu, gledaj sad.
Can Hansama and Labrov play well enough to give G2 a chance? Because I think that is such a hard thing to do. Paze and Keria can snowball lanes like no one else in the world.
Entirely agree. I think that is the main focal point for G2.
First pick Nocturne takođe je baš pitanje. Ajoj. Caitlyn Elise. Ostavili su im Barda. Realno da, mogu Kate Barda. Ma da pitam samo, mislim, šta im je prio? Ok, to je Camille. To sam spomenuo na početku. E sad samo da li igraš Zigza, to je pitanje, jer kao Ziggs ti je fine matchup u Ezreala i dobar je s Camille.
You're gonna have to play well to win. That is just the name of the game, and T1 obviously looking towards a mage bot here already. The Camille came out, and you knew it was going to be one of those mage pairings. Keria is incredible at playing these aggressive champions. He is a mechanical god, and that is one of the things that really makes them so scary, is that when you're looking at Ziggs, Ziggs is no longer what people used to think about.
I sad ovi moraju Barda da pikaju, će bar biti banovan 0-7 ili 0-14 Labrov.
And it is going to be the Leona, which has not been something we've seen much of at all.
Postoji razlog što se Leona ne igra. Zašto ne bi samo Barda uzeo? Mislim, svakako zašto ne bi uzeo Barda. To mi jedino nije jasno. Mislim, skineš mu Barda do kraja serije onda. I to je nešto.
Can also punish champions that are a little bit further back. Things like the Ziggs, if their flash is burnt, satchel charge before the solar flare lands on you is very quick reactions if you're able to get out of that. So we'll see if G2 decide to try and punish Pays in this bottom side.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. I'm thinking about it more through the support matchup, you know, thinking about how people love to play Leona into Nautilus, for an example, because if the Nautilus goes in, you kind of just go on the Nautilus and you are tankier than a lot of these champions. Lockdown could be very difficult to deal with, so I was kind of thinking about it through that angle, but of course, as you say, Leona does have backline access as well. Syndra, one of these champions that has really been rising in priority here at MSI, has 6 plays so far and has been looking good at, including a pentakill game for Caps, which was pretty incredible in the top esports series. So
zašto bi uzeo Barda? Zašto ako uzmeš Barda, iako je očigledno, Keria ne može da igra Barda do kraja serije? To je kinda poenta. Ali su pikali Leonu jer preferiraju. Najbolja grčka Leona. Od svih grčkih suportova, da, trebalo bi da bude. Ambessa? Anivia je flex, Anivia nije loš pick, to mi se sviđa. Ako lokaju, Anivia je fine. Ali mislim koliko može biti flex.
That is something that I think is a strength of Broken Blade. Of course, then if you bring out a niche pick and you look bad on it, people are really...
Ja mislim da Bibi igra Aniviju u Renektora, ne? Trebalo bi da bude. Gde si, Marence, do jutro? Ja mislim da Bibi možda igra Aniviju u Renektora. Igrao je to u Lecu. Dobro, okej.
And looking for that 1v1 counter pick. So I do like that a lot, but I will say, having played a lot of top lane, when you are going for these ranged top laners, you need to play aggressive, you need to play in their face, and then I see a Nocturne on the other side, and I get very worried about how that is going to work.
Casio je dobro u Aniviju, što neće. Razmišljam da li su znali da će biti ovaj... Bono, nemoj da padaš na ragebait Viktora, molim te. Viktor, brat moj, ti je ono... Samo ragebaituje stakeovima u draftu. Nemoj padati na ragebait, molim te. Čovek voli da baca takeove. koji nisu nužno uvek tačni, što je okej. Svako ima pravo na svoj take. Koliko je to bekovano od strane tvog i mog botlane matchup iskustva koji je otprilike oko 35 godina, to je već, znaš, mislim. Samo voli čovjek malo da rage baituje. Brat moj snajpa drafti Silver 4 ista, razumeš, ali to je okej, ja podržavam, brate. Ja kao čovjek koji ne rageuje, mene je teško rage baitovati, brate, desi relja. Tako da ja uvek volim da humorujem sve. Ja volim da humorujem sve, brate, to je lepo, ja to volim, brate. Desi relja. Ja čekam samo moj predikt da se ostvari za Labrova. Ja sam rekao 0-7 ili 0-14 ovaj game. S tim da ruku na srce ekipa Tivana, mislim, ne znam koliko će ovo biti relevantno za ovaj game, ali ekipa Tivana ne skeluje toliko dobro. Renekton skeluje kao shit, Nocturne ne skeluje toliko dobro, Ziggs, iskreno, također ne skeluje toliko dobro. Mislim, on radi puno damage-a kasnije. Ali ti ne pikaš Ziggsa da privinaš late game, jer će on promaši jednu bombu, Ezreal ga ubije. Tako da, s druge strane, Anivia, Vayne, giga jaki. Čak i Ezreal ne skela toliko loše u ovo što ima Tivan. Jedina stvar koja možda bude ovdje veliki problem je faker na Casio. Jer Casio je samo giga jaki heroj. Miasma smara Vayne, ne može da stelta. Casio prolazi kroz Egg-form od Anivije. Tako da Casio baš možda bude problem u late-u. Ne, neće on, da se razumemo, ne kažem ja kao Labrvi interčina, pa će zato biti 0-7. Samo Leona kao heroj ti skoro garantuje da ćeš grifovati game. Kao što je Kerija igrao, šta je igrao, Nautilusa, pa isto bio 0-7. To ne znači da je Kerija loš support, samo na određenim herojima jako je teško ne grifovati. To je fora. Ja bih iskreno gledao sam ovaj top lane ceo game. Jer me zanima kako Doran ostaje mentalno stabilan dok ga Vayne onako bocka 30 minuta.
But they did go 5 games in 2024, right? And I think to me that means a lot. You know, that shows that they can actually get close.
I Han Samarano je D-Shield TP.
G2 got to be careful here.
Kako mi sad nešto ka net? Zato što ujutru manje ljudi koristi net i onda šta god prouzrukuje šum nije na mreži. Tako da što više ljudi koristi net, to je veća šansa će meni net lagovati. Jer je veća šansa da ta osoba koja šalje šum koristi net. Tako da u 5-6 ujutru niko nije na netu i onda mi net radi jako dobro. A od 9, najviše od 8 pa do recimo tamo 2 ujutru, 1 ujutru, tad je najgori internet jer tad najviše ljudi koristi net. Tako da kažem, mislim, sa pozitivne strane bar MSI mogu da radim kako treba, s negativne ne mogu da streamam.
My other thought was, and we're not going to pontificate too much about why a pause has happened, but Caps was TPing right back into lane, so maybe there was an error with the shop, if he auto-board or something. Sometimes that can happen. We'll find out what it is, and then we'll tell you as soon as we know.
So the update is that it was a G2 pause. It was Hansama having issue with the comms on stage, so they're going to be, you know, adjusting his levels, fixing whatever it is. You know, maybe he just couldn't hear his teammates as well as he wanted to. And hopefully that will be able to get fixed pretty quickly.
This is actually deep EU magic, by the way.
Okay.
Have you heard of the Fnatic pause hack?
I have, yes.
Well, G2 have adopted it. Fnatic haven't made this international. So
I don't know if you want to be bringing Fnatic stuff into a best of 5.
What different skills can we adopt from other teams in our region? You know, we'll take KC losing 0-3, right? So they've already adopted that.
Okay.
Now they're taking the Fnatic pause hack and incorporating that into their skill set. This is what G2 do so well in Europe. They just grab different bits from different teams. Like, oh, we can do this, we can do that.
I feel like G2 are doing pretty well against Fnatic for the last...
Upravo si, bro. To je samo pitanje vremena, kažem, prema što je krenuti samo da umire.
No, mean that.
More about getting.
A jednom kad krene da umire neće stati.
That was a quality steal.
It was a very good
That
steal.
was a high value steal.
You're stealing home with that one, aren't you? It's definitely gone well for G2. Caps has been their main man for a while. For T1, you continue to see them go from success to success, but MSI has actually been a bit of a thorn in their side, I will say. 2017, the last time they won. They have won twice.
A little Hoonie magic.
A little Hoonie magic back in those days. But
need some holo.
Yes. And again, T1 showing us you can
Stole
adopt
it from
EU
Fnatic.
magic. Yes, exactly, Azel. We're on the same page.
Absolutely.
But yeah, T1 often level up across the course of the entire year.
Yep.
And then when you get to Worlds, never count them out. You always know that T1 are going to show up at Worlds. But MSI has been a bit of a struggle for them over the last few years, and we'll see if that changes. They did lose to BOG, so this is, as you said at the start of the day, an elimination match between these two games.
Yeah, and I will give the caveat that a bit of a struggle for their standards.
Yeah,
right?
they
went
haven't won.
They went 5 games against Gen G in the finals.
Exactly.
And so it's, you know, me personally being from the LCS, I would be happy to take on those struggles. You know,
same.
I only got to the finals and got to game 5.
Faker, if you want the weight off your shoulders, we'll take that.
That could be us.
Yep.
we'll happily lose in the finals.
You have.
Yeah.
A couple of times, in fact. COG and
happily.
TL, yeah. We'll happily win at the finals again if we can. But for now, we're going to get back on into game, as it seems like the comms issue has been solved. Skewman is being forced away by the Dustbringer out of Owner. The lower health he had, making it a bit tricky for him to really take this fight. You can see Broken Blade thinking about moving from the top side. Faker with the push. So now Skewman will just keep stepping back. It feels a little greedy.
Wonder je u fazonu dođi mi na ruke, Bibi hoće Doran je mrtav. Solo bola. Doran gubi od još jednog top lanera. I niko nije iznenađen.
So that's what he was trying to delay for. He was trying to keep them messing around here because they had the move from Lebrov. Carry is there as well. But Doran with the overstep. And that is what I'm saying. When you were playing against Vayne, early game, lethal tempo plus exhaust, no matter how good the trade looks, it's almost impossible to win the all-in.
I to je flash exhaust, ali da.
Up there because BB had the first move into the river, was looking to actually support at that Scuttle Crab. Doran thought he had an ability to actually push out that wave. But well played there by Broken Blade. Flash follow, finishes him off with the Silver Bolts, proccing that with the Condemn.
Yep.
And that was nicely done.
Doran traduje protiv Vayne ispod kule.
Because this matchup is very difficult. Anyway, and it just looks like a bit of a greedy base. He thought he had the reset here, and BB says, you know what? You can't actually take it from this position. And Doran, I think, hesitated a bit on, like, can I fight? Can I run? Took that split second to decide.
Dobro. Neće ga overchaseju.
Can't move from mid lane again because Faker is holding him pinned beneath that tower. This was really nice from Carrier. After taking the topside Scuttle Crab, he actually pathed into the G2 jungle towards the Razorbeaks to stop Lebrov from stepping forward. And then, as the bot side Scuttle Crab was taken by Owner, he stepped in towards the Razorbeaks as well to try and contest those.
And look at this. Skewman trying to move up and actually get something here. Faker has been pushed back. He's out of mana. So now Caps can move into assist because Skewman got double scuttled.
Now, Owner on the wrong side of that Crystallize, does still have Flash. Carrier on his way. Faker stayed around. The Razorbeaks almost secured, down to 200 as Caps tries to trade in. Carrier across the wall will get one fear tether towards the top side as well as Caps is already down to Faker. Lebrov too late. Skewman has to flash across the wall. Owner flashes for the chase, and G2 are just too damn greedy. T1 punish them for their hubris.
It's a horror from G2 here, as Carrier has the first move, and yeah, Faker is low on mana, but still able to actually contribute, and you can't win that 1v1 realistically as Jarvan into the Nocturne, so as long as they kept Caps busy, it was always going to be tough, and then Skewman flashing up, I just don't see a way in which he was going to get out, because he was kind of just flashing straight into Doran anyway, and it's a good couple of kills there for T1 after BB did open the scoring. Faker comes around here, he's going to be able to back him up. And this spell shield coming in, they land the fear on the top side, and Caps had no egg, which I think he must have lost off screen. We didn't actually see that. So Carrier comes in, able to easily get that kill, and then Skewman flashed over the wall. Doran is there, realizes, you know what, I don't want to give it to him. I don't want to give over an additional assist. But Skewman looking pretty frustrated already.
Yeah, well, he's lost both Scuttle Crabs. I think he lost his Razorbeaks, and he's lost the Razorbeak fight, and then he's lost his life. Lebrov too late to join. Petrifying Gaze does not hit onto Caps.
Ovo je bio Lazić kasio ult.
Over that snake.
It is, I mean, I think Faker, you know, he's not known for the laning.
Šalim se, nije Lazić se baš pogodio. Op, Carrier. Mislim da nema damage. Jako lepo od Capsa, iskreno. Jako je lepo taj Miro da ga pogodi i da... Lep. Jako lepo od Capsa. Doran igra oko Braša. Pametno je odigrao Doran. Nemoj Bibi čoveče, pa kako u tom matchupu? A samo je mogo da čeka još 4,5 sekundi da mu se vrati egzost i ovo ne bi moglo se dogodi. Samo je mogo da sačeka mu se vrati egzost. Ovo u 3 života ne može se dogodi. 500, 900, 1250, jel tako? Ima 1250 gold inventoriju. Da vidim. Dobro, okej. Ovo je prokovalo flag, nice. I Han samo je dobio kill, to je također poprilično huge.
When they get Lebrov and Skumon on the same page, they can look for these picks, look for these plays. T1, though, still with a 400 gold lead, mostly through Owner and Faker.
Yeah, credit, though, to Lebrov. He has been good on the map, moving around really well, and Caps, you know, we didn't really get to talk about it because we went right into that 1v1, but a good job by him. Lebrov covers him, and he gets this well-timed flash over the wall to kind of disjoint this. Carrier looks for the E-flash, and a rare misstep, a bit short change there from Carrier, not able to quite close the distance. They say, Caps is so low, I can just go in and finish him off. But the exhaust mid-air from Lebrov comes through and reduces the damage of the ultimate as it lands. That allows Caps to survive. He flashes over the wall, and they're able to finish him off with the auto attacks. And then this is tough. When you don't have a ward for that further up brush, notice how Doran plays on the edge here. He's basically just holding on to that line, not allowing him to walk in. He had his ward this whole time, waits for the cooldowns to come back off by basically just holding the edge of that brush because you can't win that fight in melee range with Dominus up. So he pushes him back, waits for the cooldowns, goes over the wall with the ward and kills him. Really well played there by Doran, and a pretty big mistake from BB. Fighting without having bought yet. Yeah,
not actually using any of that gold lead as the flash Zenith Blade goes in. Paranoia on the backline. That's going to be the egg out of Caps, but the fear going out, he manages to escape. Skumon's already killed off Faker. TPs from either side as Pays joins.
Onda isto pada Doran, vidimo što može da uradi ovde. Možda ubije Skumon, ali to je pitanje. Dobit će. O, boga mi. Flash za egg. Dobro, win za G2. PH. Juku kolele. Isto ovaj flash da bi pogodio Wave-a, svako će udariti basic jednom u kulu i uzet će plate. Faker baš igra turbo agresivno. Ali overshoota Q-ove ovaj game dosta. Uvek baca Q ko da će protivnik da bega levo, to jest ka bazi.
Lebrov to go in, Faker walks up, you know, no petrifying gaze, no flash, in comes Skumon, in comes BB, immediate flash forward there.
Ala, Faker baš igra previše agresivno ovaj game.
Watches BB just kind of fights through Carrier, ignoring him to take him down, then kiting back here on the side, flashes out from that bouncing bomb that Pays throws over. And even with
Doran flash na Niviju za egg form.
But the egg is back up, and that is all he gets for his life. So great job there, absorbing the pressure from Faker in the mid lane, and then Lebrov to punish. Lebrov, I think, is playing an excellent game.
Had some really good games against top esports as well. And for Skumon, that series against Hanwha Life was not acceptable. I think for a lot of G2 players, it was not. Since he clearly got stomped, we need to bounce back. And this early game has been showing that they can fist fight in that first 15 minutes of the game. Carrier is looking up towards this top side as Doran tries to get on top of Broken Blade. Final hour to try and get away. Broken Blade looking for the silver box. Carrier going forward. BB dashes away, uses the invisibility well. Skumon flag drag, Caps here too. BB
ode Doran i Carrier level 5. Carrier ne radi ništa.
Broken Blade, and with it, he'll slice you up a double for Caps.
Beautifully played there. The TP immediately from Caps. Skumon coming in to back him up, uses the flash, and Broken Blade buys so much time. He had no summoners, but he uses the final hour. Notice how he's not auto-attacking during the tumble Qs, allowing the invis to stay full duration there. And again, Carrier just short on a critical hookshot. The same thing happened mid. This time, he guessed right the way that Broken Blade was going to go. He did go for the hookshot up, but couldn't quite get in range. Broken Blade bought enough time there for Caps to arrive. And that is a 2,000 gold lead here now for G2. It started quite well for T1, but these last couple skirmishes going heavily the way of the LEC, and we can watch it one more time. And you can look on the mini-map, both Keria and Skumon immediately are coming up here, and they're waiting to try to combo the Renekton stun into the hookshot. But then look at this, they couldn't quite get in range. BB is invis, lets it go full time. Keria guesses slightly wrong.
Lepo.
Went a bit to the side, expecting a juke. Bought the time for Caps to arrive. Skumon flashes in, gets the flag and drag knock up, and once Doran goes down, there's no damage from Keria to make anything happen. And G2 getting into a very comfortable position now.
Mislim, trebaju da igraju oko topa, Doran je realno kriminalan, mogu preko njega samo da prave lead.
G2 feeling like they're cruising.
But we have seen T1 in this sort of position before. Their team fighting is what puts them head and shoulders.
Ne znam ja, Tiva nema toliko dobar skill ovdje, mada opet pokazali su da i sa kompovima koji skilluju gore mogu se vrate nazad.
Yeah, I mean, you haven't won until their Nexus has exploded, right? Like, that is the reality, is these are playmakers.
I Doran je mrtav. Oner samo prodaje Doran ovdje, Doran je mrtav, imam šta.
Yeah, really well played, just goes in, they commit a lot of resources there, but they make sure of the kill, and now Oner...
Oner, da, ok, moram flasha.
Follow-up from LeBron was there, has the solar flare as he's gone to level 6. Keria is down towards this bottom side looking for Caps, but Caps is just recalling.
Yeah, I mean, this is just really well played. I mean, Nivea, tough to dive with the passive, clears out waves, has the wall. Ezreal also very tough to attack, you know, really shifty character. So they can send their resources constantly up here to help out BB. And it's tough for T1 to punish elsewhere on the map. And also, they're not really winning the 2v2s and the 3v3s right now either. So it does become a pretty difficult problem to solve here for T1. I mean, we see Lebrov just walk up, uses the exhaust immediately for the slow on to Doran. Get the CC. Owner knows he can't fight. They know that Keria is not there, and he can't make a cross-map play, so it's just fantastic from G2.
Good bit of vision from Keria towards the red buff and towards the Razor Beaks of G2's jungle. Next objective, though, still a minute 20 away, and we'll be on the top side of the map with that Rift Herald spawning. G2 were able to take the 3 grubs as T1 took the Drake, so we have that exchange of neutrals, but G2 did managed to get a little bit more gold in their pockets as they were giving up that dragon. Paranoia onto Hans Summer, no way out for him. Great combination there from T1.
They are going to be able to take him down, but that was not an easy kill. That is flash ult from Keria, that's ult from Paze, that's Nocturne ult, so that is quite a lot of resources spent to kill him. They are going to get some plates off the back of this, though, as Zig's going to go to work on that tower. So nicely done there by T1. They know they cannot allow the G2 carries to just safely farm. You need to have some sort of pressure on them. Thankfully for G2, though, Hans does go down, but doesn't even use his flash.
Yeah, I think as soon as he's in the Hexagon automaton, all you're doing is flashing over to the other side of the wall and you're dead anyway. There's a massive bomb about to land on your head as Doran's forced back a little bit by Broken Blade. Those ultimates, though, already half the way off their cooldown, should be up about 15-20 seconds after the Rift Herald has spawned, apart from the Hexagon automaton, which will take a little bit longer as Owner trades with Lebrov. But Lebrov puts up the Eclipse, also has the Protoplasm Harness complete. So if he does dive on towards that backline, has a little bit of extra healing. The rest of T1 on their way across, and G2 for a moment will have to fight a 2v4. Solar Flare lands the double stun.
Nemaju LYON-u. Nemaju LYON-u. Flash stun, dobro. Ali ne mogu da ga stignu, nemaju kako da ga jure, ne znam šta rade. Fajn su I dalje forsiraju dosta samonera I opet moraju da obrate pažnju. Labrov BB flash.
Look at Caps in the bot lane. That is the cost here. So T1, no, we need to get more because we are losing plates down here in this bot side. We are losing minions down here in this bot side, so they are pushing for this neutral. Going to be able to grab the Herald here, I think, uncontested. But no one goes down. Trade of sums. Caps gets gold. So for now, G2 still pretty happy about the play.
Yeah, it's still about a 2,000 gold lead for them as the Flash Frost comes out from Caps. Chips away at Doran with the Glacial Storm alongside it. Lebrov is looking around that blue buff area, but Doran will be pretty hard to dive, even with his Dominus down.
I will say Broken Blade needs to be pretty careful for these next couple of minutes. You know that Nocturne ult is now going to be back up after their earlier play. You know you have no flash, and it will be difficult to find an outplay there. And T1 know it. They're sending 3 members top. Even if
Ovo će biti mnogo bliže game nego što sam mislio, iskreno.
But G2 have moved way faster on this bot lane.
Hoće da daju BB, zato što BB nema flash, BB će da ih vidi zbog Varda. Dropa školu, to je to. Mislim da je mid turret na Ziggs basic satchel, verovatno. Samo što T1 baš ne grida za kule, iako imaju Ziggsa.
on the ward that G2 had there. Caps in as well, using his teleport. There's the Drake. Mega Inferno Bomb comes down. T1 might want to fight this. Caps is just TP'd away, and Broken Blade doesn't have his TP up. Because of that, G2 begin to back away. Carrier looking for the paranoid. Great hex.
Dobar ult. Sad samo trebate ga ubijete pre nego što Carrier umre, zato što je Carrier jako skriši.
From the G2 jungler, Caps has moved down from top to try and make this a 4v5.
I think Lebrov CC'd up Owner though, so he could
Pez će da umre za vard, šta neće, dobro je.
Skewmon because Owner activated the ult, but he never was anywhere to be found. So I have to assume that he was just out of range, was trying to use that.
Faker ima TP, možda puša top. Na G2 niko nema TP, nema ko da mu parira. Mislim da je fajn da dropaju Drake-a za kulu gore.
Would love to see that replay, but I'm assuming it was Lebrov saving him. And yeah, Lebrov just runs straight up, blocked by James, locks him down, not quite in range.
Dok se neko recall i ode na top, kula je verovatno mrtva.
That means you get a dragon here in a situation where you otherwise wouldn't have.
We're going to get chased down here for a second, carry on his way. As you say, there's the Drake.
Drake za kulu i šta Infernal Soul, to je fajn. Da, evo je kula. Svestan Doran da nema šansi da Bibi ovako uleće u njega da nije neko iza. Pametno. Sad samo Pace treba da priđe mid kulija, baci jedan satchel. Ne trebaju mi ni kripovi više, to je to. I Gold je sa Soma i popao na 700.
Really means it's nothing. It's about the execution in the 5v5s, which is where T1 really earn their reputation. This team is just so good, has so many playmakers. Faker and Doran, people can be critical of their laning, but you cannot be critical of the team fighting, of the ability to find the right angle, to find the right moment. And these top LCK and LPL teams have shown time and time again this event that they are so fast at pulling the trigger when you make a mistake. Sometimes you don't even know that you have made it yet, and they already know they won the fight.
They're so good at that. Also really good at getting the vision control whenever they do have a point of pressure. They get a lot of wards down towards that bottom side, which allows Doran to push up, but also stops Broken Blade from catching the wave any further up. And it means that Lebrov then has to spend his time around that red, clearing out vision, putting down a control ward of his own. And now G2 will try and push forward and get a bit of control towards this top side. Caps with a slight gold lead in the Coinbase gold grind. As Dominus comes out, there's a paranoia on his way as well, as Owner's looking for this. They need to spot the Vayne. It might just be the Dominus and nothing more. Broken Blade not stepping up. You can see Skewmon on his way across. Dominus about to expire. And BB waited it out well. Solar Flare on Faker. Zenith Blade there.
Faker. Flashovo je stun, ali ona dobija stun. I promašio je Q i to je to, ja mislim. Simegovo ga je, ali... Dobro, u stvari, dobro. Imaju 1 za 1, 1 za 2. Imaju i Leonu. Koliko je teško ubiti Leonu. Pace će, izbasicovat će ga ako ništa.
And G2 fall prey to the Faker global taunt, calls him up to that top lane, buys enough time with his flash and with the petrifying gaze, catching Caps in this moment. And the Avengers flood in. Everyone from T1 does arrive up on that top side to help Faker punish G2 for that play. Still though, it is a lot.
Uzeo je Draw Your Sword, Bono. Uzeo je Draw Your Sword i onda, pošto ima Draw Your Sword, onda mora da bude blizu. Šta će?
Everyone is coming very quickly. Look at the time that they are responding. Immediately, you see Carry moving up. Immediately, you see Pace moving up. Immediately, you see TPs coming through from Doran. Double teleport, everyone running. They are there to protect Faker. And he narrowly gets taken down. If he was able to avoid just a tiny bit more damage, Caps had been egged there, so Lebrov was really out of damage, and if he lived for another second, it would have been a 2 for 0.
Yep. Great reactions overall from T1. Had that deep vision as well with that ward further up in the lane, meaning the double TP from Paze and Doran was easy to execute. The setup around the Baron right now, no surprises, as it's 21 minutes into the game, and T1 do like their quick Barons when they can find them.
Yeah, we haven't talked much about Hans because the game hasn't really been about bot lane, but he has picked up 3 kills, right? You know, he got some with True Shot Barrage. He's been kind of lightly involved in some of these skirmishes. Mostly him and Paze have just been kind of farming. But Hans is at quite a strong point in the game, working towards his 3rd item alongside Paze. And he is going to be really important, I feel like, in these fights. Ezreal on 3 items is absolutely a beast, and they are going to need multiple threats here to be able to deal with T1, because they can dive
400 golda difa, mislim, uspjeli su da vrate gold ako ništa.
If they one-shot BB or Caps, you got to go big if you're those other carries.
BB running up from the bottom side. Faker looks towards top lane to see if he can push out there. There's a couple of pings.
Mada G2 samo ima više tretova, ima 3 treta. Ovdje je bukvalno samo Fakera, ako ubiju Fakera, misli su lagani u fajtu.
And looks like T1 have X-entered stage left as they look down towards that dragon instead of the Baron.
The other thing I really like for G2 in this game is that they are playing double exhaust, and it's not even spellbook exhaust as BB.
Broken Blade dodging away from Carrier, who tries to find him with the flash. The blast cone there for him, will use it after the hexagon, made him pull back straight into the waiting arms of Paze, who gets his 3rd of the game.
Carrier looks for the hookshot flash, does not find it, but it doesn't matter because he finds him with the ultimatum.
Faker umire za to, ne? Mislim da Nivea stiže ovo. Da, stiže. Oner možda nađe jedan, ali možda padne odmah za to, ćemo da ima. Ima flash. Nope. Iskreno, Caps mnogo lepo igra ovu partiju. Mnogo lepo igra ovaj game. Da, T1 bi trebao da bude mnogo ubedljiviji. Uzeli su tier 2 na botu do duše dok se ovo događalo. I Doran je ostao na botu iz nekog razloga, nema veze.
And look to play for that. Dragon is on the map here as well. And that ultimate from Pei is actually pretty important because it's going to hurt the tempo even more so from G2, who did overstay a bit on this top side, whereas the solo laners from T1 have already based. They're coming out. Doesn't look like they want to rush in towards Dragon, though. Instead, just playing to get vision around this Baron, so it's not going to amount to too much.
And TP coming out from Caps, who does have a 1,500 goal lead. Area in the vicinity, looking to see perhaps if there's a way for him to take down this bird.
And he has Seekers, so that's going to make it that much more difficult. And what I was going to touch on before is, normally the only time you see double exhaust is if they're spellbooks, right? They actually are just straight up playing double exhaust. And exhaust scales insanely well as far as a summoner. So when you're looking at these late game team fights, a properly timed exhaust on a Nocturne, on a Cassio, on a Ziggs, on a Renekton can be game changing and is so much more valuable than a heal or a barrier late on into the game. So is something really working in the favor of G2 if they can use this exhaust to great effect.
Definitely agree. T1, they'll be looking to catch people out, get that dive in with the Paranoia Hexic Ultimatum combo. BB not trading with Doran, just trading, pushing the lane up bit by bit as Faker just clears out the mid lane. True Shot Barrage comes across. G2 looking for a little bit control around this Drake that they will start. T1, do you stick or do you twist? Looks like they've decided they're not sticking around. They'll go up towards the top side. They'll give the Drake over to G2.
Yep, just second Dragon of the game, so no stress there for T1. They didn't feel like they had the proper setup, so instead they do just back off. But going to be really interested to see what defensive items that Hans does go for. We have been seeing more these days, usually only as like a 5th, 6th item, but 80 carries go Seekers. And honestly, this is a game for Hans where I wouldn't mind seeing him legit go Zonias as like a 5th item instead of a GA. I feel like GA doesn't always get that much value, but if you just get Nocturne ulted with Ziggs ult coming in or Hextech ultimatum with Ziggs ult coming in and you just immune that, you're giving them so few good targets because you could have, you know, Zonia's already being worked towards on Caps. Broken Blade is going to be going for a much more tanky build on the Vayne top.
Carrier going for Caps. He does have Egg, but in the Hexagon made him in the Paranoia Solar Flare. There's the Seekers. The stopwatch from Caps with the Crystallized down. He will get scrambled. The question is, will the Egg fall as well?
What?
Inferno bomb enough with
BB. BB. Dobri, Carrier je šotova nakon ništa. Doran noće preko zida. Stanovo je Eza, nema follow-up, pa zonuje. Hans, ujoj, ima jazma. Rip.
Flashes in and gets punished by the GOAT there. Goes forward, excuse me, shifts in, could not flash out because of the miasma. Gives away another kill there, and we'll see, does T1 start the Baron? Looks like they want to. And with the Cassio, it is going to be going down in a hurry here. Skewmont is around, has ult, has no flash, but Paze is going to be there to try to bodyguard. It's up to him and BB.
It's G2v4, Doran with his Pesa flash across the wall. Skewmont Cataclysm doesn't come down in time, as with the final hour.
Ode BB ovdje. Ću ubije Onera da ne može da smajta, ali kao nemaš ni tvoj niko ko da smajta, tako da. Baron za T1.
Gave such big rewards over to T1. No hesitation as they move in here with multiple members. You can see they had 4 members topside. They were hunting for caps. And as soon as they see him for a split second, instantly Carrier goes in.
A i mislim, zašto je Caps prvi tu realno? Caps je malo izgrifovao. Verovao u zid da možda zatvori ovde, ali iskreno nema razloga Caps da tu bude prvi ikada. Ok je da Labrov ide prvi, Caps iza njega. Ali da Caps ide prvi baš nema smisla.
That was the reaction to the mistake we didn't get to see in the replay, but Han shifted forward, Faker had the miasma, and then you cannot flash out, you cannot outplay it, you get taken down. And with Hans going down, that really did result in the bear. And if he had stayed alive, maybe with a 3-man contest, you could actually stop them.
You have a little bit of poke there as well. With the Vayne and the Jarvan, you don't have enough. You have to really face check into them. As now it's a 3,000
Skimo ide Stoneplate, jako interesant. Možda ne ide Stoneplate. Ide na Force of Nature, ne? A BB ide na Storm Laser, najverovatnije. I opet je Caps mrtav. A možda i nije, čekaj da imam. Dobro, Flash. Faker će da umre zašto je overgridovo za Leonu. I ovo možda košta T1 dosta. Da. Da. Mislim, pored svega što je uradio T1, ovo je bilo 3 za 2.
Really wanted to get that kill onto Leona, is able to take him down, but then G2 realized, all right, if we actually kill Faker here, that's the highest consistent DPS threat that is there, so the initial fight goes in. But look at how much time this stasis buys. He's able to flash out of the Ziggs ult, and then here's Faker going very deep on the side. He sees Labrov is low, they get the satchel, he goes in, but he's tanking the tower during this, and the Flash Frost there from Caps catches him, he gets locked in by Skumon. That buys space for Broken Blade. And Carrier tries to go in with the hookshot onto BB, he can't get him, we're back to live.
Ona caught, Broken Blade looking for more as Carrier dashes in, True Shot Barrage whistles behind Ona, who does use the paranoia defensively. It was a 3 for 2 on the top side, Skumon did die just on the end of it. Good satchel from Pays. Drake up in 18 seconds here, Azale.
And you can see how threatening Broken Blade is in these moments, right? They realize you can't just run away from the final hour. He'll chase you down that spot, so Carry goes in to give his life, Doran goes in to give his life.
Dobro, T1 pressure mid.
Labrov here on the side, looking to threaten though. G2 have a pretty good angle. Owner split.
Ovo je loša pozicija zbog Capsa za T1. Jer da, ovaj zid može mnogo da uradi.
As G2 get control of the mid wave, T1, as you say, pathing towards topside. Pays showing on the top lane without teleport means that T1 have given up this Drake. And Pays will try and take a tower. We'll be able to do it quickly with the short fuse and the satchel.
Yeah, we didn't really get to see when we came out of the replay, you know, how Owner was taking that damage. Looked like maybe they were trying to defend mid and they got chunked out, but he lost half of his health. And again, G2 has the better setup for the Dragon. T1 do have the gold lead. They're playing the map well. They have maintained this advantage for a little bit. But G2 now are on sole point, and that will more than erase the gold lead if they are able to claim it.
Ne, ma naravno, Borno. Mislim, i pored toga kažem činjenica da je Bard verovatno carry i najbolji pik. Tako da istovremeno si uzao najbolji pik za sebe i istovremeno si deniable carry i njegov najbolji pik. Kao, baš je ugod je to morao da uzme ovaj game.
From G2, all of these wards in the area, they even had a deep ward over on that other side. And that is what prompted T1 to say, you know what, we actually can't get in. We're just gonna have to give this one up.
Tako da Labrov sigurno zna da igra Barda, samo ne su bili u fazonu žele frontline zato što je BB Vayne. A Ziggs ima pasivno, njegov pasiv je radi damage kuli. Onda radi 40% AP-a plus passive damage i onda samo shota kulu. A to Ziggs obično u late game-u baci basic, proka pasivnu, baci 2 spela, rotira mu se pasivno jer pasivno mu se refreshuje kad bacaš magije. Onda baciš jedan basic s pasivnom W i shota kulu. Zigzu jako malo treba da šota kulu. Tražiš Zigza s ličbinom. Biš kuli iz jednog vesika. Vidi gdje je Fear, je prokov, on je mrtav, pace, TP, možda useless, ali nema veze.
Yeah, and the critical thing here is the timing, right? Because 50 seconds on Broken Blades, Death Timer 50 seconds on the Baron. So they may try to instantly start it, but BB, it's hard to see his teleport cooldown. I think it might be up by the time he respawns. It's going to be close. On that roll quest TP, we'll see.
It is difficult to see on this overlay.
It is really hard to see.
Especially when it's in the grayscale.
Yeah,
but we'll see.
It'll be close.
Yeah, it definitely will. T1 are pushing through mid and bot while they have a player advantage. G2 trying to find them. It's Shroud of Darkness from Owner will spell shield the Solar Flare. Carrier and Faker alongside Pays able to take down the mid tower. The gold lead extends to about 3.5k.
Yeah, and I mean some critical items coming through honestly on both sides. Obviously Caps working towards that death cap, desperately wants to get it before the next major fight. Faker has completed his
za 2,5 minuta solo. Ako uzme Infernal, Infernal bi bio solidan. Pogotovo na ovoliko damage source-ava od G2-a. Ajoj. Ajoj. Lep.
Steps back because of it. Faker uses Petrifying Gaze, should be back before the next big fight.
Yeah, but that is well played unless G2 are forced now.
To sam da kažem, možda Barona mogu da forsiraju, da nemam pojem.
You don't get to wait. We're actually just going to start this. Of course, there is risk with that. And it looks like G2 more want to play for vision here. They want to make sure that T1 don't have any Baron shenanigans going on, but Lebrov is in a little bit of a spooky spot here, but has the team around him.
Jarvan je veći frontline nego Renekton ili Nocturne. Tako da ni Tiva nema tenka po toj logici. Obe ekipe imaju samo bruzere. I plus realno Bard možda ode na Deadmans ili na nešto pa da bude relativno beefy. Ne, Faker gleda Lazića u Aramima sinoć. Nema nam Rence Lazića da vidi da... U stvari Lazić ni ne zna, on je juče igrao ko Faker. Zašto nema zvuka? Zašto si kliknuo mute? Najverovatnije. Jeste pokvarili zvučici, možda i to. Ja se nadam da nisu. Nadam se da nisu. Nadam se samo kliknuo mute. Možda se to lakše rešava.
G2 realizing that their side waves are not in a good spot. They have to back away. There was a moment where I thought T1 might just rush it for the inhib tower, but Caps is back here in time. 55 seconds on the Infernal. Soul possible for G2. There's the Rabadons that we talked about for Caps. And on its way, another item for Broken Blade. But we're at that point where it does just feel like it's execution more than anything.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think we are fully at that point. 2K. Yeah, 2K
is build up bolts, najverovatnije.
You can see some of those big items. Obviously, we've talked about the couple of Zonias that are in the game. The GA is there for Owner. These are the things that matter. But if it does not result in an item completion, the
Actualizer Casio, Zonia ili Deathcap još malo.
And the question is, who is going to execute better in these moments? A lot of squishy targets on both sides. But I do think for T1 it gets harder and harder and harder to find that perfect target. If you full send on Caps,
mislim, T1 igra fightove na hard modu zbog njihove kompozicije, iskreno. Doran možda mora flasha. Lep moment. Lep moment.
Infernal Drake begun by T1. You feel G2 are just saying, okay, we'll play for Baron. We'll pull you over here. Infernal Drake stopped by T1 as G2 start up the Baron, and this is it. Do or die in this game, one of this best of 5. T1 begin to collapse. The battle line's drawn between the two teams as Carrier dives in. The Mega Infernal Bomb just kills Broken Blade exactly where he stands, and now it's all Skewmon and Hansama.
Labrov mrtav, Skewmon će da umre. Tradali su, oj, Pace, Pace! Ništa. I to je Baron. Carryu radi na Carryu. Što da nije level 12, bilo bi malo lakše možda prođe Faker. Uska zmija.
here to save him.
Keria će flipova i umreće. Dobro, za malo. Mislim da je Ziggs upravo zakačio Bibija.
So they still have a chance. They're actually pinging onto the dragon here. T1's trying to reset. Skill1 already did so, and they're going to TP in on the flag here. Pace is in the area.
Mega Inferno Bomb already back up. The flag will spot Paze. Hansamo across the wall, trying to take it down.
Oj, damage. Ovo je Soul za G2.
On the dragon, Mega Inferno
ne! Ja mislim da Ziggs ulti radi više damage od Smite, iskreno. Ja mislim da Ziggs ulti radi više damage. Na svome i 700 je Smite ovo Ziggs. Iskreno nije Bibi kriv. Skill1, pardon.
And that is a tough one, to be fair. Yes, Smite has been buffed in this season, but that is a Ziggs on full items, combining the ult with the Q. So I want to see that one back in slow-mo.
Ne, Paze je ozbiljan Paze.
That is not a gimme at this stage in the game.
There was a moment, I think it dropped below 1,000, but it was purely for a moment. The timing from Paze pretty impeccable as now G2
jako lepo od Paze-a.
rebuild their ranks behind their inhibitor towers. T1 have the Baron for the next 1 minute 20.
Ne, Ziggs ult radi više damage nego Smite, to je sigurno.
It's not as strong as it used to be, which is definitely the case. The catalyze from Caps unable to catch owner out.
I mean, honestly, I think it's very hard for T1 to end without a team fight outside of the base. I think if you push up and you try to dive to close the game, you're probably going to die. We can watch this one more time. Let's see how low it gets. They're trying to rush it down before owner can get there. 1,737.
Yeah, you had that moment.
Yeah, it was a split second, and that slowed down, and it was a split second. The ult did 1,300 damage, and the Q landed at the same time. I mean, that is just beautifully played there by Paze, and what can you do? I mean, it's frustrating for sure, but that is not one. There are outplays and there are misplays. This is just a great play from Paze. This is not some horrible misplay that Skill1 should get flack for.
It's an error. It's not an unforced error.
Yeah.
I think I agree with you there. As now G2 trying to step out of their base. Broken Blade was pushing out the top side. Hansama on his way across here. Nothing really to fight over apart from, you know, a couple of jungle objectives and a bit of vision control, and that's exactly what both these teams are doing, locking horns, butting heads where they can. For G2, you now have the Fiend Hunter bolts completed on Broken Blade, which is a fitting item, I have to say.
Kažem šta hoću, Sarma.
And you have the Cerilders for
Hoću Sarma.
So he is almost caught up with Paze, who only has a needlessly large rock
3 minuta do
even though he's 3,000.
Barona i Drakea.
Hans has made the call that he doesn't need to go for a defensive item. Nice sidestep there by Lebrov, avoids the petrifying gaze. You know, I talked about the potential tech of 5th, 6th items. Sometimes in a situation like this, people will go zone use just a limited additional target.
Mislim, ne znam, opet kažem da T1 ima malo bolji teamfight komp. Ja mislim da G2 ne bi imao nikakve šanse. Jedino kako smajta Jarvan tu je da Ziggs faila timing kult, ali ako Ziggs pogodi kult i out-damageuje smite. Samo ga out-damageuje, nema šta.
When they engage on BB or Caps. But as we saw at that Baron, if you misstep at all, you are insta-dead, right? And Broken Blade, he is tankier than Hans, but he gets hookshot flashed, and he's dead before the stun ends, basically. So you have to make sure you are playing pixel perfect against Keria.
Lebrov even getting the Knight's Vow, I think, to help out Hansama in these fights. The extra healing he'll get off that if Hansama is untouched will be absolutely monumental, absolutely huge.
For sure.
As now we see, again, both teams warily stepping out into the map. I think the T1 obviously have control, but even then we saw them going all the way back to their tier 1s when G2 was stepping forward. We have a minute 30 on Inferno, would be third for T1, would be Soul for G2. A minute 32 on the Baron as G2 do something we've seen them do quite a few times before, which is allow Caps to step out with the rest of the team shadowing.
From both teams. They're both going 5 top. And if one team gets the jump on the other, it could be pretty huge, but they are both very well aware. And man, the pressure in a game like this, playing in an elimination series, end game scenario, 40 minutes in, you want to be the hero, but you do not want to be the person who missteps a little bit too far and costs your team a game, because you know to take down an opponent as tough as really either of these teams, you got to be on point. You can't give away games for free.
Importantly for T1, they have a little bit of vision behind G2. a ward towards the red buff, and actually a ward in the lane behind where Caps has walked. And G2, they've passed that with their sweeping. They're now trying to get their own deeper vision, but it's not that deep at all. What do we have in terms of...
Ajmo da vidimo.
Doran's got his.
Dobro, benchi mu je value.
But Lebrov takes half his health for the pleasure of stepping forward.
Pays is now on full 6 items there. That
To mu je spasilo jedno 800 health od Ezulta.
Blocking that true shot barrage actually really important.
Labrov na pola healtha, kažem, sad sve mu je teže i teže da igra.
But Lebrov getting chunked out is pretty tough. G2 though has played for mid prio. You can see BB has
Kerija flankuje, znaju gdje je Kerija, pingali su ga, koliko sam vidio.
As the Rift Scuttle Crab, the first target, Skumond gets it. T1 force back Doran and Broken Blade trading in the mid lane. Keria looking for the flank. Crystallize doesn't find him. The Drake at 7k. T1 trying to...
Dva ko od Zigza pogode, to je kraj ovog Drake. Ne znam zašto ti Ivan flipa, ali moguće da je Oner samo u fazonu ja sam bolji. Ok, bolji je. U redu, izvini Oner. Flipajte ga svaki dan, ceo dan. Kasno je došla bomba od Zigza. To je strano. Treba čeka Fear. Faker, flash ult, dobro. Ne znam li Kerry ovdje ubija Bibija. Ubija ga s true damage-om. Nije ga bisikovo! G2 dobio ovo, ne? Pez ima flash, možda mora flasha. Uuuu!
From Skumon, the TP back in from Broken Blade as he wants to chase out Faker and Pays.
They gotta try to get out of there, but G2 don't want to let them base here. This is not going to be an
Mislim da ih je video.
way to get out. BB.
Pez je mrtav. I ja mislim da je ovo potencijalno game. Nije još, uzet će Barona. Pez je malo poranio s ultom, nije prošao Fear, oni ulto i svi su mu dodžovali ult. A njegov ult je Soma i 700 damage-a.
Back and forth in his own ultimate, and Doran tried to get in range to actually stun him, and he just gets slowed so massively that he couldn't actually close the gap. Then Doran tried to flash in and get spaced completely. T1, the start of this is great. You can see they're going to TP in on the backside. They turn out the lights, make it very difficult on the contest. It went down to 90, but then watch up here. Look at Caps. Instead of running, he kites back into his ult, so the slow lands on Doran, and then Doran flashes, Hans shifts away, BB contends him, he can do nothing. Then, next up, Faker. BB had the sidestep on the ultimate there. He avoids it. Both the soul laners from T1 accomplish nothing with their flash forward. And Pace was not able to hit the skill shots in this one. G2 were just sliding around that fight, dodging so many skill shots. One or two more bombs hit.
Da imaju nekog krštenog top lanera, mislim da bi im bilo mnogo lakše da igraju. No hit za Dorana, ali stvarno mnogo underperformuje od kad je došao u T1. Oner je mrtav. Oner mora da ulta da bi pobegao da Nivije ovde.
And that was an ultimate not used offensively, that was used defensively. He's ulting away from the other G2 members towards Skumon to get out. And we'll see, Pays just working to wave clear here. G2 on soul point as our T1 in this Baron doing some work. And there's the Seekers for Hans that we talked about so
Ziggs cleara wave koliko može. Se vraća nazad po Renea. Dobro, ode ult od Fakera. Faker sad nema ni ulti ni flash. Han samo ima teleport, zato je Han samo tu. Doran? Je sada mi pukne internet, nebitno je. I guess da je nebitno. Mimo što je internet odlučuje se ugasi. Pa niste vidjeli šta je Doran uradio.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened there with Doran. Something definitely strange going on there. But now they're going to TP in. It's 45 seconds here on Doran. They've already lost 2 inhibs. And T1 need to hold on. Only 30 seconds left on that Baron buff of them. Maybe they can wave clear, but G2 want to end game 1 right here, right now.
I taman da vidimo kraj sad. Kažem, bolje niste vidjeli šta je Doran uradio. Ne mogu ova dvojica da urade ništa. To je game. Dobro! Bolje da niste. Prelepo. Caps je bolesno dobro igrao. Ništa, GG's, 10 minuta pauze. Idemo ljudi moji u Game 2, ovo će biti jako zanimljiva serija.
Sorry for your ears and everybody watching at home, but guys, I thought we were cooked, and we find the solution right in the end. After they take the Drake, we take the fight, Diddy.
And fret not, you're still on track for 3-1, but we'll worry about that later, because right now we've got that one BB cooked appropriately. It wasn't raw, it wasn't well done. Nice medium rare vein pick with a few mistakes for flavor, but
it's okay. What matters is the fact that we take this one, and I want to take a look at that last fight, the one where we lose the Drake in our HyperX reflex replay, but it doesn't matter in the end because they managed to turn that fight, Diddy, and they take it, and that's what gives us the win.
And I think it's really by the thinnest margins here. We are losing Drakes, we're losing 50-50s, but the patience, the fact that they're able to peel back, deny so much of the damage. Watch the footwork from Caps, just barely getting away from that chip damage. It is the tiniest margin, but we make it work. Broken Blade not being stunned by Faker. The littlest, tiniest decisions in that fight. Really the only thing that saved us from what was an incredibly dominant performance from T1.
I feel like that Cap sidestep is everything because honestly, the one fight where they were able to get on Caps and then turn on the first Baron was where T1 were able to take a fight, but it got to the point where if this Anivia is here, it creates so much space for Broken Blade on the Vayne, for Hans on this Ezreal. It comes down to this double ADs behind just constant, consistent Anivia damage, and that was the huge difference maker to me. It was basically, can they get on Caps? And they couldn't get on Caps.
BB, my man, with the redemption game, I feel, you know what? We always say that BB on carries lately, it's not what you want to see, but look at this career win rate on Vayne. My guy is undefeated on that champion, and he proved it once again.
Everything feels good.
It feels great.
It feels great, and I would love to live in this moment forever if possible. Unfortunately, it's not a best of one, it is a best of 5. So maybe, Jat, it's time that we talk about pays, because I don't think we've solved the pays problem.
So you have not.
I don't think we have.
What's funny is when he completed his 7th item, I turned to you and said, well, the good news is he can't get stronger. It was actually good news.
It was good news.
But he was a problem. Pays is a problem. I mean, I'm very happy for both of you.
And you needed them to get one.
I mean, I actually really didn't. So, the fact that T1 was 6-0 against TL, 3-0 against KC, this is the first game that T1 has lost this MSI to anyone not named BLG. So, when we're saying, like, they can't keep getting away with it, they finally couldn't get away with it because they were, I mean, we know how loose and fast they're trying to play every single game. That is how they play against BLG as well, to be fair, but G2 was able to punish them. I gotta give it to them.
But I feel like during BLG series, we pointed out the fact that T1 didn't have optimal drafts against them. I do feel like it got better here. What do you feel on the improvements for T1 in that department?
I don't think it was a draft issue. I think it really did come down to really slim mechanical margins, as Emily was highlighting, a sidestep here or there. I think Doran had a rough game, kind of as you expected in the Vayne. He had a lot of good moments where, you know, he's able to get the flash, a great trade for him. But
yeah, 60k damage.
Really? You already said, Emily, and I'll let you say it again. It's like the triple carry threat, making sure that it's a weird strategy, but just ensuring that the kill combo of the Camille and Nocturne couldn't just remove you from a team fight entirely really helped out a lot.
Woo! 1,300 damage.
Yeah, but he didn't win.
He didn't.
So it doesn't matter.
Berserker played this earlier and he won.
40% of his team's damage.
What does that say?
That says we still have to be really scary. There's like, I predicted 3-0. This is already a fantastic start. I don't want to say I'm happy. There's more work to be done. It's alive. It's alive.
You should be very happy. You should take this moment. Celebrate.
I mean, the reaction we had coming here for me is justified simply by the fact that when you look at the Hanwha Live series and how horrendous it was for Europe and for G2, I'll take those improvements any day.
And I was worried that after that game, because as close as it was, that if they had lost, it would be mental collapse, which I don't think it needs to be, because that first game was so close. But the fact that they win builds that confidence in themselves. I love to see it. I am still nervous. Again, the elephant in the room that we've already talked about, but we have to keep addressing, is Pays, because he can miss skill shots on Ziggs. He can't miss auto attacks. The dodges don't exist unless you're picking Jax. And so the Callista, everything else, The mages are already enough.
They're coming.
Yeah.
But there's more things coming. He's a scary, scary man.
The look on Skumon's face when the Infernal Soul was denied by a Pays RQ made me think that they were going to get swept. So to win a game like that is so mentally powerful because it tells you that even when you get tilted, you're able to persevere against T1. And I think that could speak volumes for them throughout the rest of the series.
And it's so important that you're saying this, Jad, because for me, this mental aspect is what matters for G2, is what matters for Skumon. And as long as you have Skumon in a good mental state, winning a game like this, when they were down, when they kept on losing drinks, for me, that sets them up perfectly for the rest of the series.
I completely agree. I think there were good looks in the early game from G2. There were some big fumbles, but they recovered very well, and that is the thing that matters most. We talk about this breakneck pace of game that the best teams in the world are playing. If you lose your footing and you can't recover, you're done immediately.
That's one. That's one for G2 here against T1 in Daejeon. We need 2 more. We'll see what happens. Let's send it over to break and get ready for game 2.
Tired of the off-season blues once Worlds is over? Fear not, because League of Legends is coming to the very first Esports Nations Cup, where players split from their clubs and compete for national pride. Will China test every limit imaginable? Will South Korea turn every game into a macro masterclass? Will EU and NA actually play in the correct lanes? The final event of the year is not to be missed. Esports Nations Cup 2026. See you in Riyadh.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I told you I was done with basic browsers.
Your setup wants Opera GX, and you're holding it back. Upgrade to the gaming browser. Download Opera GX.
Red Bull gives you wings.
With my new phone company, Menace Mobile, our pricing structure will be so confusing, it can only be described as evil.
That isn't evil. It's just typical phone company stuff. Besides, people just switch to Verizon.
With their new Simplicity plan, there's just one plan and one price.
What now?
And it's only $30 for a single line.
$30! So you're all choosing Verizon. Traitors!
Introducing the Simplicity Plan, $30 for a single line.
Can you hear me now?
됐습니다. 이번에도 팬분들을 현장에서 한번 만나볼 텐데요. 이번에는 특별하게 해외에서 온 팬분들 한번 만나보도록 하겠습니다. Hello.
Hello.
Please introduce yourself.
My name is Yannick. I am a mid laner.
Oh, where are you from?
Switzerland.
Switzerland. Here for MSI?
Yes.
Who do you support for?
G2.
Okay, please send message to G2, please.
I don't think I have to. They know what they can, and we all believe in them. Let's go G2!
Woo! Thank you. And where are you from?
Hello, I'm Aaron. I'm also from Switzerland.
Oh, good. What's your score prediction for this match?
I just hope we get 4 more games like this. In the end, 3-2 for G2.
Oh, 5 games and 3-2. Okay, thank you. And hello. Please introduce yourself.
I'm Oliver, and I'm from Denmark.
Denmark, here for MSI also?
Yes.
Oh, okay. What's your score prediction?
3-1. The circus is done now, so now we log in.
Okay, for T1. Hello. Please introduce yourself.
I'm Knut from Germany.
Germany, okay. Please send message to T1.
Please win.
Okay, thank you. 네, 이렇게 해서 해외에서 오신 팬분들 만나봤습니다. 2세트도 재밌게 즐겨주세요. 여러분, 준비되셨나요? 2세트 만나보겠습니다.
And here we are back for MSI 2026, where G2 are 1 game up against T1. Pretty surprising, I'll say, after the early game.
And this greatly reduces the chances of T1 winning 3-0.
Thank goodness, man. They've had enough of those.
They have had enough
of those. Let's go to a 3-2.
You know?
Let's make it close. In fact, we could just say they'll lose 3-0. Or is that?
I don't think so.
No.
We're looking for some good games here,
True,
okay,
we
buddy?
are looking for 5.
Yeah, exactly. We're in Korea. That would just be rude.
Can't do that to your hosts.
Exactly.
Like, what are you
Come
doing?
on. They invite you over for dinner, flip the table.
I mean, G2 even practiced in the T1 headquarters.
Exactly.
So.
It makes it even more rude.
Yeah.
But G2 not going to be too concerned about that. Really competitive game number 1. I did like the way that they played it out. I think that T1 obviously had a strong comp, but I do think as it got later and later onto the game, it's more and more difficult for their comp to actually function. We could see that it was tough for them to actually close the gap and get in on the back line. The double exhaust meant a lot for G2. And by the end of the game, they had 2 Zonies and a Seekers on their carries. And there's just no good targets left for T1. So really nice game 1 here from G2. Very back and forth. Let's see if they can keep going.
We move into the second set of picks and bans that we've had. As we see the Jason, the Oriana already taken away by G2. Last time they followed that up with a Vi. Sivir added to the bans from T1 alongside the Nautilus and the Kali they banned in game 1. They also banned the Poppy in game 1, so that's another switch that we've had, but it's the same old story from G2.
Yep, we'll see if G2 continue to try to cook here in the top lane. BB the Vayne, I think, really did pay off pretty big time. He did die a couple times here and there, but he was such a threat in these fights, right? And I do think having these multiple threats against the comp that is so adept at just one-shotting one person really was critical. They had good spacing in the team fights, spreading out, not allowing T1 to ever catch their carries grouped up. Faker going to get his iconic rise, though, which is going to allow T1 to play more towards the side lanes than I think we saw last game, where it really was kind of dominated by G2, obviously, with Broken Blade, having the backup, being able to play through those sides on the Vayne, and it is going to be a Bard here for Lebrov. I mean, it's terrifying to give Bard over to Keria, and also Keria's answer to Bard has been Camille, which is already played. So those are two pretty big points in G2's favor for grabbing this Bard.
I do love looking at Faker's stats from time to time. Can you guess how many Rise games he has all time?
17 million.
101.
I was close.
It is the 15th of all the games he's ever played competitively. So 1 in every 15 games he's brought out this Rise. It will be matched by the Syndra. G2 would usually look towards the Anivia or the Cassio as answers. You can also look to Talia, but Caps had a great Syndra performance just a couple of days ago.
Yeah, and it's very interesting, right? Because we are seeing some of these traditional counters already were taken away in the first game, right? Camille, the traditional carry answer to that Bard. Instead, he brings out the Pike. And as you said, Anivia and Cassio, traditional answers to Rise, but those are both played in game 1, so we see the Syndra. So we kind of see that evolution. What else is in the bag for these players? And there are very few players I do trust on the Pike. Keria is absolutely one of them, going to be paired up with that Mel. So back to the mages for back-to-back games. But G2 did get a win, hey, with Hans playing AD carry, with him playing that Ezreal, even though it was against that Ziggs, which is
Evo nas ljudimo i nazad.
so incredibly strong.
G2 opet plava strana.
Oh yeah, the Ziggs can be so powerful. The Mel as well, incredibly strong, especially in Paze's hands. It does make me wonder whether the Syndra would ever be flexed down to the bottom lane for Hans Summer. He isn't a big mage player. He doesn't usually bring it out, but there's always that possibility.
I have a question for you. I don't know if you've seen this interaction, because I
Pike Mel Botra iz mid.
If you rebuttal the Syndra
Syndra Pantheon odgovor.
does it count them as individual spells?
Što je decent.
That's actually pretty big, right? I'm not actually sure how that,
I'm not
works.
sure. I know with Silas, if you seal it, you get 3 orbs, but I don't know exactly with Mel, but we'll see.
Yeah, because that'll be an interesting interaction, right? Because not only do you take less damage that way, but if you reflect every orb of the ultimate, if that counts as that, that one spell that you're fully reflecting, then it's also super dangerous to use your ult, right? So will be interesting to see how that works out. Rebuttal is a very tough spell to play around, and a lot of playmaking here for G2. We have both the Bard as well as the Pantheon. They can attack side lanes so heavily. So some great answers to Faker, who's going to be split pushing, you have to assume later on in the Rise. And we are seeing T1 here still giving respect that it could be a Yone top, that it could be a Syndra bot. They're taking away, some of these lanes here. They're not taking it as a given that the Syndra is going to be mid or that the Yone couldn't go top.
Yeah, I think it's smart overall to assume flexibility from both sides of this draft. There's the Poppy taken away by G2, and we'll see where T1 decide to go with their final ban.
Ja verujem da je Pan Jungle. Ne.
The only player to win
Pan Jungle.
This MSI. Pike sitting at 2 and 3. Keria obviously with both those wins, and there is Gnar removed by T1.
Very interesting. So, yeah, definitely respecting the chance of flex here. It is the Mbessa ban as well as that Poppy from G2. Poppy obviously such a good denial pick. I mean, you look at what G2 have been drafting for. They're clearly looking for a lot of playmaking. They're looking for these snappy engages. Poppy is something that can answer those incredibly well, so I think it is an intelligent ban. And T1, I think, just trying to set up some stability up on that top side. Lucian Bard is pretty interesting. I mean, Lucian, we are seeing quite a bit of these days, but Lucian is almost in like Melio jail, right? For a long time it was Lucian Nami, and then it went to like Lucian Brahma for a little bit, and then Melio, and now we are kind of seeing the next evolution here. Of course, you're not going to have quite as powerful 2v2. You don't have that Melio passive interaction, which is so much of the early game power from the Lucian. But Lucian still can be a real threat and does have some pretty good mobility, some ways to actually deal with some of these problems. Interesting to see a Gnar ban into Yorick. That seems bizarre to me because Yorick is usually picked into Gnar.
Yeah, because you can chase him down with the Morning Mist and your ghouls just continue to chase him, and then he can't really control his Mega Gnar as well. So we'll see. Pardon?
I said that one's a bit of a head scratcher for me.
I totally agree with you. As we'll see T1 round out their comp with Jungle here. Nefiri is the lock for Ona. Okay, some aggression. Teams up really well with the Mel if she can land her Searing Brilliance and then have the Golden Eclipse coming down at the same time as the Hound's Pursuit is there for the follow-up. You do so... This is the hardest counter for Yorick top, man. I hated playing into this when I was doing my Yorick top challenge.
Okay, so I will say, I don't agree.
Yeah, I know you don't. We are entirely on opposite sides of the coin here.
So, I think that Cho'Gath is a good matchup into Yorick, but there are ways to play around it if you're an experienced Yorick player. You literally just do not summon your ult and you make him hold his feast.
Sure.
Because the interaction that makes this so advantageous is rank 1 of the Maiden can be basically one-shot by the feast and you get a feast stack, right? But a lot of times in pro, people are not comfortable with Yorick players. They don't play it a lot, so they just auto-summon it. You can play the lane without your ult, and then as soon as he feasts, then you can summon your ult, and then you have that cooldown duration to actually play with it pre-6. Once you're level 11 and above, the matchup does really start to swing more towards Yorick because Cho'Gath can no longer one-shot it. So I want to see if Doran actually knows the interactions. If you just hit 6 and you summon your Maiden insta and you let him have a free stack every time it's up, then that is not going to go very well for you. But you can win in the 1v1 without your ult. You can just fight, and if he ever uses his ult, then out comes the Maiden, and now you have that kind of little bit of breathing room. So I do think it is a good pick into Yorick. I think that it is a great denial pick into some of these squishy engaged champions. If you're Pike or Nefiri and you go in and you get silenced before call the pack, you can just get one shot.
Does a lot.
I think that is really kind of what I'm looking at. I see it as an answer, not as a counter, personally.
I 100% understand that, and I think perhaps that shows the difference between our top lane skill levels. I am Emerald in top lane, Master in support, but not good in top lane, and you are usually Master Plus, let's be honest, in all the roles. As Skumon steps forward and is met by Ono and Doran. Caps coming in, looking to land a Dark Sphere, doesn't quite connect, as Hansama has gone for the Doran's Helm first on the Lucian. As you said, it's not as good as the Lucian Melio because Lucian's passive was updated for heals and shields. You'd still be able to get the extra damage from the Light Slinger. You can still get it with the Caretaker Shrine and with some immobilization. If you land a Cosmic Binding, you are still going to get that extra damage.
Yep, of course. Melio passive also working in there, though, and that's kind of so strong. So I'm going to be really interested to see how this top lane goes. I don't think it was a great game 1 from Doran. Did kind of struggle in the team fights. Some of that is compositional, of course. You know, G2, very shifty characters. You got Anivia and Vayne and Ezreal, not easy to get in on these champions, easy to get kited out as that Renekton. But I'm curious to see, you know, how familiar is he with this matchup? Is he just going to insta-summon the ult and give those free stacks to Broken Blade? Or is he going to hold the ult and force Broken Blade if he wants to get stacks to use one on a minion? Or hold it for that summoning of the Maiden? Because that can make things really, really interesting in this 1v1. And also, how Broken Blade is going to be able to use that Feral Scream in the 5v5s is just so big. It is such a good denial tool against playmakers. You get silenced on Pike or on Nefiri, you might just be dead before the silence ends.
Yeah, definitely. It's so difficult to escape from those situations, especially if you're starting to dash in and then you get silenced, you go forward. We saw LeBron with a good Cosmic Binding. T1 support matchup here with the T1 Bard versus the T1 Pike, which I'm sure Carrier is happy to see.
A lot of T1 skins.
Yeah, quite a few around. As Ona jumps across the wall here, does know that Skumon is on his Razor Beaks, puts a ward down. Skumon has been well tracked by T1 in this early game, mostly because of that Razor Beak ward. It indicates that he's on the top side, and when he comes around, see the Nefiri just jump in and get a little bit more vision. I think Ona there, unwilling to take the fight because of the movement of Lebrov from the bottom side. Faker forced to use both of his summoners as Caps does use the flash in mid.
Yeah, trades that flash back as Lebrov came in. And I think Faker had a false sense of security because of that move up, but this is the shared champion pool and the individual champions for each player. Broken Blade has a lot of wild ones up there. Obviously the TF, the Yasuo, the Malphite, the Warwick, the Yone, a lot of different picks than Doran, who is much more of the kind of standard meta player that you would expect out of a, you know, a top LCK team. And I do like that Broken Blade has these different styles of champions in his toolkit, and Carrier recently passed Faker to become top all-time in the assists internationally, and now he's the first ever to reach 2,000.
That is incredible.
Really
Caps also passes Canyon for 5th most assists ever internationally with 1,298. So I'm sure he'll be looking to pick up a few more in this game. But Carrier, I mean, the guy is just the GOAT support, right? If Faker didn't exist, I think you'd start to have conversations as to whether he is just the greatest, right? I think there's
so pesky though.
He is. He's always around. Like even here, just trying to hold the wave. Lebrov comes across to make sure that he can't do that easily. Faker will be back out on his way. Gets the CC, a magical journey out of Labrov will manage to extricate himself from that situation.
Yep, he is A-okay. That last auto from Labrov made me a little bit nervous. At first I thought his auto was going to go on and carry it, but it was, of course, on the tower. So you're not pulling turret aggro. You are not in danger of going down. But Cap's already with a 300 gold lead, of course. Some of that you would expect to even out. You know, that's why Carry was trying to actually hold that wave. But wasn't fully able to kind of keep it off the tower. So
Zanima će build uopšte BB ovdje najskrenije.
Caps will maintain a pretty large lead here. There's 3 minions for Faker to get, so he can get to 32, but then there's going to be 5 or 6 available for Caps. So he is about 2 waves ahead already. That trade of summoners obviously pretty big, and I think that will draw a lot of attention here mid.
Yeah, Carrier is always looking to see if he can be drawn towards that mid lane, so perhaps catch out the fact that we don't have those flashes. And Skewer Labrov sidesteps it, whether aware or unaware. He still does not get hit by that spear out of Carrier. Last time we saw Cho'Gath top was BB, by the way. He played against Whippo's Yorick back in MSI last year. He did lose that game. So hopefully better fortunes for him in this one if you're an EU fan. That series did not go well for G2.
No, it did not. But this one has already gone a lot better, and I have to say...
they got 1 game.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I mean, compared to the HLA series, right, where people I think were feeling pretty nervous, like, oh god, is this our form? Like, is this our level? Are we just going to show up and get blasted? And we have the longest game of MSI in game 1, very back and forth. G2 comes out on top.
Flash forward from Carrier into the Bone Skewer.
Dobro.
Is here for the chase. He won't even be needed, but lands the Darking Daggers.
Sad će ostaviti Faker, svako je fine.
And it is always a masterclass, it feels like, for Carrier. And here's the interaction. Doran is not a knower, so he's going to use the ult and give over a freebie on the stack. And that is why you don't want to use it. And if it's confusing, why you're saying, well, just what do you mean don't use your ult? Well, Cho'Gath needs to get stacks, right, to be stronger later on in the game. So if you actually hold your ult summon, he can't just sit there and never use his ult to get stacks, or he's going to be put way behind the pace of the game. So that forces the Cho'Gath to say, all right, well, am I going to hold it in case he summons a maiden, or am I going to use it on a minion and start getting this moving? And then as soon as he uses it on a minion, you have that couple minutes or a minute or whatever it is. I can't remember the rank 1 cooldown. Where you can actually play with the maiden and get prio.
Yeah, about 80 seconds
there you go.
rank 1 on that feast without any ability haste as Bone Skewer from Carrier whistles behind Labrov's ear, doesn't quite find its connection, but good kill overall from T1. Gets owner ahead on this Neferi, and you can see Faker also moving, thinking about a Realm Warp towards this top lane. Caps is going to catch him out. Spots the fact that there is a Rise waiting in that bush, and T1 have a very slight lead, predominantly because of that first blood.
Absolutely is, and Owner was the one who grabbed that first blood. Looked like they kind of wanted to give it to Carrier, but Owner wanted the assist and did end up getting the kill with one of his dogs, I do believe, finishing that off. And still, not like you're going to be sad about Neferi getting an early first blood, as this champion really is feast or famine. You know, you go in, you are looking to put so much pressure on the back line. You want to be able to push back Caps, push back Hans, and draw a lot of pressure, right? Which is where that call to pack becomes so important, and where that interaction that I've been talking about with the Feral Scream, with that silence, becomes so tough. Because if you try to really ride that line and you get silenced before you can get that call to pack immunity off, then you may just die without ever being able to use it. And if you use it too early, well, you can get CC'd up after and potentially die too.
Yeah, it becomes a huge problem if you are caught out. And there's so much damage as well for G2. And point and click CC, which I think is very important when you are looking to try and
harder to outplay.
It's much harder to outplay, man. I miss the days when Tarek's Dazzle was just point at the enemy. Okay, you're stunned.
Skill shot.
Yeah, I loved it.
Što znači, moram brba na neki minut, ljudi, što je jako shit, ali šta ću, sad ću doći.
To walk his way out, but really the supports haven't been down here, and Pays so consistently when he is playing these majors, manages to get these leads. Looks like T1 are setting up around the Drake, as there's the Bone Skewer. Soulless Snare not connecting. Hans Summer dashing forward as they look for the Realm Warp behind. Magical Journey out. And G2 will manage to extract themselves.
Yep, going to be A-okay here. This is Pays on Mages, 3-0 on Mel, 1-0 on Syndra. His first loss on Mage last game on the Ziggs was taken down there by G2. As Faker did use that Realm Warp early, and T1 were hoping to get a pick into the Dragon. Because they did not get the pick, and Faker has to go back mid, or he's going to give up all these plates and minions. They decide, you know what, we actually can't spend the time to claim the dragon now, so they are forced back by that disengage.
Oh, Grand Starfall flash forward as there was a flash away from Doran, but Broken Blade's here for the chase. Caps across the wall with the scatter of the week as well. Won't allow the Undertaker out. It's Hell in a Cell, and G2 are winning.
Nicely played there by G2, looking for a play up towards that top side. Doran tries to use the cage and the flash to escape, but Skewmont is there to get him. Really the only thing I think Doran maybe could have done is you try to put the cage right kind of like where it fully blocks off the thing, and it can mess up pathing. And there's some weird tricks you can do with that, but pretty hard to escape 3 members.
TPM from Broken Blade as T1 trying to secure at least one of these grubs. Don't have the smite on Ona, but will manage to take it, so it will be a 1-for-2 grub exchange as Broken Blade, after teleporting, looks like he is just going to go top. Pays and Carrier have been swapped up to that lane. Summer's going to be left to his own devices against the Yorick down in that bottom side.
Yep, you can see Doran has his ult back up and just trying to get to level 11 where that Maiden cannot just get one shot there. Well, it's not true one shot, but close to one shot by the Feast. Close enough that it doesn't really matter. As that Bone Skewer just
I did go between the minions, which I think does show just how good Carrier is at the pick. Managing to weave it through there, but Broken Blade didn't step too far forward. Currently at 3 stacks on the Cho'Gath. 10 stacks is where you get the really increased, like every time you ult and feast something, you get increased range on your ultimate as well. And 10 stacks, it's the maximum increased range it can be, which can help in fights. Like Cho'Gath doesn't have a gap closer. That little bit of extra range can really help you. Yeah, you are.
It is tough at times for sure. And you get 6 of those stacks just straight up from the minions. And then of course, you can get it on epic monsters, dragons, barons, heralds, things like this, as well as champions if you do get that last hit. So going to be trying to stack that up as best he possibly can, already up to 4 stacks. So I love when Cho'Gath players are just pressing the button. Like you shouldn't just sit there and wait and wait and wait for this like potential all-in that might come. You need to get stacks. It is so much of your power later on. You're not only increasing the range, but also, of course, based on the health that you're gaining, it is increasing the damage of the ult, which is making it more likely to get those subsequent stacks. And they are sending 3 top here again, potentially looking to try to punish Doran, who is missing his flash. And he knows it, so he will be able to back off, but that is going to cost them some plates. That is going to cost them some minions.
Doran's TPing to bot lane tower. They're going to put the Maiden down and immediately try and race this. 2 grubs to 1. That sort of race will go in G2's favor, but T1 already have the wave pushed in. They'll take the Drake as well, as G2 invested a lot on towards that top side.
Yeah, they absolutely did. Yorick, of course, fantastic at killing off these towers. But Caps and Broken Blade still racing for this, so let's see who is going to win it. I think it is going to be T1, but it's going to be close. I mean, T2 got back on that tower faster, so it looks like they might actually win.
The Sheen Last Rites can do quite a bit of work. There is the Maiden helping as well, of course. It's going to be incredibly close between these two as the first tower of the game is so tight. Ono comes across. It will be T1. They'll get it with the Last Rites. G2 just 2 seconds too late.
And that's all that counts. And they're able to get it. You know, you can see Owner wasn't 100% confident that they were going to get it in the 2v2, so he's like, all right, I'll get down there, try to give a little bit of assistance. They do get that first tower gold, which is pretty nice, and just about all the difference in the gold splitting these 2 teams. You can see Broken Blade already with that Heartsteel completed. Going to be looking to try to scrap a bit, start getting some stacks. Cho'Gath so powerful with that additional HP.
Faker has to use the Ghost here. Tempered Fate comes out, and with the Ghost, he can very quickly sidestep that, then steps back forward.
It is cool seeing the T1 logo from the bar just like splash on the ground beside the GOAT, the T1 legend himself. I mean, Faker has what? I think it's something like 9-10 skins now.
Grand Starfall in, there's the shield bot as well. Hans Summer dashing forward, Pays able to get the rebuttal off. Carrier's going to have to dash across this wall to escape as Ona looks to hold that culling, uses the dogs to do so.
Yeah, and they're going to try to keep BB away from this top side. Doran was trying to get up there and get some access to that tower. So we did get the 1 feast off the Maiden, but even without Doran, you know, just kind of delaying the summoning, it hasn't really mattered because they haven't really been laning that much against each other. And Doran closing in here on level 11. So we'll see if BB can one-shot that one more time before Doran does get that level up where the Maiden later in the game starts getting pretty tanky. It becomes difficult to actually knock it down as it scales up with those ranks in the ult as well as with your stats.
Yeah, especially if you play well around it as well. You can manipulate how much it steps forward, how much it steps back as Lebrov and Caps look for Faker on this bottom side. Unleash power onto Faker, takes him down to a 3rd. Carrier on the flank though. Lebrov will land the stun onto Ona, stopping T1's idea of taking this fight. G2 investing 4 players around here for now, as Caps perhaps will just look for the crystalline overgrowth as Faker wisely walks away from the Dark Sphere in the Force of
It's actually the crystalline overgoat that he was going for there.
Oh, they jump onto Caps. It's Carrier, death from below as Caps is taken out. Lebrov trying to chase out this Pike. Hans Sommer on his way through the magical journey. Carrier needs some fancy feet to get away, and Hans Sommer comes in to secure the kill. A lot of gold to Hans Sommer there as Skewmond and Owner butt heads in the river, and both of them able to escape. The flash from Skewmond enough to keep him alive.
The stat sheet will show a solo kill for Carrier, but of course Caps was very low.
Skewmond just to the side of the steering, brilliance. And with the tempered fate pays, rebuts Lebrov. Solar Snare out as well as Faker is looking for more. He has the flash and Skewmond now in range. The Aegis Assault, no movement speed for him. Faker takes it.
Sam mi fa nešto. Hans Sama koji živi, umire.
Where's Carrier? Pike can smell blood in the water. A bone skewer goes to Narnia, but it didn't need to hit. Faker takes the kill.
Yeah, Faker looks so good on these sort of champions where he can get out on the map, where he can roam, where he can really play. Just so proactive, right? You know, just getting busy on the map here, moving around with T1. They're looking for Caps.
Phantom on the toe, Carrier down to Caps as Owner tries to trade back in. Lebrov going the long way around, looking for the Caretaker's blessing, and it will be enough. The magical journey, Owner still dashing, a Dark and Dagger will get him with the bleed, but Caps gets a shutdown in response. Meanwhile, Broken Blade trying to survive on the top side as Pays brings down the Golden Eclipse, but it's not enough even with the ghouls chasing him out. Broken Blade will heal up.
Trying and succeeding to survive on that top side as Lebrov and Skewmond now hunting. He gets the slow.
Faker gets the movement speed though, and will just walk away. I don't think Skewmond and Lebrov would have had enough damage to take down Faker easily, especially since he's still holding on to that flash. Doesn't have the Rod of Ages complete as of yet, but probably has enough in his inventory to finish that one up, and you can see he's now backing away. Next fight, likely around this Rift Herald, although we could be looking at a second Drake play.
Yeah, there's the Roa coming in. Faker also working quickly towards that Archangels. They're going to TP back. They don't want to give up this Herald. I mean, Owner is so strong right now. He already has the Cyclo Sword. He's closing in on a second item. And when he gets it, he is going to be so threatening, especially for Caps, who's going to be very reliant upon his team to keep this guy off of him. Obviously, you can sidestep as much as you want, but that's only going to do so much.
G2 are TPing Broken Blade in here. Oh, great dodge with the call of the pack as Broken Blade tries to step forward onto Faker, who will just walk away. Doran, their next target, shield rolled in from Skewmond. Doran flashes into the back of the Herald Pit. The rest of T1 now trying to collapse on Caps and Lebrov, but Doran is just nom by Broken Blade. G2 wrest control of the Herald Pit out of T1's hands. And it looks like T1 have given up the ghost.
Mislim da je Faker potpisao do 2028. Što znači da nema za njega
Faker as well as Doran on one side, and Doran got stunned up there. And once he got stunned up, he was so low, he didn't feel he had time.
Nema penzionisanja za Fakera.
The wall and flash to safety over the wall. So instead, he had to flash into the pit. But T1 couldn't force their way through on the other side, but they will look for a play of their own, going for this second dragon here. We'll find out if that early work on the dragons is going to be rewarded by a powerful soul. G2 definitely hoping it will not be, but it is Ocean, which definitely not the one that T1 are hoping for. They're a relatively squishy team. Ocean not going to do much for champions like Nefiri and Mel and Pike, but any soul is a valuable soul.
Death from below used for the stun with the Realm Warp follow-up. Caps, you can unleash whatever power you want, but Faker and Carrier combine to take him out.
It's just like watching a Pike tips and tricks. Like he's showing you all the combos here, just beautifully done. What he is doing there is E and then ulting on behind you, which teleports you to them, making the E undodgeable. Then you're stunned. The Bone Skewer's already coming out. That's undodgeable too. It's just so clean, so precise from Carrier on this champion. Gets them another kill and does start to push Faker ahead. BB trying to get some gold back on the other side of the map, and he is the big advantage for the team. He has got to be the guy who is creating space for those carries, getting into the mix, but you don't want to overextend because This champion is so slow, so low on mobility.
Grand Starfall onto Faker. T1 running up through the river, but Faker's running the wrong direction and has no Realm Warp to get out of this one. They might try and just give it over to Caps. Skewmon autos one more time. Caps is here. The shutdown does go to Skew. Meanwhile, Culling used into the rebuttal. Broken Blade tried to trade onto Pace. Hans Summon dashes in, and Carrier is devoured. The Temper Fate not quite in time to save him from the bleed as G2 find 3 across the map.
I mean, look at the turnaround there on the Feral Scream from BB. It looked like it might be going bad for G2, but he lands a silence across 2 members, and they just burst them down with the Feast and the Feral Scream and all the damage coming through. And pretty much just got a double kill there, and now Broken Blade up to 8 stacks already, 1,500 gold ahead individually. And he is not going to be an easy champion to take down. Yes, T1 will have a lot of damage as you get later on into the game, but this is going to be a tough champion to deal with, who also has a lot of kill threat on your squishy champs at the same time.
I think as well, we haven't talked about it, but you get bigger the more you feast. And the fact that you can stand there and block the Bone Skewer coming out from Carrier as well, you are just...
Jako mi je drago što čovjek radi, ma koliko navijam za ekipu T1-a. Mnogo mi je drago da hrabri counterpickovi u stvari rade neki posao.
Maiden does survive, and T1 playing towards that top side. G2, a lot of members down here, but the Dragon is not up. Someone's got to go.
Away.
Yeah, it seemed pretty early to be playing, so heavily down on that bot side, but they do get Caps back up to collect this wave, so no big deal. Faker pushes it in and does start to try to steal away from some of these camps, but you can see both teams being pretty active here. Caps looking to steal that away with the scatter, but Owner is covering him, and Skewmon is stealing away the Gromp on the other side. So tit for tat across the map here, as both teams staying active and trying to find a window to punish their opponents.
The push comes in from T1, and with the grub damage, the tower will fall. Faker walks in to make sure it does. As the mid-tier 1 taken for T1. They're third of the game, only 2 for G2 right now. Gold basically even, but again, you have to look at where it sits. Like, Faker is 800 gold ahead of Caps right now. 2 items complete, Rod of Ages, 4 stacks on it. You saw what was the ooh for?
IE just got bought.
IE did just get bought for
as a second item. So that is a bursty build.
That's a big ooh.
That is an ooh, because if you get silenced as Carrier or Owner, and I didn't mean to interrupt you there, I thought you would just keep going past my ooh.
It was such an emphatic ooh. I was like, oh, I've missed something really important, and I'm glad we stopped so that you could highlight the fact this Infinity Edge has been bought.
It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
It's ooh-worthy, in my opinion.
I agree.
And we'll see. I mean, because he doesn't have to go in towards like Navori or anything like that. This is heavy AD. This is a ton of upfront damage, upfront burst. And it is a scary, scary, scary game to be Carrier, to be Doran, even Pays. I mean, you're so reliant on rebuttal. If you get Feral Scream flashed by Broken Blade and you're silenced, well, you don't have that. You might just be dead instantaneously. So it's going to be about the execution here, as you can see G2 dropping Herald mid, trying to pressure. Faker still pushing bot for now. Does have the Realm Warp.
Maiden pulled back with the force of will. Taken out with the charge from the Herald, and even with the Dark Deception, Skewmon's still able to get away. Look at Faker coming up. He's going to have the Realm Warp, but look at Doran. He has nothing left. Another charge here. It's Caps riding the Herald towards the tower there. The plates, rebuttal out. Faker still waiting to see if he can come across with the Temper Fate hitting, and Pays with no escape. BB on a rampage. This Cho'Gath is unstoppable, as Owner's forced to eviscerate away as G2 eviscerate T1.
Yeah, T1 getting punished so heavily there. I think Doran really didn't realize the amount of health on that tower, and now G2 are just going to go to Baron, because he thought he could defend there, but the tower was one-shot by the Herald, and now this is problems for T1. They're just going to decide to give it, but T1, it was dead even just a minute ago, and now it is going to be an over 2.5k gold lead here for G2, as Doran dies for free, and then the rest of T1 kind of caught off guard, and it felt like overstayed their welcome. Pays goes down as well.
Importantly for T1, they will get an Ocean Drake. They are on soul point now as Doran has stepped forward, and a Grand Starfall into a shield bolt. Oh, Doran, you just got back out on the map! Skewmon!
Doran je 0-4-0, vraćamo se na isto. Čovjek samo ne radi ništa. Što više, ja sam u šoku koliko dugo može da ne radi ništa.
G2 will settle with 4 plates out of that tower as Broken Blade the target for Faker and Ona, but BB might just win this in the 1v2. Feral Scream dodged away from TP behind as Caps looks to join the play, and T1's desperation has turned into G2's desert. Caps comes across, Ona out from the Unleashed Power, a realm orb out from Faker, the Scream. Not quite in time to keep him around as he had some earbuds in or something.
He's going to be able to get out of there, but still, that is not much of a win to have one person survive when you were going for a 2v1 play on the other side of the map. After you just lost Baron, after you just lost your mid lane tier 1, almost your mid lane tier 2, and Broken Blade is just comically tanky at this point. Scumon's behind, pays!
Has to flash away from the Temper Fate. TP coming in from Broken Blade as T1 are very much on the back foot. They've been hit by a jab and a haymaker. Can they get back off the camper? Because right now, it's looking like G2 with this Baron push are gonna go to about 5.5k ahead. The Red Bull Baron power play, still 90 seconds remaining on it here as Zale. The gold exploding.
I mean, you never want to count T1 out, but this game is starting to look very, very grim for them. Doran has been completely useless on this Yorick. Really put down and not able to do any team fights, and they just can't get past the Cho'Gath. I mean, look at him, he's just standing in their face, tanking all the damage while tower after tower dies. Doran's still pushing top, and we can see it in the Coinbase gold grind. Massive lead for Broken Blade. Owner's trying to threaten something, but T1 at least clear out that wave and buy some time for Doran to get some towers.
Good damage from the Spell Flux out of the Rise. It was bouncing onto Hans Sommer, onto Caps, and Broken Blade can't block that.
And a big spike for Faker is going to be coming. He's at 8 stacks on the Roa. He's almost 15. He's going to slingshot to 16.
Yep. Actualizer soon as well, hopefully for him.
And that would be very, very important. But you can see 3 items done for Hans, 3 items done for Caps. Broken Blade miles ahead of where this Yorick is. And they have the damage to follow it up, and they have the playmaking tools. They have the ability to engage, and they have the ability to deny a lot of what T1's carries want to do. This Fed Cho'Gath just creates so many issues because you can't ignore him or he'll kill you if you just walk into melee range of him. If you spend the whole fight kiting, well, Caps and Hans and Scumon are going to kill other people on your team, so it just becomes so tough for T1, and that is why we are seeing these hit-and-run tactics. That's why they're going to the side lanes, trying to find some way. We need to get a pick before we go to a 5v5.
They're looking for a pick with the Bone Skewer, but Hans Sommer wisely backs away from it. For T1, they do have that small sliver of hope. In 2 minutes, Ocean Soul. If they can win a fight around that, get the soul, they start to get back into the game. I don't think it's a game-winning fight, but it's very much a first step on the ladder towards success.
It's something that could help to equalize, for sure, right? You know, and as we touched on earlier, I don't think it's the best soul for their comp, but any soul has a lot of value, period. The difficulty is 50-50 should not go in your favor against level 3 Feast.
True.
You know, that is really, really hard. And the 5v5s have just looked tough for them. So they need to find a way to get in, to claim vision. But when you're looking at the mini-map right now, this is just nothing. The furthest up wards for T1 are back here. Like, that's kind of what they got, right? They have no vision outside of their base on the dragon side of the map. So instead, they might just use the pressure of that soul to say, all right, we're going to make a play elsewhere. We'll send maybe 2-3 top, try to overload.
5000 lida I Paze možda neće dobiti da igra.
A response where maybe we can punish you, because I just don't know how they're going to actually get over to that dragon realistically.
I very much agree. Incredibly hard for them as Lebob steps forward. Bone Skewer just short of clipping him. Ona does manage to take away the Gromp. G2 will push up through the top side. Baron also up in about 90 seconds time.
Well, you can see Scumon moving bot. They're actually pinging assist down towards that Yorick. They're going to go with Hans and Skew and try to pick off Doran.
Doran wisely backs away. I have seen Yorick's outplay. I will say a 2-item Yorick into a 2.5-item Pantheon and a 3-item Lucian would be tricky.
It's a tough outplay.
It would be tricky.
I think that puts you more in the realm of misplay that you're hoping for.
Yeah.
But it can happen for sure. I mean, if you ignore the ghouls, if you ignore the Maiden, they put out a lot of damage. Yorick does have those abilities to make some magic happen in a side lane, but has been tough, and you can see T1 still not getting over there, so I think the call is just to give up the dragon. And the question is, how does G2 manage this? Do they send multiple members to defend the side lanes? Do they just send one and try to solo it out? And it looks like for now, it is just Broken Blade basing for top, but now they're going to try to look with more potentially. He was definitely nervous that more members were coming.
Yeah, Ono is coming across here to see perhaps if he can find a steal. Quarter of the pack will jump him out of any CC possibilities, but in the end, G2 do get the Ocean.
Ne, Doran je baš veliki problem. Kažem, on je bukvalno smetnja za svoju ekipu trenutno.
T1 doing a good job of finding all the gold they can on the map before what is likely to be a big fight in 30 seconds.
Yeah, and the question just becomes, does the game actually get better for you as you go further on? I kind of feel like it does not, but that does not mean that T1 can't find an outplay because, of course, everything goes out the window when Pays, you know, and Carrier one-shot Hans or one-shot Caps, right? But, you know, if G2 do get good vision down, do have Broken Blade being that kind of first line of defense that they have to get past, I think it is so tough for these playmakers on T1 to just walk through the choke.
Stepping forward here. Darking Daggers almost connect. Faker with the damage. Didn't pop the actualizer, now does have it completed.
Yep, and he has 16 as we talked about, so he's almost 17 now at this point. So Faker definitely, you give him an angle under your carries, he could take them down, but Skewmon just completed the GA. And Feast, great for securing objectives. So if G2 wants they could go over here, secure vision, try to force T1 to come to them, and look for a Smite plus Feast combo to secure it, and that is exactly what they're trying to do. They want Doran to TP at the very least.
Doran still pushing through the bot side right now. Broken Blade pulled back into the Baron pit. Carrier there, Grand Starfall towards the backline as they go for Owner. Tempered Fate hitting onto 2 as well. G2 looking for the fight instead. The knock-up from Broken Blade means that Pays has no place to go. Doran does TP, but too late to save anyone. Another knock-up, another Doran death as G2 find 2 around the Baron.
The York has just been digging his own grave this game time and time again as G2 making it look easy, and Lebrov has been catching everyone with these ults. The two-man ult on Pays and Faker post-Pays flash means that it is just lights out for T1 in that fight. Owner trying to find a way in, but this is not a 50-50. I just don't see it happening.
I mean, Broken Blade is the one marking him, so if Owner could get past BB towards the Baron, it would have been, but G2 do secure their second of the game.
Drugi, vidite po ovim kockicama pored imena ekipa.
On Caps before he took that wave. But look at the advantage now for G2. The Soul has been stopped, the second Baron has been taken, and it is big leads on much more consistent champions on the side of G2. It's much easier to play out the fight to get value on a Bard, on a Pantheon, compared to the under level and very poor Carrier and Owner. Carrier is level 10. Cho'Gath is level 18. Mid lane is level 17. You know, Carrier is 3 levels down on Lebrov, so in the best of times, it's hard to play Pyke in the late game. In times like this.
Bone Skewer onto Broken Blade. Rupture coming down. There's a Solar Snare for the follow-up, and Faker's here from the side trying to machine gun down this Cho'Gath, but Faker realizes there's only one big dog here as Broken Blade.
Ne igraju Bibija, bukvalno ne igraju.
And G2 pounce. Pays brings out a golden eclipse, but there's only darkness for T1 as Carrier is forced away, and the culling finds the Undertaker. Yorick down, 3 down, G2 pushing through mid.
G2 are about to bring us to match point here. Carrier is trying to cut the wave, but they still have the Baron cannon. G2 just have to defend it and push in for the win.
BB is absolutely massive. The Hound's pursuit does nothing against G2. It is 1 away from glory, 1 away from their first best of 5 win against T1. In 7 years, G2 are on the cusp of victory.
And this one looks so one-sided. Last game, very back and forth. This one was all G2 all the time. They're on match point.
Prelepo. Ajde da vidimo šta će se izdogađa. Još jedna partija i to je to, ljudi moji. Još jedna partija i to je to. Da li će ekipa G2-a izbaciti T1? Pitanje, ali definitivno... Definitivno me ništa više ne čudi, tako da ništa, pauzica mala. I ljudi moji, to bi bilo to. Gledamo. Da li možda i finalni game, ko će ga znati iskreno?
Double down right now on the 3-0?
Oh, yeah.
Hell
yeah.
You're that confident they're going to win game 3.
They blind picked Yorick, bro. They're dizzy. They don't know what's happening.
I mean, think about it. After a game like this, after this draft from T1, after this 1-2-3 on red side, I was like, we might be cooked. Turns out, BB was cooking even more.
100%. Like, look, I was nervous. Mel, Pike, if there is any two players that can 2v8 a game on the face of this planet with those two champions, it is Pace and Keria. But the counter pick worked so fantastically, and in general, it just felt like G2, once they got the ball rolling, unlike the previous game where they couldn't really push a lead, were able to just deny T1 any avenue of coming back into the game.
Yeah, and it's all thanks to this man, right? Because this is who they've been saving these counter picks for. And, you know, the Warwick might not have worked out. I actually liked it. I liked it more than I think a lot of people did. But I like the fact that G2 have been stable enough, like mental stability, we talked about that going in, to still be like, no, BB has so many answers for what they can do topside. We are still going to rely on his picks. I'm sure, we couldn't hear the cast because we hear the Korean cast, but I'm sure Azael was super happy about the Cho'Gath too, because he was always calling for that as a specific Yorick counter.
And that's the thing, when you think about BB, historically, counter picks is what he's known for. Lately though, hasn't been working so well, so I'm really, really happy to see that he's cooking again, he's got that confidence, and now he's in this position in draft again where he can make those champions work against T1.
I mean, that Cho'Gath pick was just so mega.
It was so good.
Because it's not just the Yorick, it's
so
the fact that it's into double AP with no tank shred whatsoever. Like a lot.
Mislim da iz nekog razloga baš ne vole da mislim vređaju Dorana. Ne znam iz kog razloga, ali čini mi se kao da stvarno ne vole da kažu da Doran igra loše. Ne znam zašto. Ali to sam provalio u kastovanju dosta. Neki igrači jako štede u komentarima.
One thing I really like that G2 also did is instead of being like, oh, we have to lock in our AD carry now, they picked the Pantheon for Skewmond, which he's 15 and 5 on. He has a 75% win rate. I think it's his 8th most played. And they were like, this is what we want out of this comp. This is the start of our comp, and we can fill in later with that BB counter pick. I thought that was like a small thing that I really liked out of them as well.
I like it a ton. I think ultimately it just feels like T1 were not ready for the Cho'Gath. You can see they banned double options. They're really trying to set themselves up for success for comfort here. But the Cho has clearly caught them totally off guard. I think it's a hard thing to ask for as we go deeper in the series to keep having these mega picks, right? These picks that feel like they single-handedly counter an entire draft. But setting G2 up where they just need to win one in the next 3, like I'd love if they win the first one so I can look like a genius, but I'll take 1 and 3. You know, they have so much time, and the deeper we go, the more and more value these BB fringe picks really have. And again, you can see how good the execution was once they took control of this game and how little room there was for T1 to really make any kind of counterplay. All these immobile champions against the Cho'Gath, easy pickings.
Yeah, I really liked how they just rolled down mid here with the Herald. I think another underrated thing is we talked about how strong Paze is, how good he has been on this Mel pick, how good Keria has been on this Pike pick. Keria pulled off some insanely sick plays. I know you were losing your mind about Dracos, but the way that G2 also, A, just stayed steady, B, used their topside pressure really, really well to take over the top side of the map was so important, because it's not like they focused necessarily on shutting Paze and Keria down. They just leveraged the pressure they had.
Ništa, pauzica 10 i tu smo za sljedeći game.
First episode of Attack on Titan in case one Titan just murdering a lot of people. A lot of people. It was super dominant. I like that we're getting the sizzle roll in the final moments, and as excited as I am for BB and G2, I'm still a fan of International League of Legends, and for T1 to be in this position, incredibly weird feeling.
I mean, so they played almost every day. They played so many best of 5s here. They've swept the majority of the teams that they've played. This is going to be going into their 20th game so far, this MSI. And I did have to check. T1 have 3 reverse sweeps in their history.
All right.
I think that's in play.
How many of them are against KT rules?
I don't know. All of them?
Don't mention it.
So
I was like, can you add a little context to this?
I hate to say it because I didn't state it clearly, but I kind of was afraid this would happen. I was afraid that G2 was going to be... I'm a hater. Like, you can give it to me. I respect the G2.
You can talk your talk, it's
G2
fine.
is the only team that can do this, but I was afraid they'd be able to do this to T1 because we've been seeing how many game 2s was T1 down like 2,000 or 3,000 gold, and then they come back because, oh, they're always amazing at team fighting, but G2 is the team that can punish that because G2 just has better drafts. Like this was such a good draft that they could play out. So T1 couldn't get away with their crap of just like running around doing whatever they want. And now T1 has to play like an elite team if they want to come back.
And that's the thing, the comeback after this horrendous HLE series, the comeback in game 1 in a game where everything was completely lost, showing insane preparation here in game 2. Didi, you were coping. For me, we were full on EU hopium right now.
Apparently, we're geniuses. We're just the smartest people that have ever lived. Your prediction wasn't there, but I'm sure you would have been 3-0, no doubt, having my back. But what I will say is, if T1 want to come back in this series, like, you talked about the drafts especially, and one person who has been completely sold out by the drafts thus far is Doran. Now, individually, Doran has had a rough tournament in my eyes, but I don't want to just completely throw him under the bus, because, again, that top lane matchup is not playable. But you're in a situation where, again, this is the struggle. We saw G2 completely collapse against HLA because it did not matter what they picked. 1v1 top was always winning in HLE's favor. That is not the story between BB and Broken Blade. Doran needs support in the draft, and when the drafts are already shaky, having a player who needs a bit more setup is really going to make it tough for T1.
Final thoughts here on this matchup. We've talked about Doran, we've talked about the T1 drafts.
As the hater?
No, you can. This is what I want you, because what can you say, Jazz?
Okay,
tell me. Tell me your hater wisdom, Jazz.
Listen, Pays is the best AD carry at this tournament, and he's yet to play one. So he's not. He has no Ziggs, no Mel. T1 currently is done with that stuff. They're throwing Keria and Pays into lane-dominant bot lane stuff, and they're going to play through that. So if Hans and the Brav beat that, they're going on to the next round to lose to Lion. They can do that themselves.
Oh, what? Don't sneak that in. The next round to lose to Lion?
I mean, we'll see what happens. NA has had EU's number lately. Either way, that's not the point right now. This is T1 possibly having their worst finish ever at MSI. They would be outside the top 4 for the first time in their history. And they need to lock in. They have to win 3-0, which, by the way, hasn't been a problem for them up until this point. All of their series have been 3-0, except for BLG.
And they got the crowd behind them, but can they show more here at MSI? They're back against the wall for the Tenant World Champion here. We have G2 taking us to match points in this elimination series. Can they close it out? Let's find out after the break.
Actually, my team at W. You reach my W, okay?
No,
I'm
it's
at
fine,
the
it's fine.
You can touch it, no?
Just guys, play to fight, no? After? Yeah.
No main, yeah. Done.
I'll W me.
Yeah.
One shot.
Nice.
Go more. No, guys, come on.
He might smite it, kick him.
Yeah, I'll take it anyway.
Good job. No W mel. Yeah.
Mel. I'm
Nothing, one HP. Nothing.
Yeah.
Huge, guys. We got
flash.
I'll flash him too.
One away from glory, one away from their first best of 5 win against T1.
Oh my god, they're on match point!
I didn't understand, sorry.
They're on match point!
Yes, let's go.
One more game, we got it. Let's go.
Okay, what's your names?
Yannick.
I'm Aaron.
Weren't you were on the other broadcast too, right? Or weren't you? Or there was some, yeah. So you've been telling everyone how good G2 is?
Absolutely, yes. They deserve to win, I'm telling you.
So what is so good about how they're playing today?
I think it's just Broken Blade taking these picks. They don't know what to do about it. Just a team synergy at all.
Yeah. How happy are you? But it's not over yet, yeah?
Yes. I'm keeping my excitement contained. Yeah.
Yes, me too. We're doing an interview. This is not a monologue, just so you know. Let's go, G2!
Let's go!
Shocks there. Love that. Very innovative too. Risky, I would say.
I mean,
risky.
I don't think it's ever backfired in the past. It's fine.
I mean, surely there's no way that T1 can come back from a position
G2
like
are just
this.
Too good.
Congratulations, G2.
But let's talk a little bit about that, because I think both you and I agree that T1's drafting has been on the poorer side today.
Yeah, I think so for sure. I mean, I think that it's two sides of the same coin. I think G2 has had really good solutions and really good drafts, and I think they've been clever about how they've done it, and they've played well enough to actually capitalize on that, right? You know, game one, I think, having tons of threats versus a comp that is so adept at killing one person is actually really, really smart. If you play a 2 or 1 threat comp, one of your carries is instantly one shot, it's very, very tough. But if you have Vayne and Ezreal and you have Anivia, so many tools, the double exhaust was really smart tech. The Cho'Gath, I don't even think the lane matchup really mattered, but I think Cho'Gath just denies the ability for Naafiri and Pyke to really do a lot in these fights, especially when he is that accelerated. They didn't actually have the consistent damage to even deal with him. So I think that was really, really good. And I also think, we talked about this too, Labrov, I feel like, has been insane. To me, Labrov has been the player of this series thus far. Yes, I think BB's going to get a lot of attention because of the cool picks, but Labrov was everywhere he needed to be in game one on the Leona. And game two, how does every single winning fight start for G2? A part ult.
Yep.
He was catching them at least 1 carry, sometimes 2 carries to start off the fights. I feel like Labrov has been brilliant today, and it is really cool to see how well he is playing. You know, you play a signature champ of Keria against Keria, and it's so easy for there to be egg on your face, right? For it's like, oh, why would you play that against him? He knows it so well, right? But he did incredible, and I just feel like G2 are outdrafting them, outplaying them, and I feel like Doran is having a horrible series.
Agreed. I think Doran is really struggling in that top lane. They talked a little bit about on the analyst desk, but his TPs, especially in the Yorick game, being very out of place. He tried to put down the Dark Possession and didn't actually get it in front of the Rift Herald, so it still managed to charge into the tower.
Which meant he died.
Which meant the rest of his team died, pretty much. So overall, like, all credit to G2 for how they're playing, but there have been some glaring errors from T1.
And that is kind of your hope if you're a T1 fan, is that these players, as they have many times before, can turn it around, right? I think that really is mostly Doran that I'm kind of looking at as playing, I think, pretty far below where you would expect him to play. Game one, obviously, a very, very tough game. You're playing into the Vayne as Renekton, but some of the team fights, I think he really struggled to get value. You know, hesitating to flash early and then flashing late and couldn't catch them. You know, some of these moments, it's like you have to capitalize on those moments when you're lane countered and you don't really get to play that much in the 1v1. And then the Yorick game, it just wasn't even really about the lane. The lane wasn't really a problem. They kind of just were farming.
He got feasted once, like the maiden died once.
One time. And it just felt like every time he TP'd, it was to a location where he was instantly going to die. And at the start of every fight, he was getting caught out and stunned against the wall. And if he flashed, he was already cooked after he flashed. And it just felt like he couldn't get any value in that game. And that is, you know, again, two sides of the same coin. It's G2 being in the right position to capitalize, punishing mistakes really, really, really well. But it is also Doran making some unforced errors. And T1 need to clean it up if they want to have a chance. I mean, I did not think we would be talking about T1 having to reverse sweep to win this series.
Very true.
I did think coming into this series, if G2 were able to play to the level that people were expecting them pre-tournament, that they would have chances. Because I look back at the T1 TL series, and I think coming into this tournament, I thought G2 were significantly better team fighters than TL.
Sure.
And TL got T1 to a point where they're a team fight away from winning the game, and then lost every team fight, right? T1 were able to capitalize, but G2 are able to get themselves to that point and then go toe-to-toe in the team fights, and that is what is really, really impressive, and that is where, you know, these individual players stepping up and having those great moments is just meaning so much.
Yeah, I entirely agree with you, Azael, as we do have a short pause on stage. One of the T1 players' monitors has gone black, so they're just making sure that's rectified. It should be hopefully fixed in a couple of moments. We were asked for an additional minute about 30 seconds ago, so we'll see exactly what happens there. For T1, like, people often talk about the T1 circus. This hasn't felt like that as much. It hasn't felt like, oh, we're making happy mistakes. It has felt like we're making actual mistakes, and G2 are punishing us very well. For G2, it is that evolution, that step up. I think BB has had a really good day today. Those counter picks have worked incredibly well for him. I was one of the counter pick doubters, especially into Doran. I felt like you can just go toe-to-toe against Doran on conventional matchups.
Yeah, and I mean, maybe he can, right? But he's getting tremendous value in the team fights.
Agreed.
Because sometimes it's a compositional counter. Like, again, I don't see the Cho'Gath as like, York can't breathe, he's not going to be able to CS. But what it did actually against the other champions, you know, had a good lane against York, and then against these other champions that they drafted, it really shut down their playmaking. I think we saw a much more hesitant owner and carrier because of the Feral Scream. Because
you know, get past?
Exactly, you're going to try to run through the Cho'Gath that could, you know, silence you and kill you with Feast in that silence. You're going to try to flash into the backline and hope you don't get Feral Scream and just die. So I love those kind of compositional picks, and that's where I feel like the praise has to be as loud as the criticism, right? And so many people get on BB for his picks when they go bad. But I think he has been a huge part of G2 being 2 up on the back-to-back-to-back world champions. So he needs to get his flowers for that as well.
Entirely agree with you, Azael, is that G2 are still 1 game away from claiming their first best-of-5 win against T1 since Worlds 2019. A long, long time ago. Obviously, as an EU caster, I have to talk about 2019. It was an incredible year for the region.
In the contract,
G2 making it to MSI, making it to Worlds Finals. They did obviously fall at that final hurdle, being denied that golden road, but it has been a long time since we've been able to get back to that point. I think there have been years where it looked like G2 would challenge.
I would say this year, at first stand.
Yeah, it's true. That is true. Against Gen G and BFX, G2 have started to challenge. The question is here, is T1 they're not an HLE, but winning this series is that first step along the ladder, perhaps a matchup against BLG or against HLE.
So, I mean, it is interesting, right? And everyone's going to have their own opinions. I think, especially because T1 is down 2 games, people are maybe going to kind of like do a little bit of revisionist history. But to me, coming in, I can only talk to my own personal opinion.
Sure.
If I gave you my tier list from pre-tournament, it would have been T1 on the same tier as BLG and HLE as tournament winners. I think those were the 3 favorites to win. I wouldn't have had T1 as the favorite out of that, but I would have had them on the same tier where I wouldn't have been surprised. I wouldn't have even blinked if you're like, I'm from the future, T1 won MSI. Yeah, okay, that's fine. When you got to the tier below that, I would have been a bit more surprised, but I think...
Evo me nazad, ne znam šta trebam da kažem, ali...
And that would have kind of been my like next tier where it's like I can see it.
Napomenite mi pa ćemo da rešimo šta god treba da se reši.
I think I very much agree with you that HLE would be top of mind, then BLG T1 on the secondary tier, and then after that you're falling down to the how did TL and G2 get to the MSI finals sort of level, right? So this would be a massive win for G2 if they can lock it in. They're going to ban away the Vi to kick things off. T1 once again selecting first selection with their right of first selection, and G2 deciding that they want to be on the blue side. They're going to have the Vi and the Jace removed by G2. Same as usual, they've been banning the Orianna as well. Seraphine, a new ban here from T1.
Yep, Seraphine going to be banned away as they feel like, hey, okay, we've lost Mel, we've lost Ziggs, we've lost some of these kind of top-tier champions. And also, you know what makes Seraphine a lot better is the fact that Lucian is gone. Because the traditional answer these days is the Melio Lucian to the Ashe Seraphine. So if you're not going to be willing to actually grab that for yourself immediately, you're not necessarily going to be willing to give it away. And we'll see where T1 wants to take us, because they're the ones with the pressure now. And G2 has had the creative answers. It feels like they have been better prepped for the draft, and pressure is on. T1 at home.
Let's see where
down
they
2-0.
Yeah, it's a massive deficit for them. We've only ever seen 6 reverse sweeps in the history of international.
Možeš samo TLDR da mi daš, imate diskusiju. Slušam šta je diskusija.
2023 where BDS reverse swept PSG at Worlds, I want to say play-ins. So it's been a while. It is not a very common affair as the Lee Sin is going to be locked in for only.
Lee Sin za Honora.
Is an incredible Lee Sin here. It's going to be Varus as the answer, and I wonder if Skumon would go towards the.
Nisam siguran koliko je Varus optimalan tu, ali okej.
And it feels like an obvious answer. I mean, Lee Sin takes the Sonic Wave in, you hit Ishal's impact, you scoop him out of the air, you throw him into the wall, you ult him up. It is very tough. It is, again, about this denial of plays, more so than the offensive plays themselves. But Skarner, of course, can as well. And T1 had spent their ban on Poppy, which is another one of those kind of defensive answers in the similar.
Bilo koga, bukvalno bilo koga, stvarno ne biram at this point.
So I like the pick here already.
We're going to see an early Silas here from T1. Chain of Corruption and Impale are very good ultimates to take away. Will be locked in.
They're definitely not
Stvarno nisam izbirljiv.
On that top tier. And
not an Alistair level.
Exactly. And one of the things that I don't love about the early Silas is, I mean, Silas is just a strong champion. If you get ahead, you can just snowball the game if you don't have those S tier ults. But I will say, when you early pick Silas, you ensure the other team is not picking Alistar and Malphite and like anything that's crazy, right? And so, yeah, Chains of Corruptions is a good pick tool, but it's not the same level as some of the other ults that are, you know, sometimes available. So I'm curious if they're seeing it sometimes as a denial as well, right? If they're like, hey, we don't want to play against this, maybe you can't pick because we have Silas.
Yeah, I mean, if you have Silas on the side of G2, you've already got a Dragon's Rage and a Gnar. Those are good ultimates to have, right? Good displacement is this will be BB in the top lane on his Yasuo. Often picks this into the Gnar.
U Gnara često pika, to je istina, vidjet ćemo naše liči. Problem koji BB ima s Jasom na topu je što jako rijetko ostane koristan nakon religijema.
I remember him flashing, doing the Keyblade combo to catch out the Gnar in the top lane.
I mean, it's a real advantage of Broken Blade, and I have to feel like if I'm in Doran's seat, he knows he's not having the kind of series that he wanted. And again, now you're getting counterpicked here. You're in a matchup where if you make a mistake, you could die, right? It's not just going to be a 5 CS advantage. If you are making mistakes, you can cost your team the game because this Yasuo could snowball. I am curious though, are we going to see things, banned out here that are going to be enablers for the Yasuo? Because we don't have great enablers for the Yasuo yet. You know, are they worried about a potential like Yasuo Yone? Are they worried about more, champions like Nautilus? Are they worried about, the engage tools there from Labrov that could be kind of up and available, like a Rakan or something? To me, if I'm T1, I'm thinking about, okay, how do we make it difficult for him in the 5v5?
Well, they are worried about that Nautilus. They're going to take that away. I wouldn't be surprised by a Rel as well. One of Labrov's actually favorite champions. When he was on BDS, he played it, I want to say, about 80% of the games that he could play it, as that was before Fearless times. We'll see what the second ban is.
The Dark Ages.
Yeah, man. Imagine if we had Fearless here. Oh, yeah, we'll play Cassante and Gnar into each other over and over again as the Karma is taken out of possible picks for T1. Their final ban, we expect it to go towards the support pool to try and remove some of Labrov's agency.
Whether it's Rel or Rakan or whatever, I feel like it's dealer's choice. It's which one are you most worried about? And they are also going to be considering, like, okay, what 2v2 are we considering? And which support would both help the Yasuo and be most annoying with the Varus? So T1 obviously going to be considering a lot of things, but my expectation is you just get another support ban.
We'll see where T1 decide to go. Lulu, I mean, does help the Yasuo. We've actually seen Labrov flash Wild Growth with with Broken Blade's Yasuo just out of range of getting the last breath.
And in T1C, you're thinking about, oh my god, G2 has been so annoying with these denial picks. The Skarner, now we have the Cho'Gath. If you're thinking about, okay, we want to be playmakers, we want to get in there with Yasuo and Silas and Gnar and look for big plays, well, Polymorph is pretty...
Pa mislim da, G2 vjerojatno hoće još jedan oka bar.
For those types of angles. We're not going to see the blitz blind. I just don't believe it.
I don't either.
But it would be fun if we did see it, but I just don't believe it.
Yeah, Aurora makes much more sense. Caps has a absolutely top tier.
Real bi bila dobra, da. Real bi bila baš dobra. Ne Jana. Jana nije umeti toliko.
And now we'll see what he can do with it in this game. Leaving support for last on G2's side, whereas T1 now going to look towards their AD carry and their top laner. It's again It's going to be a difficult pick for them because, oh, not top laner, sorry, support. It's going to be a difficult pick for them because you do have that counter support for G2.
Feels like it's probably going to be the answer here.
Yeah.
And then the question is, you know, what would be the option for Labrov? A couple of cool stats. The last and only time T1 was ever 3-0'd at an international was Worlds 2017 finals. The oh-so-famous Malzahar series with Faker, you know, in tears on stage after that. That is an iconic moment. And G2 has never been reverse swept. So there is kind of these two things, you know, working
Unstoppable
here.
Force and movable objects.
Exactly.
Kind
G2,
of,
you know, has not been reverse swept. But T1 never really gets 3-0'd. So those are two sides there.
I mean, so here's the thing. T1 could win this game and then G2 win. And we still fulfilled the T1 never gets
split the middle.
Yeah, well, yeah, you know, we still fulfilled the T1 side of that bargain as we see the Renata locked in finally for G2.
Renata seems like a really good pick here, I'm not gonna lie. I mean, when you are looking over and you are seeing Silas, Lee Sin, Gnar, I mean, he's melee in teamfight, let's be honest, he's gonna be mega. And then as well as the Rakan, you're looking at 3.5, 4 melee champions, and you have Hostile Takeover, you have Bailout if they look for a full-on one-shot. If they full send it on someone, kick him in, try to delete him. Hostile Takeover.
Ovo će biti jako zabavno, iskreno. Ovo će biti jako zabavan game, jako fun draft.
Double exhausting game 1, Cho'Gath with the silence for the playmakers in game 2, and game 3 we come in Renata, Skarner. It's all about denial. It feels like on the side of G2, even the win wall really going to cause problems here. So I like the kind of, I don't know, whatever you want to call it, the theme of the drafts for G2 has been really intelligent, and I think they've correctly identified that a team whose success is based on team fighting is very often based on their playmaking, right? And especially so with T1. When you look at both in the LCK as well as here, when they come back, when they win in team fights, it is an explosive engage from Faker or Carrier or Doran Gragas or someone, right? And so G2 is just saying, we're going to draft everything that stops that.
Yeah, make sure that you can't actually get onto our backline. Make sure that you can't actually find these Sonic Wave resonating strikes from Ono. As Skumon steps forward, we'll be looking for a ward around those Razor Beaks, places it to make sure that he can track where Ona is in the early game. And there's a counter ward coming out from Faker.
Jedino je brine što Han sama neće nešto puno igrati u Lee Sina, ali opet i to je pitanje koliko dobro, koliko Renata bude on point spilom.
We often see that on the Lee Sins as LeBron and Han Sama try to step up.
And I will say something we haven't talked a ton about is the bot lane 2v2, and I feel like that is a huge victory for G2, right? Because one of our biggest questions coming in is, are you good enough to hold up in the 2v2 against Pays and Keria, who have the ability to make so many of the world's best players look silly, right? And it just hasn't even been a conversation point.
Da, gubitnik ovdje ispada.
About the 2v2.
Speaking of, Pays getting chased out here. Loyalty program doesn't get him, but they do manage to take a couple of autos out of him. There was a heal used on the side of G2, and Keria hits the Gleaming Quill, so that will heal Pays back up. He's only gone through one of his potions so far.
Yeah, you really got to dodge the Rakan Qs. It's very similar to Soraka, where when you hit a Q, not only is it a positive trade as far as the damage, but it's a third of a potion every time. And he just hit 2 in a row, so that's plus 100 health there for Pays, which means he gets to hold on to his potion, no problem. Owner very early up towards top side, though. They feel like they need to get Broken Blade involved. I think Doran not being level 3 makes it pretty tough, though.
We talked about the possibility of a 3-camp into Longsword. He's actually staying around a little bit longer here. Owner, as Broken Blade goes in, what doesn't connect. Owner here with that level 3. Broken Blade looking for the Mortal Steel. Has to try and dash away, but still, even with the wallet falling short, Broken Blade has no way out. First blood, Owner.
Nice pathing there from Owner. BB did about as well as he can, given the circumstances. You know, Doran, he was able to avoid some of the skill shots coming in from Doran, avoided the boulder toss, you know, didn't just dash into the wallop that was pre-pressed there by Doran, but Lee Sin's auto-attacking you, you're going to go down in that spot. Skumon going to get back what he can on the other side, so he does steal away one of those camps, but it is going to be an early pickaxe buy here for Owner, so he's going to be big man on campus, and T1 trying to put Doran into a more comfortable spot. Faker versus Caps, though, one of the most iconic matchups in international history. These guys have battled so many times, and there are the accolades. Domestic title 17 for Caps, just absurd. As Doran did receive a gank and then received a trade that made him want another.
Yes, he's like, oh, I've got my Cull. It's not going to be enough to survive through the Yasuo, who can continually jump onto you and then dash away. Windwall also doing really well into the boomerang because LeBron flashing away from Carrier there was going to get caught up in that grand entrance. Well played by Carrier. Blade Caller won't get the root.
It is always a weird spot when you have 600 gold, which I'm assuming that's what he based with, because he goes coal refillable, right? Oh, Pays.
Skewmond in with the Ishtar's impact. They'll catch out Pale's handshake back as well, but Pays able to survive. Burns the barrier and the flash! But Hun Summer burns it down and flashes away from the Gleaming Quill. All summoners lost for T1's bots.
That's a big-time gank there from Skewmond, and great follow-up from Hans and LeBron. Pays thought with the barrier he didn't have to early flash, and he was made to regret it big time as he allowed the Ishtal's impact to get him and gets punished there big time. And Broken Blade doing a solid for Skewmond here, chasing him out of his jungle.
Faker. Caps won't be able to kill him, but because Faker can't move and because Doran doesn't want to move from top, as you say, Broken Blade comes across and saves the Grump.
I mean, that's the dream as a jungler. You get to make a gank on the other side. The payment is supposed to be your camps. Yeah. But your top laner says, no, you don't get that either. So let's watch this one more time. Pays easily could have reacted to this with a flash, but his calculation is, I have barrier, we have heal, you can't kill me. So they use the heal early, but look at the redirection of the angle there, and it looked like the handshake connected as well, I do believe. So was able to get that follow-up, and then Hans Q flash in, does take him down, and then the reactive flash, even though the bailout was quick, the bailout doesn't matter if you die because you're not going to kill carry in that spot. And they are pumped up, to say the least, there on the G2 side.
Yeah, leads across the bottom of the map. Caps as well with a 300 gold lead. Doran is ahead of Broken Blade, and Ona does have an advantage over Skewmond, getting towards that level 6 as well. Just short of 5 right now as Broken Blade looks for a trade onto Doran once again. We haven't seen too many rush Drakes in this series. Often actually seeing the grubs taken around the same time. As that's a good, I think, BB's going to hit 6 off the next minion, and Doran expecting that, didn't want to get caught out.
Well, Doran got his E interrupted, and he could go for Q flash.
Broken Blade flashes in. A last breath for Doran, begins to dash away, but he has no flash left. The Steel Tempest needs to connect, and Broken Blade with a full blade is able to get a solo bowler.
Ja se pitam u kom trenutku će samo skapirati da Doran nije tu da bi trebao da bude, iskreno. Mislim što jeste, stvarno nije tu da bi trebao da bude.
Caps will use his own between worlds to cause a Venn diagram of escaping to happen.
So Doran tried to hop out and got interrupted by the Q. He didn't actually wait for it to come out, so he got interrupted there. Then he just kind of panicked, got nervous, had to flash early, and then no flash, no jump, and BB is massively ahead, 600 gold up after you got a 3-camp gank from your jungler. That is a disaster class from Doran, and G2 up 1k early.
Faker here as well.
Ne, ali ja stvarno ne razumijem koliko treba Doran da grifa pre nego što si priznaju da samo Lee grifuje previše. Taj deo meni nije najjasniji.
The early Ocean Dragon that is so effective, T1 not able to actually get. So G2 do go over there, cost them a death, but they stop the Dragon. So not the worst, not the best. BB on these counter picks, showing up big once again here. Putting that pressure on a Doran, and Doran just not rising to the occasion thus far. Felt that pressure, early flashed, early jumped, then had neither, and gets caught by BB, who still had his flash available. And that is just such a big time play here, and it's all about this earlier one. So E-flash, he has no flash, and he has no jump because he used both on that previous attempt. If he had either one, he walks out and he's chilling, but he has nothing, and Broken Blade makes it look easy, hits everything, finds the all-in, and that is what you want from your players in these big-time moments.
That's what you want from Broken Blade as well. If you're a G2 fan, this guy has been... He's been on the struggle bus, Azel. He has not been dominant in the lane as much as you'd want him to be. There have been questions as to whether his performance is of higher caliber enough to be on G2, and now...
Šta tačno grifuje? First Stand, prethodni Worlds, prethodni MSI, prethodni First Stand i prethodni EVC. Ima i jednu dobru seriju u cijelom ovom turniru.
for him, but the auto can't get in range because he's not able to.
Ne znam da li je legitimno pitanje, ali dobio si legitiman odgovor svakako.
To get out of that alive.
Yeah, and T1 bot lane, they needed some momentum, they needed some life in this series here, and they show up big time when they need it most. Hans, did his flash come up after he died? Was it that tight? I really want to see that back. And maybe the observers could track that.
Played corner, well played. Pays walked around outside of vision. Lebrov trying to hold the way for his AD carry, but it costs him dearly.
Yeah, and Hans not going to be able to get in and get anything. Faker looking.
I think he's just distracting Caps as Ona was doing the Drake Impale used. That's sidestepped by Caps.
Yeah, good sidestep there. Big couple kills though for T1. And Broken Blade getting a nice little chunk there. Doesn't want to fully commit because Doran was about to Mega out. You look for the all-ins after the Mega. Here it is one more time. Pays and Hans, both level 6. Gets the pull through. Really nice start. And then in comes the handshake. They don't have it for the disengage. As soon as that is used onto Pays, Carrier says, you can't stop me now. Goes in immediately. I love how Pays plays the wall there the whole time because it's all about getting the damage down and then flashing out before he can get the reset on the bailout. So he gets all of his damage down, hugs the wall the whole time so he can flash over. Then we see there from Lebrov, he tried to follow and kill him off, but he lost vision as he went into that brush. Even with the ward, it was a little bit too late. And now Pays very close to having his first item.
Chase onto Carrier, impelled to pull him back. Ona's on the way across, and with a battle chance, the chain of corruption will land, but Ona is here now, and T1 will try and turn the play around. Pays so low, flash from Skumon gets him, a grand entrance onto Hans Sommer, but the turnaround is turned into a hostile takeover by G2. They'll find 2 on the bottom side.
Yeah, they lose out on the 2v2.
Ne
They
ovako.
bring the extra man this time. Skumon making the difference. Gets down there. Hans Lebrov.
Ne znam, smislit ćemo nešto.
Getting a couple kills, and Broken Blade might look for an all-in.
Not back. Broken Blade, can he land? Doesn't go for the sweeping blade in the end. Storman forced away again, does have the TP. And the question now for G2 is, how do you accelerate this Yasuo? Like, he is winning in the 1v1, but do you want to get him out on the map? Do you want to play around that next Drake in 3 minutes time? They have got 3 grubs, so all the time that BB has alone in that top lane is advantageous to him.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And I think it's going to be up to BB and when he thinks he can no longer punish. Carrier tries to go clear for some vision. He had a ward over the wall, but not on that side. Skumon was not spotted, and this Chains of Corruption was huge. And look at the confidence from Hansama. He does not delay. Flashes in with the Q once again. They get that final auto as Skumon flashes to follow as well. If they slow play it, I thought there was an angle for Owner to turn this around on them, but instead they just go immediately. And now G2 overloading top side. 4 members top. Doran cannot play.
Caught out by the Steel Tempest. Last breath coming out from Broken Blade as well as he forces Doran away. 2 plates still remain, almost 1 on this top lane tower. 11 minutes in, G2 with 4 members strong. Owner going forward, great handshake from Lebrov. He'll tank the tower instead. Doran has the mega quickness from the side. Chain of Corruption coming out from Hansama, but he's caught with the wall. It shoves him back from Skumon into the double impale! G2 always have their teammates back. Faker forced down towards the bottom side. Skumon looking for the chase as Doran jumps the wall, but Caps is here! And he sends Doran into the afterlife. T1 try to defend, G2 turn it on its head.
Skumon trying to burst him down. Can he finish off Faker? He has a Kingslayer.
He gets a 1-for-1. Carrier does not do the same. Caps secures that kill to round it out.
The other story, though, is that Pays was pushing bot lane the whole time, getting solo gold on that plate. G2 do get the first tower, though. They finish it off critically. At the end of the day, they had 5 members top. T1 only had 4. G2 have a 2,000 gold lead here on match point. The pressure is on. Pays with those early kills isn't even up gold anymore.
The weirding out only with an alternator there for Caps. Does have 4 stacks on the Dark Seal, but now for G2, the 0-3 loss against HLE, a distant memory. I think a lot of EU fans, myself,
Skumon scala mnogo dobro isto. A ekipa Tivana baš i nema nešto puno damage-a da ubijaju iz Karnera s toliko health-a. Što mislim će također biti popričao veliki problem.
Last time we saw a big gold lead for G2, T1 were able to eke their way back into the game. But it can be a struggle. Carrier on this Rakan has had a great game so far, and he'll continue to look for these picks.
He really has, but I just feel like, again, I like G2's tools more, right? You know, when you think about how the fights are likely to go, you have Gnar going Mega, And when he is Mega, T1 are 4 melee champions against Labrov here, who is going to have the hostile takeover against Skewmon, who has the Impale, all this AoE CC, all the damage that can come in from Caps.
T1 ispada ako izgubi, tako je.
Paze, you're relying on him to get so much of the damage done, but Windwall makes that very, very difficult as well. So you are relying on one of these picture-perfect engages that we know that Owner and Doran and Keria and Faker are capable of delivering, but they haven't really been able to find them so far in this series. G2 has just had great...
Ali vidi, ne, oni će uvek pikati Yasuo, znači BB uvek igra Yasuo u range heroje, tako da to nije neobičajeno toliko. To je nešto što Broken Blade uvek radi, tako da nemojte biti iznenađeni. U TF-a, u Gnara, u sve range heroje BB pika Yasuo.
Find a great pick around the Drake, and because of that, G2 unlikely to take the fight. A handshake, okay, good deal. You can have that one. You took our top laner.
Yeah, they're going to look to try to get a couple plates here. Skewmon and Labrov not looking for a fight, just looking to keep them away from these minions here mid, as Paze and Keria try to make their way back over to defend this tower. And that was a bit of a risky position that Broken Blade was in. He did have the flash, he had the wind wall, so he felt he was going to be in a decent spot to find that angle, come in behind them, punish T1 as they went for that dragon. But there's a lot of mobility on this T1 roster. The ability to chase down with the quickness, with all of the dashes on Faker and Owner are showing, you know, why you have to still pay that respect.
Caps gets his recall off just before Doran checks the bush. Broken Blade trying to defend this tier 1 on the bottom side, but we talk about the dashes, and Broken Blade might need to find a way out of this one. Last breath used by Faker, the sweeping blade from Broken Blade. He doesn't have the shield, and Paze will take his life.
Ne smiju Paze da feedaju, to je jedino velika greška. Jer kažem, Paze je jedini način da T1 win ovaj game.
They flash in, they look for the engage. The hostile takeover lands, but only onto Faker and Owner. Paze not auto-attacking his teammates. In the end, T1 able to defend for now. Paze with a good blade caller. A TP behind. Stewmon now on the back foot. Ishtal's impact interrupted. The weirding from Caps.
Pojma nemam, znači ne pisimo sam ih, čekam da mi jave. Tako da ne znam još ništa. Pišem na Discord, ja čim saznam šta i kako.
It's been about Paze and Keria for so much of this year for T1, and when they need them most, they are stepping up, absolutely. Owner and Faker being active, but Paze now on 2 items, 700 gold lead here, and Broken Blade got caught one time, one mistake on the flank, lost his flash, lost his life, and that prompted T1 to go right back at him, because without that flash, it is so difficult to escape from those situations, and now Doran going to be able to get back in this off that tower. He's up 300 gold. Paze with a nice lead in this game. Going back ever so slightly in T1's favor. They have the dragons. They have a tiny gold lead, and we'll see what they can do with it.
I mean, the 2K deficit that T1 were in has disapparated. It's gone. Now T1 with the advantage, with the 2 Drakes held, started by Broken Blade, but not really a true contest out of G2. Caps trying to farm up in the side lane. One of the small gold leads that G2 have is on his shoulders, but it's only 160. As T1 have fought back valiantly in this game. G2 trying to contest around the Herald. Faker goes in the Impale. Just short of the Stinger there.
Yeah, not quite gonna clip him. And yeah, Caps isn't up a ton of gold, but he is very strong, and he is going for a really high damage build here. He's going Sork Boots, and we're assuming that could be, you know, even a Shadow Flame second. You know, he's looking for burst, and there are some squishy members over on the T1 side. If he can catch Paze, Paze is that strong member. Yes, you have the Zile. Yes, you have tools.
Mislim, ovdje će bukvalno sve biti na Paze-u. Paze ako odigra kako treba, on nosi ovaj game. Dobro, da, Doran, mislim, da. Doran, da.
Sonic Wave hits onto Skewmon. Smite comes out. G2 get the Herald. T1 unable to find purchase in a way they wanted to start that fight off, and G2 don't really need to force it.
Yeah, T1 were trying to delay because the hijack is just back up right now. So I think they were hoping, okay, we used the Impale early. Maybe we can get them nervous about the fight, pull them back, steal and all, then use that as a tool. Because as much as I have talked about hostile takeover, a stolen hostile takeover is also very, very dangerous. Yes, you have wind wall. Yes, you have tools to maybe answer that. But they have to be there. They have to be available. So T1 was trying to keep them around. That is a lot of crystals on that turret. So Paze going to grab some more gold for himself as he just keeps on farming, hoovering up all this gold around the map. And he has just been a monster in the team fights.
Skew looking for Faker. Has the flash, has the rocket belt. Ishtar's impact comes in. Faker dashes away, uses the flash, uses the rocket belt, but Broken Blade's there for the chase. And with the impale, there's no escape for Faker. BB with his third of the game.
Nicely done there by Broken Blade. Skewmon and Broken Blade get up towards topside, kill off Faker, get his flash. Don't have any flashes of their own to spend, and they don't even need them. A little surprised that Faker actually even went for the flash from that position, given that when you looked at the map, no one was right there. Often when you see Faker spending the summoners in those spots, it is to buy time for someone who's sprinting up the river. They didn't have that in position, and we can check in on the Coinbase gold grind. This is the big advantage right now for T1. It is gold on pays, on the Zaya.
Carry je doktor, nema tu šta.
But again, G2 with a lot of tools to answer. The wind wall, the potential dive, the flank from the Aurora, the hostile takeover he has to be careful of. There's a lot of things that FaZe needs to play around.
You only have one Featherstorm, and that one has to be used perfectly. The rest of it on that Mikhails that Keria has picked up, the quickness to distract the enemy team as well, the Gnar as well. There's a lot of tools in T1's collective toolkit to keep FaZe safe, but G2 have a lot of tools in theirs to try and dive on that Zaya. TP towards the mid lane here by Caps. Broken Blade waiting in the darkness towards the top side. He's pushed that wave into Doran, but he doesn't want to show too easily. Doran's just gone Mega Gnar. The Drake down to 5,000. It's T1 who are sitting on it right now. Broken Blade trying to chase Doran through that topside jungle. Caps goes in across the veil. Carrier just short of getting clipped by that handshake. Double TPs come out as Doran is matched by Broken Blade. Infernals, Drake secured for G2. Ishtar's impact coming for the follow-up. There's the Featherstorm. FaZe charged into by the Rift Tower, but a great charm on the backline. Carrier finds all four of them. FaZe takes out Skewmon. Between worlds we go, and to the afterlife goes T1. On summer on the chase.
T1, fucking shit, brate, ne mogu
I think the G2 have got him. Broken Blade slices him in twain as T1 only Faker and Carrier remain.
The Battle Herald did so much work for G2 in that fight. They go in, they got the early Featherstorm off of FaZe, and that Chains of Corruption from Hansama chain to
Hansama također mnogo dugo živa ovim fajtovima, što nije baš...
One after another. Everyone from G2 piled in. Caps.
Što baš nije najoptimalnije, ali...
And we can watch this one more time. They summon up the Herald, and they decide, okay, the threat of the Herald is enough. Both top laners are TPing in. You can see both coming in the back of the fight. And then after they secure it, the instant Herald from Caps. Caps is going to charge in towards that backline, and FaZe uses the early on the hostile takeover, but then lands on the Herald. And now watch Caps. As soon as he pops out of the Herald on this side, he's going to insta-flash onto FaZe. He goes in onto him, pushing him back. The Chains of Corruption came through and just immediately rooted up so many members there. Caps survives that final auto, gets out, and is able to knock him down.
Ovo će biti baš grind za T1 koji se vrate nazad.
In the picture, and in the end, Faker and Ona will be allowed to retreat out of the lane, it feels, because there's an impale and there's a flash. Between worlds also available for Caps. Carrier looking to see perhaps if Broken Blade steps up a little bit too far. Skewmon finds him. Faker found and locked against the wall, and Faker in this bot lane is destined to fall. Caps secures it, a killing spree for the Aurora. Mid lane pushed in, it looks like bot lane's going to be two. Doran allowed by Broken Blade to take this top lane tower because Carrier was nearby.
And just like that, we're back above where the gold lead was before. It is now 2.3k here, 2.4k briefly for G2, and they are pushing in on this next tower, looking to extend that gold lead even further. Caps getting so fed right now.
T1 still have all those options. We talked about them a bunch. We talked about how good their team fighting is, and although they have not shown it to their epitome in this series, you know they can turn it on like that. T1, such a resilient team, such an experienced team. All it takes is a single blink. You take your eyes off them, and T1 look for players like this. Faker behind, Broken Blade looks to recall out. Doran's on his way. Faker spots him with the Scryer's Bloom. A 2-level advantage at the moment for Broken Blade, but it's going to be a 4-man advantage for T1 when the rest of their team reacts. Wind wall down, Carrier here, a grand entrance, and a swift exit for Broken Blade. The last breath, the last he breathes. T1 with great reactions.
Yeah, great reactions. Now they're going to force the Baron. Guaranteed. This is a T1 classic. Get a pick, go to the Baron, force the issue here, but Faker has no ultimate up to steal anything, and he is low, so T1 say, okay, G2 responded too quick, we gotta get out of here.
And it's moments like that that make T1. They are so good at finding those little avenues back into a game after they begin to fall behind. Smart of them to back off, I have to say. I think a Chain of Corruption hostile takeover between worlds combo there would have been pretty deadly, as Ono is showing here on a ward.
I think he's trying to maybe look for a side lane play, but he doesn't know he's been spotted. The bot lane from T1 is in that top lane brush, I still believe. So they have 3 members up there, but all of G2 are coming. They're outnumbered, they don't know.
Skewmon will face check. Carrier and Pays are waiting. There's the quickness, they jump on
Okay,
Caps.
sorry, zvali su me iz
SBB-a.
Da me pitaju šta ima, naravno. Ajmo sad, Ivan mora pobedi da bi da bi mogli ne da mi fiksuju ljudi.
Faker dodges with the rocket belt. Carrier gleaming quill for the heal. G2 might turn their attentions towards the Baron. Doran halfway to Mega.
Has no win wall. Hostile takeover.
Hostile takeover. Only clips Lebrov. And Doran, even with the knob against the wall, still gets knocked up. Faker dives in. Hansummer at a 3rd HP. Slammed into the wall by the Ishtal's impact. And the impact of Skewmon's Singer is felt again as Faker now on 10 HP. Chased out of the jungle. He's going to try and dodge away. Carrier's on his way across as well. But here's the Scorpion King as Skewmon finds him.
Nicely done by G2 again. T1 making the best of a bad situation. They were outnumbered. That ward from G2 spotted Owner going up there. But G2 was not aware. Oh no, they were aware that even Carrier was up there, so they pinged out. And they knew that this is a possibility, so that's why they overloaded this side of the map. I wasn't sure if they had spotted Carrier or not, but we gotta go back to live because it's a solo kill onto Caps. How did that happen?
I have no clue, Azale. As the TP comes in and T1 are calling for the Baron. Owner actually at the Inferno right now. It might just be Dormant looking to get a little bit of vision. G2 are the ones around the Baron right now. Inferno Drake has been begun by Owner, would be their 3rd of the game, put them on soul point.
So Pace did spend his flash in that, so it has to be some sort of E-flash that did catch him off guard. We'll see if G2 can punish Pace. Missing that summoner, it means that T1 will go to soul point. So we'll see this one more time. Cap just goes into stealth. It's got to be an E-flash to the side. Yep, just caught him with the E-flash. Brilliant play.
Impale happening on the screen as Faker uses the hijacked Impale as well. Carrier trying to get the quickness on towards the back line as the hostile takeover. Catches onto Faker and Doran on the back. Pays has Featherstorm available as Carrier tries to step forward. They'll jump onto Hansummer, kicking back. He almost takes out Doran, but Pays gets the kill. Cap CPing in, but T1.
Tivan ga okreće. Tivan ga okreće. 3K gol da gube I samo okreću fight.
Pays getting that pick triggers everything here for T1. He gets the pick, they force the issue, and the trade of Impales there between Faker as Carrier's behind Caps. Are they going to look for the turn? They are. Here comes Faker.
Grand Entrance comes out, but across the veil goes Caps. LeBron and Broken Blade trying to trade towards the top side. Pays getting chased out by BB, but he can't get the Steel Tempers down in time. Pays gets the kill. LeBron going to get taken out by Faker as well. Between worlds we go. And into the grave goes Lebrov. Caps able to survive, but look at the turn from T1. Baron buff for the next 3 minutes. Caps recalling. Carrier and Faker do not want to let him get away. They'll chase him down and in the end have to dash out.
They do delay the recalls though, so that means they're going to get mid lane tower. They're pushing in multiple lanes. Doran shoving up top as T1 really starting to battle back here. They needed some big performances. They've only been swept once in international history back in 2017. That is a long
Mislim da nijednom nisu bili svipovani, što je jako insane.
Quickness out of Carrier. Skewmon trying to get out. They'll go for Hansummer instead. The Dragon's Rage kick though saves him. Hansummer kicked across the wall by Owner, and now with a double impale, LeBron's there with a hostile takeover as well. They'll pull them back underneath the tower. Owner takes a tower shot, still gets the kill. No, he doesn't. In fact, he went in with a resonating strike, and now Skewmon is a little bit too deep as he is going to get taken out by T1. The collapse continues. Hansummer chased out by Carrier. Needs the Gleaming Quill. Needs the auto attacks. He'll get them. LeBron falls as well. Broken Blade slammed in by the Gnar. T1. It looked disastrous, but still they get a 4-for-1.
And that is what makes T1 such a special team. A mistake from one player, but the others are there to cover, there to make up for it. T1 pile in only 3-0'd once at internationals, and it looks like they are on the brink of guaranteeing that will not happen today. But G2 not out of this just yet. Caps is back.
The threat
will be able to hold on.
With the Between Worlds is too great for T1 to stay around. They'll take the inhib tower and the inhib. The recall comes out from Pays and Carrier, a 4,000 gold lead now for T1. Well, have another look at this.
3K golda su bili dani, vratili su se bukvalno u sekundi, koliko lepo team fightaju.
Kind of a miscalculation here. Thought he had the damage to kill him with the Dragon's Rage, but saves him. And in comes LeBron, and this is where you're thinking, this is a disaster here for T1. But the problem is, no TP on Caps, and Caps is pushing top lane. Everyone from T1 is piling in. Had Caps been able to join, if he was TPing in behind them in this moment, it's a completely different story. But even with that mistake, it does not matter because all of T1 comes in, they support the play, they pile in, they wipe them off the map here. And T1 making up for that misstep from Owner. It's a rare one from him on Lee Sin, and they have the full court press now.
What a game, what a game. T1, and with 10 seconds left on their Baron power play, will just back away. They have a massive lead for Pays, 2.2k ahead. Only, well, it's 4 items to 4.5 really between the two AD carries. But we'll see those resets coming out. We'll see if we get more in those inventories.
And the amount of damage that he's going to do with this build, this is a full offensive build here. He's got his IE, his LDR, he's 100% crit, and he has the QSS on top, plus a McHale's from Carrier, and Carrier went Bandle Pipes. So he is kind of playing that pseudo-enchanter role.
Oh, Carrier steps in, Battle Dance away. Infernal Drake up in 50 seconds time would be sold for T1. Skewmon with the smite, Impale used by Faker, he pulls back the Skarner, and Pays begins to open up, and Pays just rips through Skewmon, the hot takeover dodge to the side as well. LeBron can't escape, T1 as a 5-man squad, just chase them down, Between Worlds we go.
Ma kakvi, sad skok na Varusa, vrati ga nazad, pošalje ga kući i to je to.
Into the waiting arms of his team. No sweep today, no 3-0.
Kažem, neverovatno, jednom u istoriji ekipe su bili 3-0 svipovani.
Will not be denied a series.
T1 battling back here, showing some life in game 3. And Faker smiling as they march on the Nexus. This one was a huge one, and we have got ourselves a series.
We're going to hand it over to the analyst desk to break that one down.
Okay, T1 keeping it interesting.
Pa, još 2 gejma. Još 2 gejma najverovatnije.
I mean, Medic's been amazing. He said no sweep today. I feel like there's a way there is still a sweep today.
No,
don't say it. Don't say it.
Get him out of here. I don't want that.
Their aura is incredible. Like even the plays that don't work seem insane. Pays, they're still making some mistakes. Like there was a dragon fight that I don't think they should have fought when Pays wasn't on his items yet, but it is out. That's it. Everyone's called it.
Yeah.
They've just
they closed.
Vidi, meni je knap, ja završim ovo, moram cijem brate iz SBB-a odmah da dođe.
Oh my god.
Less than a minute to draw.
Da vidimo da li možda locira šta se događa s netom.
15 minutes into this game, we thought G2 was sweeping.
We did. What did it take then?
Pays.
Yeah. Back on 80 carries, and you said it, you cannot miss other attacks on 80 carries. So.
No, Pays and Carrier together especially were fantastic in so many of
Here
these fights.
Here we go.
Oh, we missed this.
This is actually, okay, so I was wondering what that was because that starts off this entire watershed of events. T1 are so quick to punish that mistake, and without Caps, this is how they just end up having a numbers advantage in this fight, despite the fact that at this point in the game, G2 really looked like they had things in hand. Then when Caps does come back, he has to back off. They kind of try to do this contest, but it really doesn't work as T1 is still taking the Baron. And this was such a massive swing.
I really want to be able to see that solo kill again because like that is the breaking point of the game. It was so back and forth, and that's what allowed them to get the upper hand. And it was also so surprising to everybody. I mean, Caps, Pays, it was during a replay.
Holy.
1,350 damage per minute, Emily.
Yeah, I mean, this is like, we were asking like, okay, what can T1 do, right? Return to standard bot lanes. This was an amazing game from Pays. They started early too when they were doing really
we have the solo kill again. I need to figure out how this happens. So it's just Caps Caps goes for the kill,
Yeah.
and Pace instantly
Pace
flashes
just
in his face.
Murders him.
Oh my god. So this was Caps really feeling the moment, but getting it turned around by Pace. That's crazy. Did Pace dodge?
Just flashed into it.
He just
flashed
one
towards
shot
him.
Yeah, that was such a big moment in this, maybe in this game for sure, but potentially in the series.
Definitely in the context of the series. It really felt like G2 had been finding so many favorable fights in a series where they're already 2-0 up. But again, I just, Carrier. How many times did Hansama win a team fight just in the next fight to get picked off, to get picked off again, Broken Blade, getting picked off so consistently. Rakan almost always involved in those plays. 40,000 damage on this Xayah. No doubt when it comes to winning team fights, Pace was at the heart of it. But Carrier on this Rakan feels like he just dismantled G2 in the most important fight.
Bot lane. That's what we said at the beginning of the day. It's going to come from bot lane, and whenever T1 finds solutions here at MSI, it came from bot lane every time. How do we want to readjust expectations from this series after that third game?
I feel like Dracos, you go.
Awfully silent here right now.
All right, we're gonna get a little bit of copium. I still think G2 are doing fine. That's not copium. But what I will say, my cope is Renata is off the board, so Kalista Renata is not available. And as we go deeper and deeper into this best of 5, I think Carrier gets scarier, which is really concerning. But I think Doran gets significantly less threatening. And we've already won that lane matchup 3 times consecutively. So it feels like the story of this game is going to be the story of Game 4 and Game 5. Can T1 keep this level of consistency up, or will G2 find a niche counter or actually be able to get it over the finish line before Carrier and Pace just find a way to win these fights?
I also think if Doran starts beating Broken Blade, the series is over. Because Broken Blade has been pulling out insane performances. The Cho'Gath game was insane. The solo kill on Yasuo was super hype, but they weren't able to pull in the win. And it's not a shock if G2 wins. We need to be very clear about this. They're currently 8-4 against the LCK this year in International Best of Fives. They're actually a very good team, but T1 is a behemoth.
They can maybe do it, but it's never over as long as T1 is standing. The T1 Circers, though, let's tone it down a notch on this one, and let's see if G2 can fight back. However, before we head into this break, let's talk about Summer Split a bit, because it is just around the corner. And you guys in the LCS are going to head to Atlanta on October 3rd. Excited?
Yeah. I have
shows are the
friends
best
in
part.
Atlanta, too, so hopefully I'll be able to visit my friends.
Yeah, you guys have announced yours already, but I feel like Dracos, we're due an announcement on when it comes to the LEC finals. We know where we're headed, and we're happy to announce the Summer Split finals location with pre-sales launching this afternoon. Regardez, let's take a look.
Le gars qui est bien là.
Le flash out de Caliste.
Ça marche, les side steps. C'est incroyable. Attends, c'est moi qui viens attaquer.
Le fight dans la river. Faut prévenir tout le monde. Faut prévenir tout le monde. Qu'est-ce que c'est ce bouquin?
Mais qu'est-ce qu'il a gueulé comme ça, ce couillon là? Hé, petit. Pichon, Blackie, viens. Je suis en game, j'ai pas le temps. 2 tickets, tu vas me chercher. LEC catégorie 1. Et pas derrière un poteau.
Oh mon Dieu.
Eh ouais, catégorie 2.
Mais oui, je veux voir le avec toi.
Petit, bien. Regarde, les beaux billets LEC, comme ils sont beaux.
Catégorie 2 et 3. Ouais, non, désolé.
Bah non.
Ouais, qu'est-ce qu'il te faut?
2 places catégorie 1, s'il vous plaît.
Catégorie 1. Ah, c'est chaud, hein. C'est chaud, hein. Non, je rigole. Tiens, vas-y, éclate-toi.
Merci beaucoup, monsieur.
Ah. Yo.
On arrive!
Yo.
Madame!
Ah. Bien. Eh, merci, hein. Et maintenant, tu files t'entraîner. Tu me ruines pas la game comme la dernière fois où tu m'as trollé la jungle.
Ouais, ok, j'y vais.
Allez, file, petit.
Welcome back to MSI 2026, where T1 have fought back and are now only 1-2 behind G2 in what has been an epic best of 5 so far, and hopefully will go on for 2 more games.
It has. I mean, game 1 was 43 minutes, 44 minutes, whatever it was, absolutely back and forth, incredibly close, G2 outplay. Game 2, is where you start to get worried if you're a T1 fan, because G2 slammed them, and that game was not close. Game 3, again, much more back and forth. There was periods where you really felt like G2 was going to win it. There was periods where FaZe got ahead and you think, okay, surely this is what's going to be. But it was a very competitive game, very exciting stuff. And we were just talking about a big question for me is how much does G2 have in the bag as far as top lane cooks? Because I think their picks in all 3 games have been great. I think that the Vayne, the Cho'Gath, and the Yasuo have all been effective. Yeah, they lost the Yasuo game, but I still think BB did a great job, especially in that 1v1. It has really made things difficult for Doran. So I really wonder if he can continue to do that. We know we've seen his work into Mbessa. Maybe they can try to let that up and try to bait them into that. We know he loves Kled and the Scion. Maybe they can try to force that matchup. He has a lot of different stuff still in the bag, which is honestly what makes G2 my favorite team to watch in Europe. Like when I just want to watch European League for fun, I'm always watching G2 over any other team because
you never know what you're going to get.
Broken Blade is one of my favorite players for that reason.
100% agree with you. G2 sticking to exactly the same bans that they have this entire series, whereas T1 have moved away an Akali ban and have added in a Nautilus ban.
Yeah, very interesting. So G2 had the right of first selection this time,
they chose
blue side, and T1 chose first pick. And I think that is pretty smart when you're thinking about the way that G2 wants to draft. I think in all 3 games, G2 has been very responsive, both in draft and in game. They've liked to take the playmakers and let T1 kind of have those, and then take the denial picks. So we are looking at Caitlyn, very scary pick. You're thinking of pairings such as Caitlyn Elise, Caitlyn Lux. There's a lot of different angles you can go with that.
I will say, like, Paze is undefeated on his Caitlyn, and Carrier is undefeated on his Lux, and they've played them respectively 8 and 5 games. So I would not be surprised at all if we see a Caitlyn Lux coming out here from the T1 bottom lane. Ashe is the lock for Hans Summer to try and answer it. Seraphine off the table because T1 removed that.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see exactly what G2 wants. Ooh. And Ashe Karma, definitely a very strong laning duo. Karma, if it is into that Lux, obviously has less playmaking. You don't have the CC in the same way. Obviously, you do have the tether, but it's not the same. And it's so much about dodging skill shots and being able to just poke down the Caitlyn Lux. Because if Lux hits one binding, sometimes that's really all it needs, because that guarantees the Piltover Pacemaker into another trap, into a 90 caliber net, which gives you double headshots. All your skill shots hit, and sometimes you just get 100 to 0. So,
especially when Paze gets ahead. We saw it against Team Secret Wales as well. Paze was 3/4 health in people with headshots. It was pretty devastating for the LCP #1 seeds. And now for G2, they know what they're playing into. It is that Caitlyn Lux. They've picked some push for themselves. Where will T1 go with their final pick here? Will it again be something safe for Doran on the top side?
And I really wonder how G2 wants to problem solve this. Obviously, you have a poke-heavy lane. You have 2 really, really strong laners. But I also think, generally speaking, when you're playing against Caitlyn, you want to be able to punish this with ganks. So will they go towards something that is either a really strong early ganker, or B, something that allows Caps to get down there? You know, like you're going to go towards a Talia or a TF or something that can really get active on the map and allow him to put that pressure on them. Because I don't think you want to allow them to get into that comfort zone where this team is just chilling on these champions that they are 100% win rate on so far this split. And it is going to be a step back to the pre-MSI meta, it feels like. Karma, you get an you grab the bruisers, and
very first standy when you're looking at it. And Xin Zhao, obviously a good takeaway from Owner as well, probably the best Xin Zhao in the world on his day. Wukong locked in for T1, and now we move into our second phase of bans. There's the Akali taken away, this time by G2. We have mids and tops on either side left to pick.
Labrov, Blitz, nah. Ovdje će botlane dosta odlučiti.
Obviously, a lot of people do like him to Azir, but Azir has been so loud prio where I don't think we're going to see that. In general, there are still a lot of strong control mages up and available. Annie is something that has really kind of fallen off the radar for most teams throughout this event. But G2 does have the Ashe arrow for engage, but I still feel like they want something else.
Agreed.
And I think that you don't want Broken Blade just playing like Ornn to get it for you. So in my mind, I'm trying to think about, like, does the Annie here make sense for Caps, or is he going to go for like a Galio or something? Because I just feel like a playmaker makes sense.
Ari is still available if you want to look for a playmaker. Warwick taken away by T1 alongside the Annie and the Akali bands out of G2. Yeah, definitely an Mbessa look here. I mean, G2 know that, and they haven't got rid of the Mbessa, so they're accepting that top lane matchup.
And the other kind of standard counter pick into the Ambessa, or answering pick, whatever you want to call it, Renekton, is already been played. So Renekton is gone, Warwick is gone. And this is kind of where you start to wonder, okay, what else does BB have for these kind of more standard meta picks? What can he cook to really make things difficult? Because you are absolutely expecting Wukong goes in, Cyclone comes out, public execution over the top. You could pick it away, but then you have to be comfortable blinding the Ambessa and being less on something crazy where we're kind of expecting that from BB.
So it will be Victor in the mid lane. I have not seen BB play Ambessa. He's played it once this split, so in spring. It's not really a champion, I think is synonymous with him. But it is still going to be a counter pick for the top side for G2. T1 now need to lock in their mid and their top laners. As you say, still a slew of options. You could even take the RE yourself if you just want some push in the mid lane and the ability to follow up on the Wukong. Olaf would be very interesting. Oh, Olaf locked.
Okay, so it's, wait, Olaf blind.
Olaf top blind because,
that is,
I mean, Vayne is gone, I guess Varus is gone.
Yeah, but you still can just kind of like, you could just pick Scion here or something and just kind of not care. I mean, yeah, if you take an all-in, you're going to die, but you can just park the wave outside your tower and just farm. Kled would be super spicy. He's going Kled. Oh my god. Okay, we're betting the game on top lane. This is
full top lane.
Ni ovo nije prvi put da BB ovo igra, tako da ovo je šta god. Mislim kao, matchup je jako napet. I ne znam da li bi BB dao da igra Kleda ovde, ali s druge strane Doran se nešto nije spec pokazao, tako da možda i nije najgora ideja.
It is scary. I mean, Broken Blade, you want to look in every Kled matchup for heavy trading and early dismounts where you can then remount and kind of get the addition of that extra health bar. It's kind of similar to how some players play with Anivia, right? Like you're using that passive. You have to be scrapping. You have to be fighting. But at the same time, a well-timed gank as you dismount can be lights out for Kled. You can just get burst down before you can actually remount. And so much of it is around the timing of your W passive. When that comes up as you dismount, it's so much easier to get that remount off. But BB is probably the pro player I trust most in the world on this pick. It has been a classic of his for a long time, but traditionally into the Scion. I haven't really seen much of this matchup.
Not much into the Olaf at all. It is something that he
blind Olaf tops in Pro do we see? Not a lot.
It's something he does do from time to time, and we continue the creativity from the G2 top lane. For T1, they need a reverse sweep. They need
Pa vidit ćemo na što da liče matchup, mislim.
And for G2, is it 7th year lucky? 2019, the last time they toppled T1 in the best of 5. All of those years ago, and since then it has been the crowning jewel on the top of the G2 experience, the G2 history, really, that year. Searching for ways back to it. This year already have taken down 3 LPL or LCK teams in best of 5s. To add a 4th this early in the year would be incredible.
Especially, people are always quick to say, well, first stand is just first stand, and this is just this, and well, top, they're a choker. T1 at MSI, this matters, right? You know, this is T1 at MSI in Korea. This is a big deal, and the G2 have them on match point. And we'll see how this bot lane goes. This is getting scrappy.
And he was coming out. Lebrov looking for the empowered Mantrid in a flame as Hans Sommer is the one on the losing side of this trade. Keria begins to step further forward, flash away from the Lucent Singularity. Hans Sommer with the ghost and Pays with the barrier means there's more battle summoners on the side of T1, and they use that extra effective HP.
But look at Skewan, he's gonna go for a level 2 gank. You never see this in Pro anymore. The timing is spotted though.
Spotted on ward.
I like it.
Will back away. Gives them a nice little thumbs up.
Probao je level 2 gank je bio legit, ali...
Both bot lanes get their level 2s. Broken Blade trading with Doran, dismounted from Skull. And you can see the reason that G2 want to focus this bot lane if they can. Pays having an exemplary performance so far here at MSI.
Exemplary, Doran, Ghost.
He doesn't have the W. Doran is just going to chase down Broken Blade. Kled has nowhere to remount. Broken Blade needs another, but Doran.
Pa dobro bi...
Almost falls in the mid lane. The pot. Death by a touch, not enough to get through the pot.
The pot keeps him alive, and Broken Blade there. if you're wondering why he's hitting the minions, he's trying to get 3. He didn't go for Q and then hold your W. That's what a lot of club players will do. Instead, he went QE for the more aggressive trade, tried to depend on the fact that he would be able to push quickly for level 3.
Yep.
Then Dorian realizes, you don't have W, bro. You can't remount fast enough. So he is all-inning on him, while Broken Blade is desperately trying to get level 3 here. If he gets level 3, he gets the fast W, he gets the quick remount, but it
To ćemo se gledati Klorostim posle streama. Sviđa mi se ta ideja sistema poena. To je cool.
You get the dismount, and now is where you're vulnerable. He really needs to go for that level 3, but Dorian realizes, you don't have the time. I'm just going to go for the fight right now. Pops the ghost, chase him down. Broken Blade flashes back to get level 3, but it just doesn't matter. Faker might solo kill Caps.
Caps splashes away, but still the winds of war from the king of mid lane. Enough for T1 to be 2-0 up.
River sweep.
Best in the West, but Faker is the best ever, and showed him why. Laning, not what you talk about when you talk about Faker these days, but G2 in trouble. Owner's behind him.
Owner's on a gank. We'll see the Lucent Singularity coming down. There's a snap trap as well, and Pays and Carrier can just 2v2 it. Owner comes across the wall to claim the kill.
That's classic jungler move.
Oh, I've got a Nimbus strike this one, man.
I needed the assist, guys. It's for the team.
Exactly.
And so they are able to take him down, but things getting a bit out of control for T1 already. G2 really going to be on the back foot. Here's another binding.
You can just see the CC chain. You can't escape it. Pays the Korean sniper.
Sad će poubijati 2 gema za redom.
4 minutes in, are 4-0 up, and have a 1.6k gold lead as Doran continues to chase Broken.
Last hitting with Q right now, he's trying to hold the W cooldown because he knows if he gets dismounted from a disadvantage without W ready, he is dead. He will not remount, he will get killed. So he is accepting that he's just going to miss CS.
Oh my
God.
Again.
He's dead too.
Just dead again. He has to snap around the snap traps and then flashes for the follow and Pays sends him to meet his maker. Faker able to escape as well in the mid lane.
All right, G2 need to take a breath, calm it down, slow it down a bit.
Sinoć Messi vratio s 3-2 sa Tilan. A, treći game kad nisu dobili, vidi, gotovo je. Sad će da ih išutiraju 2 gema za redom, bukvalno.
Would have been much worse if Doran obviously survives from that spot, but Olaf getting this far ahead is so problematic. G2's comp is very reliant on CC, on kiting, on keeping that guy away from the backline. If he gets super fed, that Ashe is going to have a nightmare time in the team fights, and Pays is 800 gold up. Everyone on T1 is up gold, including Faker, who is up the least, but had that solo kill in this melee versus range matchup.
After almost dying. Like, Faker just comes back into the lane and then solo kills Caps, who now has to recall 6-1 in favor of T1. And you can see Viper the other day had a conversation about T1. He said, I don't think it's meaningful to judge them on their recent matches. They're always a team that comes back stronger overnight.
And on the same day, as we are seeing in this series, and sometimes in the same lane as we are seeing from Faker. T1 is a team that is famed for their in-series and in-tournament adjustments. They are not a team to lose the same way 3 times, right? You know, you just never see it happen. And BB does have that early Tiamat, but is going to be very vulnerable to ganks, and it's going to be scary up there.
Bob looking for the focus resolve. They'll try and turn it back onto Carrier, but using that shield very effectively. Hans Sama takes a headshot and loses out on the trade pretty substantially.
Yeah, and the scariest part about Lux and Caitlyn is not the trading. It's the fact that you are playing a bullet hell, basically, where you get hit by one thing and you can just die. You can see, though, Skewmon has snuck into the bot lane brush, and Skewmon is going to be looking for a lane gank here, so we'll see if they can actually set it up. If Lebrov can get...
Broken Blade looking for mid first. He's going to jump in. Justice Punch comes out. There's the taunt from the shield of Duran, but Faker might just be done for as Broken Blade takes him. Meanwhile, Skewmon still waiting to see if Carrier oversteps, which he does, has to flash away. Light Binding doesn't connect. Q3 for the knockup.
To naš su carry bar. Ujš, da je prošla, da je net connectov, ovo je bio kill.
Oh, that was close though for Lebrov. He almost got tagged by that 90 caliber net, and then he would have been dead to the headshot.
To je bio trade 1 za 1.
Very, very close, but great plays here from G2. Take a moment, make a game plan. Broken Blade realized, all right, my 1v1 might be over. I'm going to look for a play elsewhere. Go help out Caps, get him back to a more comfortable spot. Grabs the kill for himself, and then, you know, uses that ult very effectively. Kled is not a champion where you can sit back and farm. Kled is a champion that must fight his way out of every single problem. If you're winning, you fight. If you're losing, you fight. If you even, you gotta fight. And Broken Blade trying to stay active and problem solve for what was not the start he was hoping for.
What a turnaround it's been from Doran as well, winning out on the 1v1 after having such a struggle in the first 2 games of this series. Game 3 even, in fact, he was losing on the Nart. He's played this Olaf 3 times before, once in the road to MSI against Genji. Was able to pick up a win there.
And has been kind of known for his late game team fighting on this pick, right?
Yep.
You know, for his ability, not necessarily to always dominate in the 1v1, but to be able to come into that 5v5, find the right angle as he did in some of those games. And Doran accelerated here. Again, will be problematic for Victor, for Ash, for Karma, these champions that are relying on slows and CCs and stuns to be able to keep you away. You're going to have Wukong flashing on your head with a Galio ult coming over the top, with Lucent Singularity, with all of these tools. As G2 looking to try to pressure bot, but this is a risky dive.
You can see where Faker is as well, just hovering, it's looking for that hero's entrance. Broken Blade stepping forward, Faker comes in, there's the Galio ult, the Ragnarok chasing down LeBron, but there's no escape for the Karma. In fact, the auto-cell come out, the Winds of War from Faker will take it in the end. I wonder if Doran was just waiting for his mid laner to come and pick up that gold.
It seemed like he was, because he completely stopped chasing for him there. He didn't want to overextend, he's just clearing out the wave. Maybe
Znaš da je loše kad mogu i da biraju kome ostavljaju kilove.
Faker does pick up the kill. Said it was going to be a risky dive. It definitely.
Dobro, mislim, prošli game je Bibi odigrao lepo kako se zove? Odigrao je lepo Yasuo. Realno, nakon dobrog Yasuo ja bi mu dao da igra Kleda. Mislim kao, šta će, njegov je pik.
Faker finds one in a 1v3 dive.
You come for the king, you best not miss. Faker makes him pay in the 1v3 as Pays is getting paid on the other side of the map. He's getting all of these plates, solo gold by the way, and he's about to get that first tower gold here too. And they have 3 grubs for the Caitlyn that is hugely accelerated. Han's gonna get spotted there. You can see Lebrov trying to wrap around behind him. Doran has no ult right now, but Hans without the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, it's not really much of a look for a play.
There's no threat even without Doran having that Ragnarok. He does have the flash about to come back off cooldown, and the grub's taken for T1, the Drake taken for T1, kills across the map taken for T1, Pays is 1,000 gold ahead. This is perfect so far for T1, and this early game has been a shambles really for G2.
Yeah. I mean, it went bad, and it went bad very, very early. Yeah. You know, if you lose all 3 lanes and you're getting killed in all 3 lanes, that is just very, very tough. So we've seen G2. They are a mentally a very strong team. We need to see them stay stable now as it's full court press here.
The dive about to materialize, flash away from the line binding. Doran has that Ragnarok back up, and with Hansama and Lebrov not having their flashes, it feels like they're going to have to start to back away. Broken Blade does have a bit of free time on the top lane tower to get some gold back in his pockets, but you can see what T1 do when they have this Caitlyn as they go in with the Ragnarok. Skewman, look for the damage, the ace in the hole coming out as well. Skewman does still have that Crescent Guard, but as I was saying, T1, when they have this Caitlyn Lux, they play entirely through Pays.
Yep, and Faker was cheating down towards bot side. BB is trying to get some.
Pa ne znam, jako, mislim, stvarno je teško reći, brate, najiskrenije jako teško reći. Jer kažem opet, obojice imaju carry da ih supporta i samim tim je jako teško, to jest obojica su imali u T1-u, ali sad kad pogledaš realno i Guma izgleda popričao dobro i dalje u Hanvi, ali boga mi je Pays baš izgleda insane, tako da ne znam, mislim da nije bitno toliko za T1, iskreno. Iskreno mislim da nije toliko bitno za T1.
Feels like aren't panicking when they see the flash. You know, he is expecting IQ flash, you flash into it. That's what he's looking for in a play like that. But Caps holds his nerves, is able to judge that it's not going to hit, doesn't use anything. And as a result, Carrier is minus that summoner and will be a little bit more vulnerable here. Has rushed the Mikhails, which I really, really like against a comp like this. It's Enchanted Crystal Arrow or nothing, kind of. I mean, you can send the Kled in as your engage, but it's very, very tough for Kled when there is someone, anyone on the other team to be able to block it. Owner's Clone can block the ult coming in. Faker getting shielded up and just channeling taunt.
Pays je insane isto i na deovima.
So, you are really looking for picks with Hansama.
Da, mislim, Doran je mnogo veći problem. Doran je problem kao igrač za njih. Ima dobre serije, ponekada kad Doran ima dobre serije, T1 stompa u 15 minuta svakog protivnika, mislim.
a little bit of a lead, but predominantly because Doran has just been put in bad situations for a while. The gold lead on Broken Blade over Doran has to be compared with the gold lead between Hans Summer and Pays, and it's almost a 1.8k lead now for the Caitlyn over that Ashe. Carrier has no flash, but I don't think G2 really want to make too much of a proactive play as Pays waits in the wings to see if someone's going to step forward for a headshot. Arrow comes down towards the bottom lane, and Faker just walks away after taking the tower.
And you can see PV very comfortable on this pick, as we said, 16 and 5 throughout his career. Has been something that he is really, really well known for, and has kept those picks coming. But you know, you touched on it in draft, and there is a reason why this is a feared pick. 14 and 1 in his career on the Caitlyn, averaging over 1,000 DPM.
Is incredibly impressive.
That is insane.
It's not something you often see. Usually it's about 600 to 700 for an AD,
good.
even if they're doing well. Yeah. But on this pick, Pays continues to impress, and T1 continue to press forward. And there's the final spot, losing singularity. LeBron able to walk away from the snap trap before it opens its gaping maw. Pays not quite close enough to put it down underneath him in time.
Exactly, couldn't quite get there in time. And I think a volley maybe even came out from Hans to try to slow him down a little bit. Obviously, Pays not wanting to just like flash to try to get the trap. And as a result, it is not a kill, but it is continued pressure here. They already took out top, they already took out bot. Now 2 plates remaining there in that mid lane. Herald coming up in a minute, and you have to think T1 is going to want to continue playing towards that.
I mean, they get rule of the roost, don't they? They can do whatever objective they want or whatever pace they want, and at some point G2 are going to have to try and call that and say, okay, we're 1 item apiece right now. Is that enough? Next objective, as you say, in a minute, is that Herald.
One thing I would like to see from G2 is if they can get push. I mean, this is what kind of depends on, but utilizing the Kled ult to pick someone off in a side lane, right? Kled ult plus the Xin Zhao lane gank is really, really powerful. You know, you don't have to have some tricky angle when you just run really fast with that Kled ult. So maybe Skewmon can hover him and they can try to get a pick there.
Lebrov going to get chased down by Doran, uses the Ragnarok, uses the Ghost. Lebrov tries to flash away, but Doran can just chase him. Skewmon with the Crescent Guard, trying to get away from the cycle.
Ode Labrov. Da, mislim, sad kažem, evo, Doran je head i hoće ovo izgleda toliko jednostavno sad, da je to nenormalno.
Nicely done there by Doran. Has his first completed item on that Stride Breaker spike. And Lebrov, even with the flash, I think he tried to kind of play for the juke where he's trying to pretend that he's flashing into the pit, but did not trick Doran, and Doran is able to run him down and kill him, but we'll see if they catch Doran now.
On Skewmon, Doran pulled back by the bear trap on a rope, but Skewmon is here. Doran will die, burnt both of his summoners and his ultimate to get that kill on the Karma. Mid lane tower, they're going over to T1 as another bear trap. Almost catches him. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Hans Summer, he's just rooted for days. The man is basically a plant with how long those roots are. And Skewmon with no ult, with no flash, with no way out. A great taunt in from Faker as T1 are flattening G2.
Oh, Pays almost went down to that tower shot, but does
Proveri da li ti je namešteno na full HD.
coming to life, supporting
Trebalo bi da bude okej.
heroes here.
Kogod izgubi ispada, da. Nebitno, T1, G2, kogod.
For a pretty good play there. You know, he committed the TP, the flash, the ignite. They killed off Doran, who had used that ghost, who had used that ulti. And it's that initial collapse that makes them think, hey, we're in a pretty good spot here. Doran, you know, did flash early to try to escape, but in comes everyone from G2. Then they try to reclaim space here around that mid lane, but Owner's in the spot, and you see it. That binding catches onto Hans. He's CC'd 100-0. Great flash from Pays away from the wind, becomes lightning. Avoids that. Another binding lands. That is another kill. And now a taunt and another CC chain lands. Back-to-back kills there for T1. It is Pays an entire item ahead.
Yeah, 2,800 gold, his advantage.
I problem je veliki kada Pays dobija lead na Caitlyn. Mislim, kad bilo ko dobije lead na Caitlyn, ali pogotovo T1. Jako je teško jednostavno da ih zaustaviš. Jer onda i da igraš savršeno nije bitno. Jer jedino kako se taj lane shutdowne kad oni naprave grešku, oni neće napraviti grešku.
He's going to have to use the Ragnarok, trying to dismount Broken Blade, but won't be able to do it. Big ultimate down from Doran. Broken Blade doesn't have the charge, but can go in. Jousting. Look at those violent tendencies as well. Dismounted. There's the bear trap. Lebrov here, but Doran heals up. Broken Blade and Lebrov will take a kill, but now the TP in from Faker and carry it on his way. Counter TP used. Remount. Kerry is going to try and protect Faker as he extracts himself from the enemy jungle.
Great kill from BB again, you know, finding ways to be useful here after what was such a tough start. Yeah. And that was actually pretty clever from Doran. He waited till the Q had expired, then went for the TP out. But Broken Blade, the split second his ult came back up, he used the ult, had just enough time there. 1 second later, that ult comes up. I think Doran is gone, but he bumps him with the ult, interrupts that base. And now Doran has no ult, has no TP. G2 are on this dragon here and could be slowing T1's march towards a possible soul.
Area looking for that light binding. Lebrov trying to keep Owner at bay. Light binding hits onto Skewmond. Faker's trying to get the taunt towards the top side as the Crescent Guard comes out from Skewmond. Broken Blade going into the pit as well. A Cyclone on the back as Hans Summer has a tempestuous time escaping. Lebrov going to get chased out, charged on by the Rift Herald. Broken Blade forced away as well. The Drake did go to G2. Importantly for them, they delayed the soul, but with another light binding. Just clipping the heels of Broken Blade, unable to find that connection. Carrier, Lucent Singularity for the slow. Ragnarok in, Broken Blade dismounted. Doran going deeper, but won't find enough. An ace in the hole, Skewmond's gonna have the block at the final spot, not enough. Cam sets down Doran. Baker goes in for the remount on Skull. Courageous from G2 as they somehow bite back in the bot side.
That looked like it was
going to be... Oh, to Pays! Caps with the Siphon Power, puts down the Hexag Ray. Good McHale's out of Carrier, but Skewmond's on the chase. Pays shut down by Skew, and Carrier with no hope, no teammates, and no life left to live.
Pulled a comeback out of nowhere in that fight. It looked like they were completely screwed after Faker just drove through the whole team with the Rift Herald. I thought he was going to get the crash into the wall, and G2 was going to get taunted up, and that they were going to get aced, and the game was essentially going to be over. But not only do they escape, not only do they take the dragon, they get the kills off the back of this as well. So they rush for this. Instead of Owner going for the dragon, he goes for the fight, feeling like they have the angle to just win here. And then in comes Faker from the side. Hans dies, wasting his flash, and you think it is just all over. But Faker actually missing the wall there, couldn't crash it out, so he gets stuck in the Herald for so much longer, and he was supposed to be the flank. T1 chased them down, but it is a bit of an overreach. In goes Doran, pops the ult, pops the ghost, but not enough to finish them off. And then that bit of damage onto BB's. Faker think, I can go for this. Q flash misses, only tags him with a tiny bit of damage. Instant remount from BB, pulled out of the sky by the bear trap on a rope. And then Hans respawns and gets his revenge. Ash sends her regards, takes down Pays with that ultimate as G2 gets so many kills, and T1 felt that they were rolling through this team, felt that they were rolling through this game. But now it is much more within striking distance. It's really only Pays now. That's the only lead that matters.
He is still 2.6k ahead. Importantly, almost has that Infinity Edge complete. And T1, until that moment, had played incredibly effectively around him. They just need to reset and do that again as the ace in the hole hits onto Lebrov. China Crystal Arrow goes between the uprights. No score for Hans Summer there.
Yeah, not an easy game by any means from this point for G2. But before that fight, this game was looking over. Yeah. And now they have that glimmer of hope. I am just so impressed by Broken Blade. I feel like Kled from behind is so hard to play.
Lepo je odigrao Kleda, iskreno lepo je odigrao Kleda.
Being up 850 gold, to being active on the map, to being able to find these angles, these ways to create chaos, these ways to get remounts, to get your opponent to overcommit and then survive is so critical for his team. And it is not easy to do on this champion, but Caps with a slight gold lead, Broken Blade and Skewmond with those slight gold leads. It is all going to be about Pays. Can you take him down? Can you enable him if you are T1? Because he is working quickly towards that IE, and once Caitlyn hits that Infinity Edge, and especially once Caitlyn hits that fourth item, 100% crit, she's going to be a terror.
Faker with the mandate alongside his rocket belt. 2 items apiece on the junglers, and a slight lead for Broken Blade in terms of itemization as he's finished his Black Cleaver with the Titanic Hydra. Faker the one to deal with him right now as Skewmond comes in from the side as well. They'll jump onto Faker, the dismount comes out, the Q3 Broken Blade! Where was Faker? He disappeared!
Look at the build. He's got Merc Treads, an Imperial Mandate, and a Rocket Belt. That is no protection against a Xin Zhao and a Kled, and they knew it. They just go straight in for him, burst him down under the tower. This is not the Galio of old that is full tank. This is a very squishy build that does have a lot of value because Mandate is reducing the cooldown of your taunt.
Oskar će igrati Lec, što je najjače od svega.
Triple power, but
Mi se sprdamo, brat moj, će igrati Lec.
In time, he could feel the cyclone about to be cast from Ona.
And Faker getting punished there. Skumon survives, so it's another good play for G2. The gold lead is gone. It's 300 gold, and because Skumon got that last dragon, it's not as though you're facing down Soul Point either. This is a game that G2 can win. We'll see if they're going to be able to make it happen at this next dragon, or if they even want to try at this next dragon, because IE is done, and that is such a scary point in the game, because Pays is the lead, and Pays is at the maximum power he can get from his lead right now.
2.6k ahead, Infinity Edge there for him. I think that's the big thing. The gold lead is negligible between the two teams, but if Pays is in a fight and Broken Blade isn't, it's massive. And if Broken Blade's in a fight and Pays isn't, it's also a massive advantage for G2 as the snap traps are down. The Drake has been begun by T1. TP out from G2 as they look to join Caps up with the rest of the squad. Charquaslao, instant Mikhails. Oh, wow. That was gorgeous from Carrier. But T1 are still a little bit on the back foot as Faker yet to join with his team. Now connects through mid. Light binding down. Pays puts another snap trap line down. Hungry for someone to eat one of those cupcakes. Faker being kept at bay by Broken Blade in the mid lane. The arrow still a long way from coming back off its cooldown. The Drake down to 4,000. Doran getting chased out towards the top side as Skumon goes in. Ona with the Cyclone Hero's entrance as well onto Hansama, who flashes across the wall, but with the Ragnarok. Doran just makes him fall, and now a second Cyclone means Skumon goes down. A 2-for-1 so far for T1. And they will get the Drake out of it.
Yeah, and it's a split fight. It's a split fight, and now T1 want more.
Broken Blade flashing for Pays. The bear trap doesn't connect in time. Carrier forced away. Caps flashes away from Faker, but with Ona on the chase, it should be enough. LeBron flashes, trying to get Pays rooted up. Broken Blade, Mikhails won't be enough to remount him. Pays makes him pay the piper, and with an ace in the hole, Caps almost falls the final.
Dobar sidestep.
Not living up to his name as Caps continues to run away. There's another blast cone for him to take, and he should be able to survive with Lebrov on his way across. Faker chasing Lebrov. Pays trying to flank onto him as well as Caps does manage to extract himself, but Pays is on the flank, and Lebrov has used that blast cone. Caps puts down an Arcane Ray, Siphon Power for the move speed, TP behind by Doran. Caps is the universal taunt for T1, it seems, and with Baron available, T1 are trying to delay those resets, but in goes Pays and down goes Pays. He overstepped. G2 strike back.
Yeah, G2 are bailed out there by the fact that Pays goes down. Pays was trying to get behind Caps because they've been chasing him across the entire map. You had it dead on the money. I think that they were trying to make sure they could get this delayed kill so that they could actually go for the Baron. But here is where things go wrong. Skumon fully commits.
Znači G2 odigra jednu bogovsku seriju, onda jednu seriju se izgube, onda opet igraju insane seriju. Što je jako šteta, jer mislim da je G2 da se pojavi konstantno na najjačoj formi, izgledali bi jako, jako dobro.
When he goes in, Broken Blade's not with him. The rest of the team is not with him. And Hans is dying on the other side, and then Pays, despite Lebrov going in here, landing that root, Broken Blade just does not have the damage to deal with the Caitlyn. They do eventually get that chase down, but they are bailed out by the fact that they kill off Pays. It means no Baron, but it is soul point for T1, and a very strong soul for some of these, bruiser-style champions like the Olaf, who likes to play these fights on the edge of death.
Insane souls Olafa. Insane soul.
He's getting out of it as G2 still within 1,000 gold. T1 still in control of the game, importantly. They have a 3.5 item AD carry. Hans Summer still only has components of his third. Pays is massively ahead, but if he gets caught like that again, the game could quite quickly swing out of T1's grasp.
It really can. I mean, he is a massive advantage. He is the problem. That is absolutely true. But if he gets caught, if he dies at the start of the fight, that is most of their power, right? Faker and Ona aren't that strong.
Igrao je Jorika sudija, nisi vidio. Znaš kako lepo bilo. Je 0-4-0. Voli ti skrnavi hira. Duše, Čogat je bio pikovan u njega, ruku na srce. Teško igrati taj matchup.
Charquaslao uses the clone well there. Broken Blade trying to get in with the bear trap on the rope, but won't be able to get in there. He gets dismounted immediately. Skull very cowardly this time as Ona comes back in with category 5 as Skumon dives forward. Pays Mikhails. The taunt on Skumon means he can't get any deeper. And Ona goes back in. The hero's entrance comes down, but it's cancelled as Faker can't join the fray. Skewmund manages to get out. A Ragnarok forward, a taunt, it's all on caps. But how deep are you?
Bibi. Remount je bio huge ovde. Faker umire isto. Sad Pace samo treba da ih poklopi sve. A boga mi, kad je to njemu bio problem? A kad je to njemu bio problem? Prelepo.
Is able to make them pay, as look at this clone from Owner. Owner able to block both the Enchanted Crystal Arrow and the Kled ult by so much space. And then as Paze moves forward here, Skewmon looks for the re-engage. The Cyclone comes out. Skewmon gets that Q knock up in onto Paze, but T1 keep the space for him because Faker is there, because Owner is there. They buy the time, and then Doran says, you have spent too many cooldowns. The binding lands on Caps over the wall. He full sends it. Paze wins the duel against Hansama on the side, drops the chap on the GA, bursts down Broken Blade, takes out Skewmon, chases him down, and on match
Clean, nema šta, mislim...
in an elimination series, the pentakill prince does it again.
To je ono što hoćemo da vidimo od Kate, realno.
Show 12,000 damage from Paze. And now, Soul up in 15 seconds. Doran has a flank as Faker forced to retreat with the Justice Punch. Skewmon trying to step forward again. The snap traps are down. Broken Blade trying to find Doran around the red buff. He'll look for the flank himself. Has the charge. Can try and get in. Flash just coming back up for Paze. Doran clears out the vision.
It's going to be tough. They're going on Faker.
Only onto Faker. G2 still looking. Look at Broken Blade. He's snuck behind them. Doran as well, though perhaps caught out. 4 members of G2 trying to chase him, but he uses the ghost and gets himself out. Broken Blade still here. Justice punch forward by Faker. Paze begins to step up. The final spark, the Crescent Guard, and Faker's down, and now BB charges round, but the wrong way round. It's a merry-go-round for G2 as they look to try and steal this away. Paze flashes out, Skewmon down. Owner takes him, Caps takes half his health from the caliber that Paze has found. A Broken Blade, though, gets in with the bear trap. LeBron survives through Owner. Carry us down. T1 are down. G2 will chase them away. No end in sight yet, but again, G2 have found the 5% play they needed, but Doran has other ideas. He'll chase LeBron. G2 will kill him off in the...
Ubit će ga i dalje. Caps i dalje malo radi premalo damage, ali igra Viktora. Mislim, skillovat će on dobro svakako.
But how about Skewmon in these fights, finding pace time and time again, and has no fear going in on these plays, onto Paze. They know he is the man they have to take out. Faker goes so deep here, he can't use his ultimate at all because he's the one that's in first. Just gets deleted. It's a big overextension.
Caps samo još neki item da dobije, može sam da nosi.
Does connect on him. Skewmon full sends it. Yes, he does get taken down. But then as they step forward, look at this from Broken Blade. How confident is that? E flash Q catches Paze. If any of that misses, he looks like a fool. He dies, but he catches him. He takes him out. Doran here, though, in the 2v4. Broken Blade was on the Dragon. They thought they could kite him out. They thought they could do it without him. But Doran flashes in, gets a couple kills there.
So smart from Doran to turn around in that moment as well, because that is the moment he has. At that point, it's a squishy Victor, a squishy Karma, and a squishy Ashe that you want to chase down. 31 minutes in, Paze with his 16th Penta, leading the board by 4.
And G2 take the gold lead ever so slightly. They stave off the soul. This game on a knife's edge here. T1 will be eliminated from MSI if they lose this. If T1 win, we will go to a pivotal game 5 here. Faker needs gold for the Zonias. Right now he's stuck on this Broken Seekers. That's why he's pushing sides. And Kled is heading down there, and Kled could take him out if he gets caught. Faker is very weak right now.
Paze is shadowing him, currently on the Gromp. Could add in his damage with an ace in the hole. Paze is looking. No flash on that Caitlyn for now. In fact, in terms of summoners, not many available on either side. Not a single flash for T1. 3 for G2 with Skewmon, Caps and Hans holding on to theirs. 1,000 gold lead for G2, but negligible, really. The pocket change right now is it's a Baron setup. Faker pathing out through mid. Broken Blade's going to push in bot.
Here's the thing, for G2, the question is, do you force now, knowing those flashes are missing, knowing that you have summoner advantage, are you willing to start a Baron and try to force them to come to you? Because you have flash from Skewmon, flash from Caps, flash from Hans, and you know that Pays is vulnerable. He is the entire lead for T1. He is 4,000 gold ahead. Broken Blade is almost 4,000 gold ahead himself.
He's going to chase onto Doran right here. As Doran tries to trade back onto him, it's an item advantage for the Kled right now, and you can see it paying off in the health bars. Doran forced away. The charge in as well by Broken Blade, but he's a little short on it as he jousts forward and misses the bear trap, and Undertow will slow him down with a TP coming in by Faker. Skewmon here to defend his top laner. Faker, is he going to go in with the Justice Punch? No, backs away.
Looking very confident running forward there, but I think he's got to be very careful. Faker is really behind where this Kled is right now. And if Pace is not there, you cannot fight as T1. It does cost the ultimate there from Doran, but it is a trade of ults, and it's more time bought. T1 really do not want to fight without the flash from Pace. And Skewmon has the GA now. That is a very big purchase. Hans, we've talked so much about Pace, and rightfully so, but Hans is also strong at this point. He is down an entire BT, but he has the damage items. He has some power behind him. And we'll see if he can make it work, because Skewmon has just been finding Pace every single time. If he finds that wind becomes lightning, he goes for it instantly, knocks up Pace, puts the pressure on him, and the Crescent Guard can buy that time. G2 now starting the Baron.
They're trying to get Faker across here. He only has the hero's entrance, no flashes. Broken Blade keeps Ona at bay. On the top side, Doran looking for an engage. Pace still no flash as G2 rattle through the Baron right now. It's down to 2k. The smite comes out. The final spark does not find its mark. G2 get the Baron and Charlie Crystal is going to hit to carry, but he immediately McHale's it away. Skewmon dashing forward with him, becomes lightning in the audacious charge.
I Guardiani su malo useless u Kate.
Gets his justice punch blocked by
To je fora.
a bear trap on a rope with the rest of T1 coming across to defend. Faker will survive. In the end, G2 get the objective that they wanted out of it.
They get the Baron, and they're going to have the Baron for this next Dragon, which is the big win. T1 don't fully commit to it. They know they're still missing those summoners. Fighting without flash in a situation like that for Pace could be suicide. So T1 decide to just hold on here. Couple seconds until Pace has that flash back here. Doran trying to get as strong as he can. Everyone trying to finish as many items as they possibly can for what could be a series decider if G2 wins it. 15 seconds now. And T1 first to the objective. TPing in early. They caught one.
Skewmon has to use the Crescent Guard early. That's massive. Big. T1 now can set up for this Drake Soul for them. G2 might step forward, might try and take the play. Broken Blade level 19, 2 ahead of Doran. Has that charge. Skewmon dashes onto Faker. The taunt comes out, the Justice Punch away as well as G2 want to take this fray, want to take this battle. Where the series could be decided for T1. They need another game after this. For G2, for the first time in 7 years, they're on the cusp of taking down T1 in a best of 5. Ona in the smite, goes to Skew. Ona low, the Guardian Angel though still available to bring him back in the Charter Crystal Hour coming out as Broken Blade does need the charge to get away. Ona so low, and G2 continue to advance, continue to step forward. There's the
Nije bio
charge away.
okej, on izlači.
Now maybe reset T1.
Možda mogu da re-engage što nađe.
Caps reset, he's not got TP. G2 just trying to keep T1 around. A taunt just wide of connecting onto Skewmon's shoes. As G2 continue to step forward, they have confidence in this. Skewmon almost gets sniped out by a headshot. Broken Blade dashes away with the jousting, and once again, Faker's taunt can't find its mark.
And look at Caps mid lane. T1 have got to get back, have got to reset. This fight has just been going forever. And I got to say, Broken Blade was the difference maker absolutely in that last one. He was threatening to flank the holder. Pace! He one-shot him!
He just absolutely...
I Labrov je odlučio da samo ne želi da pobedi, I guess, dobro. Okej, okej.
Broken Blade having to retreat, dives back onto Ona. Meanwhile, Skewmon once again just taken out. BB killed off Ona. Caps is just up towards the top side. It's still an advantageous fight for T1 as the Lucent Singularity doesn't find its mark, but Faker is falling low. Violent tendencies! The Kled somehow finds another. The Lucent Singularity will get the slow door in there with a chase with the undertow. Does not connect, and Broken Blade is leading them on a merry chase as he remounts onto Skull. Doran stepping forward. BB with a pocket pistol! Anything Pace can do, BB can do better. He brings out both barrels and takes down 2.
Pace knocking him down there, chasing after him, buying so much time though. was Broken Blade as Caps is able to push, and Labrov faces the full power there of Pays. Carrier going to be chasing here. They wanted to try to look for Caps. They won't be able to find him. Labrov took a headshot from that brush, and Pays making Caitlyn look like an assassin. Carrier, they spotted him.
He spots Labrov. Final spark, Mikhail's away. Chris Lauer does not find his mark. Caps able to get out of dodge. He's been staying around in some sticky situations, and what a game. What a series this is, Azael. So many 3-0s. I think a lot of people came into today expecting another for T1, but G2 have been unrelenting.
Now you see him, now you don't. It's a bullet to the face. Labrov is sent back to base, but G2 trying to kite out.
Al ga, brati, izrimovaju.
But Thorin just says no. And again, it's heroics from Broken Blade, honestly, throughout this series, and especially throughout this game. Dies in the 1v1. He is thousands and thousands of gold ahead. He is threatening in fights. He is delaying and putting on pressure and buying time and keeping them alive in a situation where you wouldn't think he'd be able to make it happen.
I mean, BB finds 3 in that fight, and now he's found Ono, who has to use the Cyclone to try and get away, but there's a Hurricane warning as Hurricane BB's on his way for the chase. Ono has the
Oner pada, moraju Pays da se paze. Pays izašao iz netove van ulta. Ovo je loše za Paysa. Mora flash outa da... Fajn je. Pays ne može da razvije damage.
No major objective up for a minute.
Pace is going back, but Pace has no flash. This is so risky. If he gets caught, they could end the game right here.
The volley hits him. Oh, the wind becomes lightning. Wind behind his Achilles heel. G2 have fought back to within 4K ahead. For them, a monumental series. It's been 7 years since G2 took down T1 in a best of 5. For T1, they are fighting to not lose this at 3-1. They have never missed the top 4 of an international tournament that they have been to.
I mean, this is a legacy game for Broken Blade. He is showing us everything in this game. You could not ask for more from Acled. His timings are perfect. He's following over the wall with the E. He's using the R for the interrupt on the dash. He's chasing down and reconnecting with the bear trap on the rope, pulling in Owner, taking him out, and then the
Kakva partija, ljudi moji. Mislim, Skewman ima sve što može, vjerovatno ide na Death's Dance. Idu na sve samo da dinaju Caitlyn damage. I radi, nije da ne radi. Fajn je, ult je disengage, okej, nije užasno. O! Ide Broken Blade, 15-5, 15-5.
Broken Blade gets the solo there. Faker saw the Q on cooldown, but he forgot about the ult. He interrupts him with the ult and takes him out. The Zonius was not used, and now T1, they are going to be scrambling here. There's no flash on Pace. Your mid laner is dead. You can't answer bot. You're going to lose Soul. And G2, off the back of an incredible game from Broken Blade, may have dealt lethal damage. They have to get it across the finish line, but they are so far ahead now. They will get Soul, they will get Baron. T1 will try to fight another day. It's a 6.3k gold lead for Broken Blade individually. It's a 3.6k gold lead for Caps. Yes, Pays is strong, but he's been capped on items for a while, and he's the only one.
The MasterCard priceless moment of the game. G2 fighting valiantly back into it. A chem
Da, Kled sa 4 Chemtank Drake-a je insane. I solom, naravno, mislim.
Not even straws, you're grasping at the end of straws. You're grasping at the concept of straws right now, because when G2 steps up, when Broken Blade steps up, it feels like you just cannot match him.
I mean, Doran is just so far behind. I mean, the only positive you can talk about is the same one for Hans, where Pace has no more room to grow. Broken Blade has no more room to grow.
You're catching up, at least if you're Doran.
Exactly, but the problem is there's never going to be an answer for the damage that's coming out of Caps. Caps has not been the story of this game, but he's 4k up as well. He has a death gap. He's on 6 items. This Victor could solo win you a fight, and we haven't even really been talking about him because it's been this battle between Broken Blade and Pays. Pays with 13 kills, Broken Blade with 15 kills. In an MSI lower bracket series, you might be able to eliminate T1 here. They're on the push. They have Soul. They have Baron. Can they do it?
T1 set up the trap line. Pays steps forward. He is still deadly.
That was one headshot on Caps, lost 70% of his health to Pays.
And that's the problem as well. He hasn't built a defensive item. There's no Zhonya's there. It is all damage all the time whenever he can find it. Skewmond on the Wolves. Caps having to reset, does have the TP. Baron remains on them for the next 95 seconds. T1 with good defense. TP coming out from Caps, and I do believe this is a slight problem for G2. The siege is not the easiest. Into a Galio, into a Caitlyn, into a Lux, you don't have a huge amount of range. If you charge in and take the fight, you have to be brave to do that in this moment as well. You have to trust yourself, you have to back yourself. G2 have done that many times before, but can you do it against the back-to-back world champions as T1 are trying to shut that door? A Ragnarok forward, they'll jump onto Caps, the final spot. Caps tries to get away, will use the flash, the inhibitor tower in the mid lane will fall, the Ragnarok falls off. Meanwhile on the bottom side, Hansama and the brother pushing forward for a second inhibitor tower of this Baron play. T1 went for the play, Ghost Ragnarok forward from Doran, but they couldn't find purchase onto Caps.
And that's double inhib now there for G2. T1 do push Caps back, do get his flash, but now they're trying to wait it out. They're trying to get the Ghost, the ult back for Doran to see if they can punish Caps to find that angle, but the map is so dark for T1. They cannot leave the base right now. Doran has gotten another item completed. Faker still desperately trying to get his fourth in a game where everyone else is capping out. The Galio very far behind. Skewmon even pretty significantly ahead here. T1, they have the damage with Pays to get it done in the right fight, but G2 have so many threats, and there's only one target that matters. Yeah. They've got to go for Pays. Unless Doran and Owner can get in the backline, create some heroics, if you take out Pays, you've won the series.
How long was game? We started this series with the longest game of MSI so far. I believe we're going to beat that record, as they'll hear in game 4. For T1, you're looking for the small dregs of hope, the 5% play. How do you find and engage? Is it Owner flanking across the Razor Beaks where he currently is? Well, a Hawkshot's going to spot that out. Do you try and play onto Broken Blade? He's outplayed you. He's too strong right now on this Kled. Do you go for Caps? You did, but you couldn't quite lock him down, and that's partly the problem as well. Apart from a Light Binding or a Cyclone or a Taunt, you don't have a huge amount of ways to CC someone.
It's absolutely true, and G2 are trying to take advantage of that by pushing all 3 lanes. They're not that afraid of the potential engage here from T1, so they are pushing in all sides here. T1 trying to hold on. It's going to be this next wave that G2 needs to play on if they want to try to go for the triple inhib. This wave coming in here, T1 trying to close ranks around top side. They're going to spend the Lux ult. They're trying to just clear it out and make sure that they do not get triple inhibbed, but more supers coming in here, and if they go, it is win or go home for T1. They have got to be picture perfect with their engage.
Tower in the top lane toppled. G2 pushing in.
Kakva partija, čovječe.
Goes wide of Hansama. T1 now relegated to defending only their Nexus towers in that top lane in here. Broken Blade trying to distract as the Shurelius.
Polako, nije još nije gotovo,
But again, between the uprights on the 2 initiation tools, Owner forced back in Charlie Crislavo, hits only onto Keria. Pays trying
Keria je
to
fine.
get the damage down as well. Doesn't use the Mikhails, importantly. That's a tool that they will keep for the ending push. Triple inhib down, 2.5 minutes before the inhibs are back out.
No
as
flash on
Owner
Caps.
looks for it. Caps has no flash. An Arcane Sword comes down and Faker looks for the flank. G2 are just going to push through mid though. The Arcane Sword gets the Guardian Angel as G2 try and catch onto Dorman. Pays still here to try and defend. Broken Blade goes.
Samo gledamo Paysa za T1, nema šta. Labro mora se pazi. Labro mora se pazi. Dobro, fajn, Hansama je tu. A, ubio je, Labrov je ubio sebe i forsirao je flash Hansama i Hansama je mrtav sad. Ovaj game za T1. Labrov je unlucky igrač. Unlucky, to sam teo da kažem. Znači, Labrov inta poziciju jednom, waste flash. Caitlyn ga ulta, Hansama prilazi da blokira Caitlyn ulti, Keria nalazi Jugo flash, double bind, forsira flash od Hansame i malo je dum sad, neću vas lagati.
Seraphim on his shoulders, that Guardian Angel, and that will be the Elder Drake. G2 decide they do not want to take this battle. They'll find another one. In this war, we have seen battle after battle after battle. Is it just a Baron rush from G2?
I think it is. There's no way for T1 to actually get out there and defend. Look where Broken Blade is. They know he's on that side of the map. If they committed over to the Baron, then G2 could just send Broken Blade to end the game here. T1 trying to hold on. They've got away.
For the vision.
Oh, Caps is there.
Ona's looking as well. This is not a quick Baron. It's only Skumon doing it right now as Ona steps forward. Spotted out by the far side Oration. Broken Blade seeing if he can get in, but Paze is still there to defend alongside Faker. Recall coming out from Paze and the resets coming out from T1. It will be a Baron for Elder exchange in the end.
Which favors the Baron because you can just wait out the Elder. The Baron is taken second here, and I don't think T1 are going to get a fight right now. Owner knows there's no point in me trying to steal this because even if he gets in the pit and he steals it, he will die for it, and that could be game ending. Your base is completely in shambles, so T1 are trying to batten down the hatches, trying to hold on, wait for these inhib respawns, but they are going to be having to play with the fear of a backdoor in the back of their minds for the rest of the game. That being said, Hans, he's surely going to have the Mercurial soon. Dorian's working towards his last item. Faker's damage is becoming relevant. Like, we are in the true end game. 50 minutes is approaching, and people will be so online. Pace has swapped out his item.
Faker upravo završio deadcap. To će isto biti poprilično big.
Cooldown, I believe, or maybe not even, but swapping out has no GA, will be very risky. If they get in, they could take him out.
Hans' full build has that Mercurial complete.
So is Doran.
Both Paze and Broken Blade have the most kills ever on their respective champions at an international event.
Wow.
No surprises there. We have had 59 kills in a 48-minute game.
And it is heartbreaking that someone has to lose this game. We have had miraculous performances from Broken Blade and Paze. It feels like they were keeping the dream of a win alive for their teams. But Doran, down 6k.
Mislim, kapiram da Tivanca čeka Pazeov flash.
And there's the Mercurial for Hans.
Mislim da im je to plan.
Down 5k or not, who cares? The only disadvantage for Hans right now is that he has a GA and it's on cooldown.
Yeah.
That's really the only difference.
Da, tako još brže pasivnu, ali mislim da to više zašto ima... Mislim da što način da sviča Hurricane, iskreno, ali vidjet ćemo. Što način od svega, Hurricane je dobar kad si 3 inhiba down da bi clearovo wave. Jer njima treba malo više wave cleara i zato je uzeo Hurricane. Samo je pitanje da li želi da ga sviča, ja bih rekao čak za PD ili za RFC. Ali trenutno dok su pod pritiskom u bazi, njemu Hurricane treba samo za wave clear, nemaju wave cleara ništa. To je problem. Ništa drugo.
That they can step further forward towards T1. Broken Blade's going to walk over that trap line. Takes one. Cap slowed with the undertow. T1's flash is still not quite back up. Doran has one, but Paze still doesn't have his, nor does Faker. G2 stepping forward. No flash on Hans Summer. Skumon's is about...
Zamijenio je zašto mu treba clear, da. I sve dok nemaju inhibitore, on će morati da menja...
No TP as well for Caps. He's reliant on his teammates, reliant on that Inspire shield, slowed up by the Lucent Singularity. Broken Blade building up a huge minion wave here.
Yeah,
Quad supers.
Once again.
And now T1, all hail the defense. Can you pull it out of the hat? Can you find something magical? You've done it so many times before with the Arcane Storm coming out. Paze is forced to walk away. The inhibitor on the top side about to fall to Broken Blade as T1. They need to heal. They need to get back up. The wave's not quite here yet for G2, but the Nexus out.
O, ju, gdje je nesto Caps? Šta radi Doran? Šta radi? Vidi ga Doran, vidi ga Doran! Završavaju game, Bibi završava game. Bibi završava game. Ne mogu da ubiju Bibija. GG's. Gifa, holy fucking shit, kakav kraj game-a. Wow. Iskreno, Bibi je presmurfovo ovu seriju. Ali presmurfovo je ovu seriju. Prelepo, prelepo, prelepo odrađeno. I T1 eliminisan s MSI-a. Ju.
Broken Blade refused to lose.
I'm speechless.
Iskreno insane. Od Yasua do Kleda vadio je cheese pikove, radili su jako dobro. I na kraju Bibi stvarno toliko lepo odigrao, iskreno Labrov je mnogo grifao, malo je falo da nekoliko puta baci game. Sad. Sad je pitanje kako se nastavlja dalje ovaj turnir, ljudi. Kao što znate, ostalo je još jako malo. Imamo top 4. BLG, Hanwoo, LYON i G2. Ja moram da proverim, ali treba bi prvi meč, ja se nadam da će biti G2 i LYON. Što ja mislim da je jako winnable za G2. Da. Ne, BLG Hanwoo je prvi, G2 LYON je drugi i onda veliko finale ide, to jest ide lower pa veliko finale. Apsolutno insane. Ostavit ću malo komentatore, ja idem da cimam brate iz SBB-a da mi reši internet, tako da ljudi moji, uživajte, prelepo, G2 radi posao, gledamo ih preko sutra. Znači sutra je BLG Hanwoo banger od 10, da znate da ne morate ranije da ustajete, od 10 kreće. Gledamo BLG i Hanwoo, preko sutra gledamo i u NAG2 i LYON. Nakon toga u subotu gledamo winner G2 LYON protiv gubitnika Hanwoo i BLG-a i onda u nedelju gledamo veliko finale, sve je od 10, tako da buđenje u 5 je gotovo, idemo popijem rakiju, proslavim, šalim se naravno, možda se i ne šalim, tako da se viđamo ljudi moji. Ja se nadam večeras na streamu ili večeras na Discordu, budite dobri.
For G2 early on with how many early kills T1 were getting, especially onto this Caitlyn, and it was basically, there was a point where BB is like 6k ahead and Pays is like 6k ahead.
He saved this game and he also played amazingly the entire series. Did he top fathering on the top lane for 4 games straight and clutching it with Kled here.
He fixed the blade. It's been broken, but this is the final form of the blade. He finally got his Riven ult IRL. This is an incredible leap in performance in all of the ways that you could imagine this series coming together. As slim as the margins were, no one was saying more Broken Blade counter picks were the answer. More Broken Blade solo top focus performances were the answer. And yet every single game, he found a way to make that massive impact.
And that's why I really want to give credit not just to this G2 team for their mentality, but the G2 coaching staff, because after such a demoralizing loss like they had against HLE, you could be like, okay, we need to go change up our strategy. We need to do X, Y, Z to be able to beat T1. No, they stuck to their strategy. Again, they relied on Broken Blade to have these performances, and he showed the expletive deleted up today.
Shout out to the coaching staff for finding solutions here today against T1, but honestly, shout out to the players because so many times you could have seen them collapse in game. I was thinking about that last game, thinking that if they don't win this one, it's completely cooked. They kept it steady. They kept their mental straight. I'm looking at all 5 of them right now, and honestly, massive props.